myself, I'm losing track of time. 'Cause you and I need to feel alive. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire. Somehow we're still in there, when we couldn't even fight it now. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. Holy ground, I can taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never dim. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh,
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring
portion sырники, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunch, you like you soft. I like it when you freshly serve for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good too.
ครับนะ
现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
哎，要小心，你这个位置很常出事哦。这个要怎么杀他？20等贾克斯
进去了，20等贾克斯，第10把一个帽子转起来，还在继续往前冲，一棒，风根本扛不住。现在是属于贾克斯的时间，一切开始接到这个护腕，3个人已经在等他。反击风暴转好了吗？转好了，交顺闪现，他没有死。啊，紧接着就会是 GD 全面的进攻一剑。
猎熊打得很凶，他直接走在对面的脸上，
耶，直接走在人家坦克脸上，他被
走不了啦！一剑选择要上去，这一推就把他给推了回来。虽然有英灵之门，但没想到 Hito 还是没有撑住。GD 就在问敢不敢打，真的敢往前滑，顺再拿一颗头。
Lòm không an toàn rồi, mở ra tranh kéo tốt đấy, trên bên này cũng gom vào, có đạn chưa góp được có thể tung ra, Taki lùi về được, Shadow là người đầu tiên lên bảng điểm số, Dogo 1 đấu 1 với Darktai nhưng đằng sau người ta có thêm cả báo đạn nữa, Casante Red đang tìm góc để có thể bế kia ra qua tường.
Bây giờ gần như là anh ta dính chọn bộ combo từ đối phương. Sóng âm đã hụt mất rồi, đang đá vào trụ để hồi nội năng dành cho van 1 có bom khói khi hoạt lên. Và họ quay trở lại với nhịp 2 này khi mà trói chân chúng vào người và tốc tiến lên đá thẳng đối phương vào tường. Một bộ combo full sát thương đến từ van 1, nhưng kiếm súng hay tách giúp cho anh chàng tay ở hồi máu thêm tí xíu nữa. Và van 1 vẫn bị trụ bắn này, ta chưa đi ra khỏi tầm trụ, lại quay trở lại để tấn công trụ và anh ta phải nằm xuống. Rồi rút trở lại tiếp đánh nhau.
Rút để trả lao vào người đối phương. Aria đang gặp điểm rồi, mất tốc hành đến từ Aria chân rất nhanh, mất tốc biến nhưng tốc biến follow theo đến từ Dio, và Dio có mạng của Aria.
Cũng là Di Chiêng giao tranh lớn cũng bị nổ ra.
Husa ở đây đang cố gắng tìm góc tốc biến tới đi tới đồ, từ cái 6 đường mở ra đến từ Bù bắt đầu lao lên làm choáng bằng người Husa. Bù lại Baron đã có dành cho team Sigurd họ lui về hay không? Tài đang cố gắng tìm góc nhưng mà Jimmy đang đứng kè, tiếp tục là chiêu cuối lao vào. Di Chiến mất rất nhiều máu, muốn làm choáng vào người của Jimmy. Xui nó phải nằm xuống rất nhanh rồi. Tài thì có nhưng mà không cho mày cùng double kill là dành cho Tài. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng đang tìm đường về. Husa chạy được không? Andy đâu đó đã lấy cả mạng của Jimmy và hình như là Di Trang lấy được cho mình cái mảnh của Bull, nhưng sau đó Di Trang cũng đã phải đi. Husa ở đây cố gắng để đi về. Husa rất trâu đấy, nhưng trâu đánh lâu thì cũng phải nằm, và đó là quậy sẵn dành cho team Secret Well。
霹雳正面的赶到，互相拿下了预示者，同时团战瞬时的开启，英之门从天而降杀到控制动弹不得，正面位置快要死去的互相用大绝离开，但是一线的进场拉回了一手，拿下人头要跟队友做车对旁边有一线看起来不太想退，一个出来两个人，他还想杀，跟着居米尔指着滑下来的顺也来做收割，做目标偏咱们想要杀顺山，所以又滑了上去，右边位置 B 也被抓到，被两个人在夹击，可能要直接被放倒，
上面还在打，还在打，
在上方的位置，没成了一剑，就算变回了原形，但还是要站到最后。 李蕊这边不得已只能交闪拉开这波局力，拿下预示者，也拿下团长。
有选择要下路玩不了
对线了 DCG，
而且是绿白的，现在就是远程直接做消耗。
就算扛着小兵也要继续来做跟你换血。欧卡有办法打出自己的复活吗？有没有打出复活？所以 DCG 选择所有来往顺的脸上招呼。
打赢了，
最后一波闪现成功活下来，顺打 double kill。
Gác lưới khó, đối phương sẽ bắt đầu mở rộng trước. Cam từ từ tiến vào, Taki mở chóng thành công vị trí của công nhân. Vòng xoáy không gian tung ra nhưng không ai lên xe cả. Atomic chưa góp được có thể tung ra bó đạn. Nếu chân động xuống là đường dương đối phương. 21 yếu máu đang phải lùi về. Rồng đã có dành cho Sebo nhưng họ về được bao nhiêu người? Nó có không góc để có thể bắn. Và đó là màn gục thứ 3 dành cho bên phía của Gami Sport.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Yesterday, the VCS Derby did not disappoint, of course, giving us one of the most exciting upsets I think we have seen the entire run of the LCP, of course, Logan. Coming into tonight, though, only one of those VCS teams is going to be playing. It's Team Secret Wales taking on one of our newcomers, another interesting matchup in DCG. And then, of course, rounding it out, SHG and Ground Zero hot off the back of their first win. Both teams, looking very hungry at the moment.
Absolutely. I'm really excited for these games tonight. The first matchup is definitely a top of the table matchup with Team Secret Wales being equal first and DCG being equal third there. So it's very top of the table, very exciting to see who comes out the better there. I definitely think TSW is going to come out stronger, but DCG could surprise us. Love DCG. Now, the second matchup being SHG from the LJL and GZ from the PCS, that's going to be just as interesting as well. I think both of these games are going to be 2-1 bangers, my friend. It's just a matter of who's going to be the two.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I am. It is gearing up to be a very interesting weekend off the back of last night. The stakes feeling very, very high in terms of how this one could play out. So I'm ready into our matchups. Team Secret Wales taking on DCG. When we come back after the break, right fist first, before we crack into the tasty action for tonight. We'll see you back in a sec. Jumping into tonight's, the table has been shaken. MVK take down Gum Esports, and now it feels like it is anyone's game to take, Logan. No one is safe. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is earned from this point onwards. And coming into our first matchup of the day, Team Secret Wales and DCG. Two teams that are hungry, that are keen, and could very well be the ones to join MVK and throwing even more spinners in the works.
Absolutely, my friend. I'm so keen for these games tonight. And as you say, this is the LCP. They are made for this. Every game won is another step closer to that first international event, first stand, which everybody will be looking forward to in Brazil this year. But let's talk about the upcoming game, TSW versus DCG. We won't have any Rakan cooking on support this time around. And Pun stands as the only top laner tonight that hasn't played Cassante yet. So I am curious to see if Pun will bring that choice out, or whether they'll stick with the tried, true, and tested Rumble, Renekton kind of top lane matchup as we get the walk-ons from both teams.
Gyms. Suppose GZ lose in Secret Wales, then obviously beat DCG. Now coming into it, both looking hotly contested. I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As we get these walk-ons of these players who are obviously going to be getting ready, they're going to be feeling themselves, they're going to be comfortable. I've been checking these players out today, and these guys were scrimming as recently as half an hour before they've come onto the stage, as we see Warhorse and Refrain as well, the coaches for these respective teams. Now, coming into this split, we have a new addition to the games. We actually have coach comms. Each team is allowed 3 coach comms, each one of 45 seconds each. So we'll be keeping an eye out to see if they look for that as the games play out. I'll be looking forward to see who we have here for the 2v2. The 2v2 on the Howling Abyss is how the teams decide side selection. The winners have the first right of side select there, as we get some DCG relove camera work here on stage. They're looking really relaxed, I want to say. They're looking good to go and ready. I'm really keen to see if we get Florin in the Renekton. I want to crack a big old crikey when I see that. But Team Secret Whales has Pun and His Toe, their top and jungler respectively, shaping up for this 2v2 on the Howling Abyss for that side selection. And don't they look like they're loving it tonight? I'm here for it. If that's their energy, this is going to be my energy as DCG announce their top and their bottom to match up. We've got Florin and Feng coming into that Howling Abyss for the 2v2 that will decide the matchup. I'm very keen for this. I really like where they've come here, because 2025 it was very 1v1, so we got to see a little bit of action. Typically you'd kind of know who was going to get ahead and who would, you know, fall behind on those 1v1 exchanges, but with the 2v2 it's more explosive, it's more exciting in my opinion. We get the bans through the entire split as well, as we start to see those bans come through. Team Secret Whales has already got the Tarm, the Varus, the Cho, and the Lucian. DCG already with the Pantheon, Cassiopeia, Yasuo, and Yone. So let's see what they decide to pick tonight, as the boys are just having a bit of a laugh. I would love if we could get those coach comms or, you know, team comms one day, just to get an insight into the banter that is occurring there as we get to
I mean, the only problem would be that we don't
We've
speak
got
Mandarin.
the UI back again, so hopefully we're loading in soon. I will wonder if we're going to see Pun pick any of his traditional top lane choices, or whether he's going to actually try and mix it up, as we see the first ban in Rengar. A lot of people are banning this Rengar out. Yeah, very nice.
I'm not surprised at all. Thing on Draven would be a pretty scary prospect. Rengar as well, being able to jump around like an absolute monster. Paris stats at Rumble does very, very well, even to 1v2, so I'm not all that surprised that we're seeing those bans come through. But I mean, it does beg that question, sort of what are we going to be looking at when it comes to this 2v2 meta that will expand itself? And there you go, Pantheon for his toe. I'm really surprised. An incredible brawler in a 2v2 situation, can deny so much damage, can set up so much damage, has a lot of damage, and they go with the Nivea for Pun. So already a lot of lockdown, a lot of burst damage coming between the two, and then Feng has that Akali, and it is going to be Florin bringing the croc.
Crikey, I'm glad I called that one. I've got to let it out. But as you say, Pantheon has been a high priority choice for every team in these 2v2s, so it will likely be banned off of every team before the week's out. Renekton, I mean, that combo of Renekton and Akali, they're just going to dive on top of you. You get the stun from Renekton, Akali dish out that damage. But again, Pantheon can just pop up the Aegis and prevent a whole lot of that damage. And you're going to have to kill that Anivia twice to actually get that one kill, because the winners here, you either get the first 2 kills, the turret, or in the overtime, and you're the last person standing. So I'm keen to jump onto this Howling Abyss 2v2 to see just who will take away that side selection tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, coming into it, I think I lean a little bit more towards the, I want to say Anivia Pantheon side, but I feel like damage is going to be a little bit lacking, at least in the early stages for Anivia. Who's to say, though? A couple of decent stuns, and you can get some decent damage out, but the burst, especially once you hit sort of level 6, the Redacted Akali becomes a terrifying combo. Shuriken Flip does land. His dope does have that shield. Volt Florin's going to be there. Does get the... Oh, a lot of damage coming out. The Ignite has been dropped both ways. Twilight Shroud just going to keep Feng in vicinity to dish out some more punishment. His Doe didn't find an opportunity to jump in for the stun.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to put Florin behind. Not going to be able to go overly aggressive for now. Got really, really low. I don't think Histo's spear would have killed if they'd connected, but it definitely probably would have put Florin out of the game, as Florin is taking a recall, and TSW not overly keen to push this wave in, as they want to hold that there and maintain a CS advantage over their opponents in DCG here.
Yeah. Another interesting timing on the recalls could prove a little bit problematic, but I mean, Feng should be able to collect a decent amount of this. It is going to be a bit concerning, though, if they do find a stun, a layered stun onto a couple of people. And okay, Pun is actually getting some very impressive damage out that level 4 mark. It is answered back with that 5-point strike, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was an impressive stun nonetheless. I mean, I feel like Feng had all the time to avoid that one and almost stepped back into it, probably expecting it to expire before stepping back in, as Florin has returned to the Rift full health now with the Doran's shield, the Doran's blade, and the longsword. We'll see what work he can do there with that one, as Histo has also returned, picking up a couple of little items here and there, just watching Pun farm CS at the moment and start stacking up that the mana item too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the grand scheme, it's workable for sure, but Feng gets jumped on, pops that cleanse into the Twilight Shroud, has support here, Florin in. They do get a big stun onto Pun. He goes into egg form, but now Histo's the one on the offensive. Feng needs to run that Comet Spear connect, so it will be first blood taken by Team Secret Wales. It looks like Florin, though, will successfully answer back. So it will come down to one more death for either team, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. They're both 1 for 1 now, and that win con of first team to 2. The next fight will be absolutely explosive. Pun now no longer has that free death in pocket as well, so has to be very safe, as Pun does hit level 6. And yeah, you called that really well. Feng with the cleanse there, knowing that they were going into a double stun composition. Really smart choice there on that particular summoner's skill. As we also see, Pun has Electrocute, trying to get those sort of 3 hits to get that proc and a little extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, successfully should be able to get that off more often than not. Shuriken flip into an auto attack and a 5-point strike. You're going to be getting the Electrocute off pretty quickly. Oh, sorry, no, that's the Akali. Normally you run the Electrocute with Akali, but Conqueror just for a little bit more sustained fighting, and Pun much the same. It is not very hard to trigger the Electrocute on an Anivia.
Yeah,
and the standoff, I think we're not going to see much of anything until that circle starts to come in.
Yeah, you think they're going to be dancing around one another for a little while yet?
I think there is a good chance. There'll be a bit of posturing, a little bit of limit testing, but I don't think a kill is going to happen. I say that. 5-point strike into the Shuriken flip. Feng is not going to take it. He is down. In fact, we've got a pretty significant level disparity on both sides, 7-5 for both teams.
Yeah, definitely, as DCG get the level advantage and quickly followed up there for TSW. So really, it's a level 7 into 7, 6 into 6 as well. The flash forward.
Never mind, they're going in. They're looking for the fight. Big Dominus looking for the angle onto Pun. Does not have the egg. Feng, though, can't follow up with that perfect execution. He's holding it for the moment. The timing's not there. He jumps on through, but a stun and answer back. What a clutch up from Pun.
Absolutely well played. Kited magnificently. Maybe Feng held a little too long there, but the flash forward from Renekton to get that engaged, kick that fight off, and then Pun got on the other side of that wall, just keeping them away, played it safe, and really closed that one out to get victory in the end there for his team. Really well played.
Yeah, I mean, opting into blue side first pick after that victory. Team Secret Wales, I mean, that came very much down to the wire. That could have very easily gone DCG's way. But a clutch stun, a clutch flash frost out of Pun to deny the follow-up there. We were talking tens of HP, the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think there was maybe less than 10% health left on that health bar. It was definitely blinking red. There definitely would have been a little moment. This is close, but they held their nerve. They came out on top. And yeah, Pun gets it across the line for TSW. Good to see. And as you said, they've picked blue side. I think blue side has actually been picked every time so far. I'd have to double check that stat, but I'm fairly certain blue side is heavily favored.
We definitely have had a couple of red sides, but red side first picks. Again, it's one of those, we're still, I think, too small a sample size to say, yeah, absolutely, this is the be-all and end-all, and if you're not picking this, you're trolling. But Yeah, I mean, Team Secret Wales did sort of evolve into going from pretty consistently red side first, opting into red side picks when given side selection to transition to the blue side, which was the standard for the PCS teams at the end of last year. Now teams are figuring out, look, first pick is kind of the way to go, especially at the early stages of a fearless draft. When you get to game 3, that's when you find some of your counter picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I see much the same on the LCK when they go into their, deep game 4, game 5, they start to prioritize that red side value in the picks and bans, as we'll probably be moving towards that here soon for ourselves after that 2v2 and the side select having been prioritized. Now, before we do jump onto the Rift, for those who maybe this is their first game tuning in for the LCP this year or any game this year, there's been some significant changes with the role quest being added, Atakan now gone, and here we go, picks and bans.
Malphite Varus removed by Team Secret Wales. Orianna again, unfortunately, back in the pantry, back on the shelf. She's not making her way onto the Rift this time around, at least. Akali, so some heavy targeting onto Dio rather, in that mid lane, who has been just so instrumental for the Team Secret Wales roster.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dio has played Akali already this split. So far, Galio, Aurora, and Ari. So we'll see if any of those bans come through, but I don't think they're overly high priority. Hongshu with the Ari, Ryze, Talia, Akali as well. So almost a self-ban as we see a Jace come through from Team Secret Wales. So Pop9 hasn't played that one yet and will not get the chance to play that tonight.
Yeah, denying that away. And I mean, it's surprising that Ari not banned against Hong Shuo. That dude put on an absolute clinic on the champion. You look back at last weekend, and the guy just was ripping and tearing. He did so much work, almost single-handedly got things over the line there. But it is going to be Nico to round things out. Options available for sure. First pick on this blue side. They're looking for the Ryze. This champion has seen a massive glow up in popularity.
Oh, absolutely. I think we've seen Ryze in most games. I know Hongshu played it in the last weekend. We've also had Arya play it as well as Jimmy. And so this is almost becoming a staple across the entire LCP very quickly, as we see DCG with a very reasonable response to that Ryze with an Azir pick. I think Hongshu has played Azir not this season, not yet, not this split. So exciting to see that one for the first time. And J4 coming through for Pop9. So that'll be a really good engage tool with that Cataclysm on top of TSW.
Absolutely. I mean, you're probably looking something along the lines of a Rumble in the top lane for both teams here. You would be heavily committing into the magic damage, of course. So you would need something that carries pretty hard out of the bot lane. I mean, for both Florin and Pun, it is a very scary champion.
Yeah, definitely. We've had Pun on Rumble, but we haven't seen Florin on the Rumble. No, we have. Sorry, my mistake. We've seen them both use that Rumble. Rumble is definitely a high priority champion in that top side because, as you say, able to absolutely just lay waste with that equalizer and so much AP damage. We also see TSW lock in Rakan here. So Rakan's going to be really strong on the engage, especially with that Charm ult, Wukong Cyclone. They've got quite a bit of CC coming through from Team Secret Wales here, but it's responded in kind from DCG, potentially with Yunara. Feng has played Yunara, so not unfamiliar, and they lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very strong bot lane champ in the current state of the game. It makes a lot of sense, and I think really, yeah, you would have been just as likely to see Eddie on this if they'd been able to get that through in the second phase, but stolen away here for Feng. Is going to have a little bit better of a time. Yeah, look, not going to be super stoked to be playing into a Wukong Rakan, but very different compared to a Jarvan, who that Cataclysm you're struggling to get out of unless you got the Transcendence online, then you can hop out of it as Yunara, but not going to be an issue. The Jarvan is on her side. Heisa, banned away from Eddie. And again, one of those true carry champions that Eddie can pull out to get a game over the finish line.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Eddie play it last weekend as well, so I guess it's the respect from DCG going, hey, we saw you on that, we don't want you on that, we don't want a hyperscaler into our Yunara, as we see Team Secret Wales ban away that Poppy. The Poppy bans initially surprised me, but when Poppy gets through, Poppy is having a lot of impact on Summoner's Rift this split, so it is a good choice here. DCG responding with a Corki ban themselves, Corki being able to W over the top, really get into that back line, create some chaos, create some mayhem. They're trying to, I think, ban away those mobile ADs to allow that J4 Cataclysm to really land and get a lot of value, let Yunara run them down. Team Secret Wales obviously trying to, give their bottom side a chance here, banning Lulu away, probably one of the stronger Enchantress supports to protect that Yunara, give that mobility, give that shield, and that ultimate as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's smart stuff. Lulu, another very strong synergy with the Yunara Bard as well for Xiaoxi. And I mean, look, Xiaoxi has, for my money, been one of the most entertaining supports we've seen jump into the league, and he's going to pick up the Bard this time. It is currently 0-3 in the LCP, which is a bit of a rough stat to look at. But again, synergistically, Bard is going to be doing absolute bits with this comp. You've got the Tempered Fate set up. You then come in with Pop 9. The Flag and Drag Cataclysm combo gets them stuck in that same position all the while. Both Hongshuo and Feng going to be wailing away. But Eddie, bring in the Ezra. I mean, this has been a champion, in fact, that we've been so critical of for the last 12 months because it does not feel like he has the same effect that he used to.
I definitely agree. He doesn't feel like he has the same effect like he used to, but he's, in my opinion, a good choice here. Able to arcane shift away from that J4 Cataclysm when it should land. I think it's a smart choice here into this composition. The extreme amounts of mobility should allow Eddie to outhands, by comparison, that Yunara only having access to that W and Transcendence.
Okay. There was a Quinn hover there for a second for BA, but it is going to be the Renekton, the Crikey Croc up in the top lane for Pun here. And they're just going to let the Rumble go. I think that is a very bold call. That is not a champion that I would have expected to just be handshaken, especially when a Jarvan had already been drafted. Both teams have the setup that a Rumble requires. A Cyclone and Grand Entrance combo for Team Secret Wales would have allowed so much that equalizer damage to come through. While on the other side, I suppose, look, it does a little bit less knowing that they've got a Bard in support. So I think you can understand why they sort of edged in towards that Renekton rather than the Rumble in the end. But this is a scary comp that DCG have drafted for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. The DCG comp is capable of a lot of damage very, very quickly. I see some dive with the Azir, the J4, the Bard mobility, Yunara mobility just off the charts. But I'm also kind of scared of TSWs. Renekton is definitely not a, I want to say, low damage tank. The Wukong Bruiser build means he can take a lot of damage too if that's the way that they go and dish it out with that CC of the Cyclone. The Rise Realm Warp, though, would allow a lot of mobility for his team, TSW, so it'd be interesting to see how that strategy comes into play, whether they want to try and, get some pincer maneuvers going, catch them unawares.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see whether we carry on that trend that we saw yesterday with the mid lane, the Flash Ghost combo with the Talia Rise, whether that sort of continues with champions like Rise who do have that natural mobility ultimate in the Realm Warp to get around the Rift, give themselves a little bit more prior, a little bit more power in the lane phase itself. See.
We just get the crowd cheering here. Love the energy. One day I'll be here at this stadium and I'll be cheering in that crowd as well. I promise you all now. But I'll be very interested to see how Dire does do on Rise. Dire has not had a Rise game this split yet as we enter Summoner's Rift for the first game of the night. TSW versus DCG, a BO3.
And there you go. We do have our answer. It is Flash Ghost for the Rise in the mid lane. Get to carry on that trend of just prioritizing a little bit more mobility, pair it with the phase rush. That is an incredibly, it's speedy smurf. That's all you can really say about it. And down in the bot lane, Flash Ghost as well for the Yunara, prioritizing that mobility, being able to maneuver in and around these team fights is such an important factor. And Hongshuo already trading out with Dire at the moment. Pretty even on the whole, but those minions assisting Hongshuo a little bit more than Dire.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight into that trading, just a cheeky little poke out. But as was highlighted in the broadcast there's been a few changes coming into patch 26.1. The minions used to spawn at 1 minute 5. They now spawn at 30 seconds, a full 35 seconds faster. And as the game progresses over time, the minion waves, they get a little bigger. There's a good stun coming out of Xiaoxi here.
Great cosmic binding there. Bear steps back, and unfortunately it's just Eddie alone who is left to eat that cosmic binding into the wall. it was going to be a stun regardless. It was just a matter of how it was achieved. Dire still taking some punishment in this mid lane. He tries to get an angle, get some damage onto this tower if possible, but look, you got to be careful, especially with the Jarvan in play. In the early gank, you put this far pushed up a lane, could be problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, they don't have the benefit of this, but we do. We can see that the J4 is just pathing topside and doesn't appear overly interested in a mid gank just yet. And that ward will tidily spot out that J4 as a big trade on topside happens here.
Yeah, I mean, that is the trading power inherent with the Rumble. When you overheat, it does spike up pretty significantly in these early levels. Whereas you don't have that natural steroid. Yeah, you can build up the Fury on the Renekton. You get a slightly stronger Kuldamik at that stage. But Rumble, very, very capable skirmisher in these early landing phases. Does suffer somewhat in the early levels, but so long as you keep gap, you should be fine.
Yeah, exactly. If you just stay within, touching distance, you are all good on this Rumble. And another couple of changes that have come through in 26.1, which every one of these gamers is going to be working towards, is these role quests, which you can see at the top.
Oh, what a stun coming through from Shouts. He just somehow manages to connect it onto Eddie, but they go for the engage. Heal popped by both sides. The ghost there as well for Feng trying to trade back, but far less effective in that engagement than Bier and Eddie, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely. TSW definitely coming off the better with that engage, that little fight there.
Oh, an iconic skirmish. The junglers fighting over a scuttle crab. This is where a game could be made or broken. And the smite goes out. Hizdo's the one to get it. Unfortunately, Dire having that lane pro means he can come down and assist.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be taking 1v2s this early in the game. So just playing respectfully, disengaging from that scuttle crab and recalling to base to probably pick up a couple little bits and pieces before heading back out to the Rift. But as I was saying, as you can see at the top of the UI there, we have new role quest icons. So every lane, every role has,
Oh, Hong Shuo. That's some big damage. The flash was there, but Dire decides better of it. The cooldown's not in his favor, unfortunately. But Hong Shuo, absolutely limit testing here in this mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dire saw what Faker did last night and thought, you know what, I can do that as well.
Yeah, just because the Demon Prince can do it himself doesn't mean that everyone can. Oh, guys, trust, Lethality Scion's really good. The guy then goes 0-15 in lane phase, but hey, what do I know?
And whenever I see a Bard locked, I always remember Carrier saying, after Worlds, he's like, just because you see me doing it, you're not Carrier and you don't have T1, you can't. And I was like, that's a statement.
Yeah, he then goes and plays support Lissandra the other night, so I can only imagine that ranked is getting griefed pretty heavily right now.
Yeah, exactly. As we just see some steady poking occurring on the overall map, we get some recalls, we get some returns to the rifts. Eddie popping that Braum emote that is an absolute classic, and Team Secret Wales has managed to eke out around a 200 gold diff for themselves. Just a little bit of CS advantage in the mid jungle and bot side roles. Pop9 just clearing those jungles as we have our first Drake of the game up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not expecting too much. As much as Team Secret Wales were a team to just, throw gloves down and start brawling. Last year, they definitely got a little bit more level-headed as the year went on. Played it a lot smarter. Didn't throw away these opportunities. So they are just going to play that slow build game, get to those critical mass points, and then look to ramp things up to a close. Nothing crazy going on, but there could be some action up at the top side. Florin does have that equalizer online now. Is going to be able to go for something, but Pun goes way too deep. The equalizer just chipping away in the middle of it all, but Florin takes a big damage, overheats. Now forced to run as Pop9 is left to the wolves, potentially holds the flash. That is some big discipline, looking for a turnaround onto his toe. That's some big damage, and the ignite brought by Florin in lane pays off with a kill.
Yeah, that was really just a decisive maneuver there from Pun. The flash forward for the engage, not realizing that Pop9 was waiting in the brush there, and it was very suddenly a 2v2. That equalizer came down early, got so much value and damage down, and then they started to lose that fight. So DCG were walking away and then turned it around back onto that his toe, getting that first blood and that bonus 100 gold over to Florin in the top side.
Yeah, it's one of those things you sort of figure out coming into the game, this teleport, it's going to be empowered, you get so much more out of it, but there are those champions that aren't really all that bulky. A great Cosmic Binding out of Shao-Seed, and we started to wonder, are we going to start to see those other summoners being brought now that you get a guaranteed teleport once you finish that quest in the top side, and we're seeing that now, Florin brings the Ignite, gives himself that little bit more kill threat when it comes to the 1v1, the 2v2s, and it pays off in a big way.
Absolutely. And did his toe get that smite just now? Yeah, got the blue buff as well. Cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Pun thinks that he's just diving onto a rumble, flashes forward, and then all of a sudden, Pop9's in the brush. It gets dicey. It gets crazy close there for DCG. But then Hizdo overcommits. Look at him, jumps on in. Suddenly the turnaround, the Ignite drop, the burn from that flame spit up. And unfortunately, he falls.
Yeah, really well played there by the DCG duo, and getting that first blood so critical. But as you were saying with the summoners there, Florin has gone with the Ignite and having that extra kill power, but he'll also take advantage of that topside role quest. So when he does complete his quest, he will actually get an unleashed teleport every 7 minutes. Whereas Hongshou misses the engage on a Dire in mid. Dire is able to trade it back.
Yeah, unfortunately, the streamer shuffle just a little bit off the money there for Hongshou. If he'd flashed forward, he would have been able to collect and potentially set something up there for Pop9, but the flash available for Diet could mean that he was always going to get away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, played it respectfully, didn't overcommit by flashing away, knew that he was safe when Hongshou missed, so none the wiser. As you like to do say, it was a nothing burger. But the
close. You got to respect the attempt, though. It was something. He tried. He tried very hard. Unfortunately, this wasn't hard enough.
Exactly. And back to that top lane role quest, right? So Pun, obviously having picked up the teleport, when he unlocks his top lane role quest, he'll actually get a 30% max HP shield when he does TP. So we'll see if that difference comes into play. Florin's kill power or Pun's defensive strength in that massive shield. So I'll be really looking forward to that one as TSW secure the full grubs for themselves.
Yeah, again, scrap it up at the top side. Dominus pop, the equalizer to collect the wave here by Florin. They spot Hizdo. Dire with the Realm Warp into the backside. Cataclysm does catch two. Pierre taking a lot of damage from that ramped up tower. Now, though, it's Pop9 alone. He's going to flash away. Look for the flag and drag if he can. Collects onto two. He's got lots of low health bars. The built up tower, it's not quite enough. There's no support. Where was the Karthus in the lobby?
Karthus would have absolutely come in clutch in that moment. I do really think Pop9 did very well to live there. Getting the Cataclysm onto two was great, but unfortunately neither of them had any turret aggro, so they kind of just sat in there and it ultimately achieved no damage. So taking down Florin, getting themselves on the scoreboard, 1 apiece, and TSW are back in the game with a couple of 100 gold lead and the grubs. So you could say they do have a small advantage for themselves at the moment, as we see some cheeky ward clearing in the bot side jungle and supportal combat.
You love it. You love to see it. And I mean, Team Secret Wales have been so good at this. There's just absolute pushing of the envelope for the longest time in the LCP. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. So you might as well just do it in the end. And they full commit and they juggle that aggro so cleanly. Pop9, to his credit, very nearly makes something of this here. But you look at it, Dire tanks up that one last shot to give Hizdo the opportunity to get himself away. And it is a game of double digits, I think, was by the end of it. He wasn't quite down to below 10 HP. But darn close. If there'd been any support, it was easy kills.
Agreed. Absolutely. They did phenomenally well to juggle that aggro, keep everybody alive, even if they were blinking health bars. It wasn't clean, but they got the job done. They came and got what they wanted, which, I mean, good job, TSW. As we just go back to some mid lane, there's some aggression happening in the bot side here.
No, it's just going to be trading. It's pretty stock standard with these two matchups. You haven't got an insane amount of kill threat, barring a significant misplay from one or the other, or jungler intervention. That's not going to be the case. Up at the top side, though, there could be some jungler intervention, but Pun just wants to go back to base. He wants to recall.
Yeah, good call from Pun there. Probably not aware that Pop9 was rotating around, but probably... Oh, no!
Oh, he stuck around too long. He walks back into the lane. It's jumped on the equalizer out. The slow coming through. There is an ignite, but that Hex Drinker just negating enough damage to keep him in it. Comes back to the wave. Kaldameek goes out and he heals up. A narrowly missed disaster there for Team Secret Wales, and they might like to turn it around. Hizdo's here. Florin now knows And with no pop 9, Florin is tempting fate by sticking around here. I don't think he knows that Pun's in that brush, but Pun just going to make the smart call, go for the recall, get himself some items, and then back into the lane.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if we take a quick look at their CS, they're very evenly matched in the top side where a lot of the action is occurring. His toe has eked out quite a nice... Oh, Ezreal just missing Yunara there, preventing the recall. As Pun just doing
back
the
in the
same
lane
thing.
and eats a harpoon. Classic.
But prevented the recall. As we see the first role quest come through for Hongshu as well there. We can see that in the UI. It's now filled with red. So that mid lane allows you to get that tier 3 boost with an empowered recall every 5 minutes, which is a 4-second recall instead of the 8. And champ kills will reduce.
Oh, we're going at it again. Cyclone as the flash over the wall comes through for Histo. Second charge comes on, but Florin still alive for the time being with the Realm Warp coming in under the tower. This is a dangerous spot to be in. Ghost popped and die. Oh, he's tanking the tower, has to flash away. And once again, Team Secret Wales execute a phenomenal tower dive. Cosmic Binding does not have the legs. Chelsea, Tempered Fate goes wide as well. The exhaust comes out. Dreamer shuffle on to Pun, and it will be handed to Hong Shuo, so they go 1 for 1.
Yeah, really good work there by Deep Cross to actually get something back. I mean, Team Secret Wales, it feels like they're bullying Florin at this point. They are just committing so much to make sure that they keep Florin down, keep that Rumble behind, and don't let him get to his items too quickly and, you know, become that absolute AP damage powerhouse we know he can be, fake or otherwise. As Hongshu continues to trade into this turret and poke Dire just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a consistent, I wouldn't say sore point for DCG, but consistently a targeted point on the rift for them, as Florin has multiple times now throughout the early stage of the split had very, very rough laning phases. I mean, you look at that game into Eevee, he was just bullied time and time again. And we see it here. They're targeting him out in this top lane, trying to mitigate some of that impact that he will have in the later stages of the game. But he always manages to bounce back in a very impressive way. Picture in picture, they're looking for a return. Dire this time, the one to go down. Hong Shuo gets himself his second kill.
Yeah, look, as you say, last week Florin was bullied. They tried to keep him down and they just couldn't do it. And it looks like Team Secret Wales is trying to emulate that here again. But as Florin just that game sense puts the ward down and spots out his toe, says, "Not today, mate. I know you're around. You're always ganking."
Yeah, Hong Shuo working on this top tier 1. Bier is in the vicinity, but he's got no support. They will just concede it as DCG get themselves the first tower on the rift in that top side, opening things up for Herald and Baron plays in the future. And I mean, you look at it, Magical Journey, Dire realizes, oh, I may have stuck around here for too long, but it's too little too late. Pop 9 takes the Magical Journey after Shall See. The flag and drag knock up allows Hong Shuo to get that kill. All the while, Florin just playing these side waves.
Yeah, look, I reckon that DCG gank, they could have emoted and been like, hey, take notes, because that was quick, that was clean, there was no risk of any of them going down, as we do see Bier here complete their role quest. In fact, nearly everyone has now completed their role quest except Dire, the mid laner of Team Secret Wales. So that means we can expect that to happen soon as the Rift Herald spawns at the 15th minute of this game. Now in 26.1, with Atakan being no longer present, long gone, the Baron has returned to the 20-minute mark, so we have less than 5 minutes for that, as the Rift Herald is started up by Team Secret Wales, putting some priority here. They probably want to crash that down in mid and really start to open this map up.
Yeah, completely uncontested. I mean, Chelsea going to be there, but DCG use this opportunity to start pressuring down in the bot side. Unfortunately, Pun clears out these waves pretty darn quick between a Tiamat and Kuldamik. So it isn't that hard for him to just defend that a little bit longer. He's going to look for a recall, has the teleport to potentially try and find something. And Pop 9 looking to cheekily steal away the Raptor camp from Histo. We'll get some of the smaller ones, but Histo says, yeah, that thing's coming back to me.
Yeah, I really like that. Histo was like, no.
Oh, the Shreema shuffle. He's trying to get himself clear, but the charm. It's a grand entrance indeed, as that quickness does get a minuscule opening for them to maybe find something, but support coming on in. Histo, they are desperately chasing him down. Rune Prison, grand entrance once again. In comes Histo, and the kill ultimately goes to Dire. He just stuck around a little bit too long. Chelsea potentially could have interrupted that if he'd come down and support, but a missed opportunity to save his mid laner.
Yeah, look, I really feel like Team Secret Wales, once Dire committed that ult, they felt like they absolutely had to get something out of that, which is why the 4 of them were committed and chasing there. I was surprised as...
Oh, Tempered Fate, Pop 9 into the backside, they found an angle onto Eddie. Pop 9 flashes over, gets the Cataclysm onto Bier to set up for yet more damage. Florin, I mean, he throws the equalizer, a little unnecessary, but will also tank up the tower, allowing Fenn to finish it off. DCG are making moves.
Absolutely, that was an explosive fight in the mid there as we go to the replay to catch it all.
Oh, Slice and Dice does catch out a pretty big opportunity for Hong Shuo. And Hizdo coming over that pit. I mean, Xiaoxi's there. If Hong Shuo doesn't turn around looking for the auto attack, if he runs north, maybe there's an angle where he survives. But unfortunately, Dire runs on up, gets the Rune Prison, allows the chain of CC to put the chicken down. And you look at this, Tempered Fate in, Pop 9, perfect angle, gets the flag and drag, leaves it to Feng. And then he's straight over the wall to set up the kill on De Beer.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a fantastic fight. I'm really glad we got to see the full replay here as the Rift Herald is dropped by Team Secret Wales. In response, they're going to crack open this mid-tier 1 turret, secure themselves some gold, and get some equal map pressure. Team Secret Wales is now ahead. They have the 3 turrets cracked open to DCG's 2, so a small advantage eked out as we're starting to see some scrapping for vision control around this second Drake of the game. It is a Mountain Drake, but TSW, they're here to contest. They don't want to let this Drake go easily.
Equalizer just coming off cooldown now, so is the Tempered Fate. Cataclysm is a wee way off, so I don't know if necessarily Pop Knight is going to have it up. They can draw this fight out just a little bit. It could be there, but you look at a Pun Hizdo in that pit. It's a prime opportunity for an equalizer to cut up the angles. 1800 HP. It's stolen by Pop 9 as he looks to walk it away. Emperor's Divide comes out. Tempered Fate. It's an absolutely chaotic mess of a fight. Quickness goes through from Pierre, catching onto multiple members, trying to flash away. Hizdo can't clear gap. Neither can Pun. The slow from Feng. It's there. They're looking to run down Eddie to boot. Florin gets involved. And Dire just not fast enough without those summoners. 4 for nothing. They get the dragon to boot.
That was absolutely huge. Gank him as much as you want, target him as much as you want. Florin will end up having impact in these games. He is proving a top laner that has impact that cannot be stopped. And that was a phenomenal fight for DCG, as well as stealing the Drake.
I mean, you look at it, 1800 HP. Gets to stand that out, the smite as well. Just missed there by Hizdo. And then the Tempered Fate negates a lot of this cyclone. A lot of damage that would have gone out there from Team Secret Wales that would have been so key, denied by Xiaoxi. And you've got these big frontliners in Florin and Pop 9 who not entirely tank built, but still bulky as all heck. Make it that much harder for Team Secret Wales to get through. And they just connect where they need to. Run down 4 members without losing anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it almost couldn't have been a worse result for Team Secret Wales there. Their support in Beer able to get away. I think they may have just caught a Realm Warp from Dire, maybe not, but they were able to survive from that one. As we go back onto the Rift, we see some vision clearing occurring on the top side, the bot side jungles here. We're seeing some wards going down, some pings as well. Right now, DCG are in a strong position, having eked out a 4,000 gold lead for themselves. Just take a look at that gold map there. That one says nearly 5,000 gold lead by the 20th minute of this game. So DCG, I feel like this mid-game now, they're in control, and it is up to them to really pull the trigger here and win.
I mean, the real problem is they're just giving so much room for Feng to operate here in this game. Has the Fiend Hunter's bolts as well as that Kraken's Lair. That is a Yunara that is hitting very, very hard. As soon as that Transcendence is popped, she is ripping and tearing through the team. If they are all stacked up, that Transcendence does not discriminate. If there are multiple enemies there, they're all catching those hands. And it gets even worse. You look at Hong Shuo, Rylai's done there for himself, means that it is that much harder to clear distance when this DCG roster is looking to run you down. It's a very scary draft. I said that from get-go, and it is very much proving to be.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, Feng so far has remained deathless. Xiaoxi, Pop 9, all deathless as well, as we're seeing some trades here happening in the sort of bottom side jungle there. just trying to clear some wards, fighting over those wards. As we see, DCG has called in their first coach comms of the game. Probably some words of wisdom. Just say, hey, you guys are
Pun,
ahead.
Dominus propped. He's looking for the angle on the Feng. I don't know if he's going to find it, though. They are desperately running. Ghost is going to be popped. He transcends, hops over the wall. They get the slop on the Pun as well. Cataclysm used. So 2 ultimates down. Only the one then used by Team Secret Wales. They survive, and I think realistically, you're happy that you've gotten something there out of Feng.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a 1-for-2 ult trade. It is what it is. You know, those cooldowns, they're not overly long. The ults will be back up in... They'll be back up before the next Drake. They'll be back up in 40 or so seconds. So I don't think we're at risk of a Baron happening in that time frame. So really not overly much occurred. And I think DCG, they played respectfully. They definitely didn't want to get picked right there and give too much of an advantage over to Team Secret Wales. As we see his toe there just clearing out the blue ward. But Pop 9's in the area.
Absolutely. Oblivion on for Shao C. Tempered Fate splits the difference, but the Flag and Drag is there. They get the Cyclone. Big damage out. They find the kill. It goes the way of Eddie, but that is Pop 9 down. Nothing really to find on the Rift. And the next wee while, it's still about 45 seconds to Drake number 3. And by that time, Pop 9 will definitely be back up on the Rift. And a great response from Team Secret Wales to capitalize on an overextension.
Yeah, absolutely. They were collapsing. They were committed. Pun put the teleport in there to get involved too. Dyer popped his ghost in that fight. All just to, yeah, burn that Pop 9 down quick, smart. But as you say, there's no objectives on the Rift to fight over right now. Baron right now would be an unrealistic thing, in my opinion. And yeah, Pop's back up in 5 seconds. DCG still have a healthy 4K gold lead, but TSW are chipping away at it. With the next Drake up in 10 seconds, the jockeying for the vision over that bot side pit now has begun.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a Chemtech soul. It's not really the be-all and end-all, but I suppose any soul sort of helps in these games for sure. You don't want to be giving that over for free. Any stretch of the imagination. Die, couple, a little bit of punishment here. Infinity Edge now even done for Feng. So this Yunara is hitting incredibly hard when it comes to crunch time. Pacing and spacing is going to have to be very key for Team Secret Wales.
Absolutely.
Oh, Realm Warp, they're looking for a cheeky Baron take. They don't have the fastest take, though. This is a very bold call, and this is quintessential Team Secret Wales. They go for a gamble. Pierre is just trying to play spoiler, play nuisance, and unfortunately, the response is too quick, and DCG have hounded Team Secret Wales out of the pit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm yet to see the reasoning behind that one. Obviously, they wanted to try and bring DCG over to them, but DCG, they were straight onto it. They spotted out, oh, as the Eddie poke, 2 hits and Feng is at like 60% health. I mean, Eddie's only got 2 items to Feng's 3, but oh, can deal that damage.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage on top of it all, just to guarantee that they push Feng back to base for the time being. We'll look to use this opportunity and then transition into a Dragon Take, which should be all but free, given that your Yunara and your Bard aren't going to be there. But a long-range Tempered Fate could be the difference make, Equalizer drop, but it is just going to come in at the tail end of that Dragon's life. First Dragon for Team Secret Wales, the stacking stopped for the time being.
Exactly, that helps buy Team Secret Wales another 5 minutes on top to prevent that DCG 4-stack getting that soul before the end of the game. As we see DCG rotating up toward the Baron now, I think they're probably going, you know what, TSW, we're going to show you how to take a Baron. And Shao C on that magical journey, probably trying to catch Beer out there, getting the wards down, really asserting their dominance with that vision, being like, nah, we want to see everything that you're up to, TSW.
Yeah, just setting up some lane prio on the top lane, getting that wave, shoving it in a favorable position. Then they could potentially take it. Their team a little bit better, a little bit more concise when it comes to taking Barons than compared to Team Secret Wales, which is why Team Secret Wales did need to try and sneak it away. But no, just too clued in. DCG, don't let it happen. They're looking to set themselves up the lane state. Look down in the bot lane even. That wave is pushing in pretty heavy. They've got a decent amount of control.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to point that one out as well, and I'm glad you did. That bot lane prio is working really, really well for DCG. They don't have to send someone down to the other side of the map and disadvantage themselves for what almost feels like a very inevitable Baron fight somewhat soon. And as I say that, Team Secret Wales are taking their recalls. They're probably resetting, re-upping on the wards as Pun gets caught out.
Spotted, flag and drag is in. Kuldamik pop, but the Cosmic Binding is not going to quite land. Stride breaker to get some distance, but Pun has taken a decent chunk of damage. Slice and dice away. Flag and drag lands onto Dire. That is a two-man tempered fate. Shurima shuffle, but the golden arm guard there for Dire saves him for just a moment longer. They're hunting. Quickness out from Bier, but he's overstretched, overcommitted. They are in a dangerous spot now. Histo locked down. It is an Eddie 1v1 with Florin that goes horrifically wrong for the archaeologist in training. DCG take some key members off the board. In fact, they almost get so much more. They will then take their prize, a Baron, at the 26 3/4 minute mark.
Yeah, look, a free Baron is going to be, it's going to hurt the pockets of TSW here. The Baron now has that sort of gold bonus halved though, so it's not as game ending as it used to be. It is still an advantage. You obviously still want to deny your opponents, and DCG, they played that clean. They got their kill. Just it started here with Pun being caught out.
This takes a lot of damage there. That Oblivion Orb in the pocket for Shaoxi means that he's not getting a heck of a lot of HP. And you look at this two-man tempered fate from Shaoxi. Arm guard and pocket is the only thing that saves Dire's life here. They send Pun to the wolves, and all the while Eddie just fighting into an overheated Rumble. No way, over the wall even. Just the last eking out of that flame spitter burns him crispy to death.
That was really well done by Florin there to actually keep the Team Secret Wales AD out of that fight. I mean, it was down the bot side of it, so we didn't really get to see it. So I'm glad we caught that one in the replay. As we also see another Deep Cross Gaming coach comms come through. I would love to hear one day, after the split's over, what those kind of coach comms are. But I feel like it'd probably give too much of a competitive advantage, so they probably will never release those. But whatever they're saying, it's working, because Deep Cross Gaming are in a commanding position right now, as we see Florin catch that top side wave to try and regain that priority. They're starting to siege the base with this Baron buff.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't bring enchanted glove artifact to a mech fight, as we just learnt. Went pretty horrifically wrong. That is a Realm Warp into the back line, but it's just Bier alone. He was looking for a quickness angle, potentially on Defeng, but the Transcendence does get popped. He's able to get himself away. They look to rotate their attentions back towards this mid lane. Big prop as the Crusty Tower is cracked. And they will get themselves an open inhibitor in that mid lane. They're not done just yet. You see Florin working on that top lane, getting that wave in so they can potentially look to take all the remaining outer structures from Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. DCG still have another minute with this Baron, so they're going to try and get this top side as well.
Tempered fate nearly catches out Dire. He's got the full Zonyas, so at least he would have been potentially able to buy some time for the team to get back in. But no, he's good for the moment. He just walks himself out of it. Happy as Larry.
Absolutely. We see Deep Cross Gaming recalling back to base, undoubtedly going to be completing some items. We see Yunara now full 4 items there, as well as an agility cloak. So Feng will be absolutely pumping that damage. And so far, the bot side of DCG hasn't even died. So far, they are playing flawlessly. So if they can keep that up, it's looking really good for DCG. They're probably going to be wanting to rotate down to this Drake now that has just spawned, and they're getting their mid lane priority, getting their ducks in a row. It looks like it will be theirs, dare I say, for free if they go for it now, but they want the base.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. Okay, so Eddie, third item goes for the Endless Hunger. It's an interesting call. I mean, gives you cooldown for sure. Gives you that Omnivamp off the back of a takedown. I think he's just trying to get anything that he can in terms of money value, because things are a little bit bleak.
Yeah, no, so that Endless Hunger, a new item for 26.1, really strong AD scaling item as well. And I'm fairly certain the more AD you have, the more ability haste you get. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
Yeah, that is how it works.
Yeah, so hopefully we see Eddie sort of turn it around and able to just pump that damage as DCG look to clear this bot side red buff and probably collect that for themselves. And we see Pop9 head into that Drake pit for what should be their third Drake of the night.
Absolutely. It should be taken all but for free. Team Secret Wales looking to try and find an opening off the back of it, but will spot out his dote on Pop9's red buff, so they know that there is a heavy Team Secret Wales presence up on the top side of the rift. A slow take at this stage of the game, not the fastest. It is a Jarvan. but he will get it done for sure. No contest coming through. They're on the hunt for Dyer here, potentially. He's been spotted on that ward. Not quite the best lone takedown here for Florin. He's about to run into his two as well. He's going to be the one in trouble. Magical Journey comes on through the route. It's going to be a Tempted Fate to try and keep him alive. They get the Cosmic Binding to the wall. Florin flashes away, but they've got the flashes to follow him up. And a Realm Warp to get out to safety. No, it's in behind Xiaoxi, but Fing's there. Surprise! No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, nor do they expect Fing to be coming in from the back line, and Dyer, all he can do is stand there, tries to pop the phase rush to get away, and Pop 9 will do just that and pop him into oblivion.
What a back and forth. Watching Florin head into that brush, I'm screaming, no, 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 there's someone in there. And then Xiaoxi's just rocking up with that Tempered Fate to slow it all down, allow DCG to collapse on the top side and actually turn that fight back in their favor, ultimately being a 2-for-1 favoring DCG. I mean, I just didn't expect it. Feng came from nowhere, put the damage down onto Dyer, the best Dyer could do. Realm Warping back into them is limp away, and unfortunately Dyer, as DCG are looking to apply that pressure on the top side.
Oh, Pun goes in, Stridebreaker and Cold them equally. He's taking a lot of damage in return. Cataclysm is down. They get the stun out in the Pop 9. The quickness in response, so it will be a very dead Jarvan in the fourth. And Xiaoxi, that portal doesn't go very far, buddy.
I was going to say...
Oh, he got pinged. He just got pinged, absolutely.
Let's go to a replay here.
Oh my, yeah, he looks in a very bad spot. The Tempted Fate buys some time. Florin then flashes, gets the flashes out of both Hizzo and Dyer. And then the Realm Warp in behind Xiaoxi, not expecting Feng to be coming in, hitting like an absolute truck as he is. They can just run them down. Big kills to be picked up for sure by Hung Shuo and Feng.
Yep, really well done by Deep Cross Gaming there to collapse so darn quickly. And I mean, on that topside push, as we see Team Secret Whales have started up the Baron, Deep Cross Gaming are aware of it. We're seeing some TPs come through. They do want to contest this. The Equalizer goes
that's
down.
A lot of resistance straight on the Baron right now. Xiaoxi's there. Tempered Fate does catch onto Hizzo, forces the rest of the team out. Dies at a world of hurt as Feng coming on through. Zonya's pop. Hizzo is actually going to get it done. The quickness back onto Feng. That is 1,000 gold shutdown, but it is 2 years support. He's going to be chased down as the supportal combat begins in the backline. Eddie going toe-to-toe with Jarvan the fourth. But unfortunately, what hope do you have in the face of a king? A teleport away to safety. And Bier is still giving Xiaoxi the run around. But this is all supportal combat. Was meant to be. Unfortunately, it is not going to be. Maybe no. Okay, he knows he hasn't got the distance. He hasn't got the legs. And will be run. No, okay, come on, Bier. This is just getting a bit criminal. The rest of the team, though, they have forgotten and forgotten this bar. They have said, we've got things to do, places to be. It's on to game 2. A barred up Team Secret Whales still cannot even defend their own base. DCG will run it on to victory here in game 1.
Well done to DCG. Frankly, Xiaoxi only just finished off Bier there. I really think Xiaoxi was playing with his food, trying to make sure that Bier wasn't able to get back to base to allow that DCG team to roll on through, get the inhibitor turrets and that Nexus to close out game 1 of our first best of 3 tonight, TSW versus DCG.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret Whales have a very similar situation against Ground Zero last weekend. They then go and reverse sweep to win in a 2-1 fashion, but they got nothing short of manhandled there. It was close, it was, until about that sort of 15-minute mark, and then as we got closer and closer to that Baron spawning, DCG just found opportunity after opportunity, and then completely pushed Team Secret Whales out of the game.
Yeah, no, it was really well played. There was some very exciting moments there, like the Florin into the brush toward the back end, and unfortunately realizing he was stuck in a 2v1, and Xiaoxi rocking up with that Tempered Fate ult to slow it down, allow the team to collapse and turn it back around on Team Secret Whales. Very, very impressive stuff. It just felt like, you know, Relove DCG, they were more active on the map. They were quicker to collapse to these team fights. They had priority on a lot of these objectives. They wanted it tonight and they got it. Now they just need to win one more to take it away.
I mean, that's exactly it. DCG proving that they are here to hang and nothing less. They are playing with the big dogs and they are playing for keeps. This is a team that is proving that with that work being put in, they could be a real threat come the later stages of this LCP competitive season. They're looking to get that streak started early. But Team Secret Wales can always just flip that switch. They are the masters of the reverse sweep. We've seen it so many times throughout the last 12 months. We saw it last weekend against Ground Zero. So DCG couldn't be getting too comfortable.
I absolutely agree with you there, my friend. And I reckon if we had to talk, you know, like who had the most impact this game, Florin would probably be in contention. They did try to keep Florin down early, multiple ganks across the rift, forcing, you know, DCG to counter gank Dire earlier on. We've also seen, as we go back to some highlights here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, you know, how many times are we going to have to teach you this lesson, old man? He just keeps getting back up. He bounces back up like a boppet even, and then comes out swinging. He takes so much punishment throughout the regular run, like the laning phase of these games, only for him to come in and just find great effect when it comes to those mid to late game team fights. Even here, I mean, on repeat, he was ganked. He was tower dove twice in a row, and Team Secret Wales very narrowly avoided disaster both times. And then even still, it wasn't enough to keep him out of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, to have that, you know, tenacity, to have that will to just, as we see this second tower dive again, Histo committing that flash and cyclone to try and get Florin under the tower, and a realm warp committed to boot. Florin, you can't fault. He's just done so much. He makes them pay for it. Obviously not getting the kills, but over-investing as we see DCG come in after that tower dive to really drive home the punishment for constantly tower diving their top laner.
Yeah, I'm in Hong Shuo, very much build up. And this was a magnificent play. Tempered Fate, clearing that tower, meaning the aggro is not an issue. Pop9 gets the initial flag and dragged in, flashes over the wall for the Cataclysm onto Bier. And here, Pop9 walks in, smacks it with his spear, and then gets the smite, walks off. How do you do? Pardon looks to try and make a big play there, but it's completely nullified by the Tempered Fate. Gives them that breath, that reprieve, the reset, the cyclone, all but nullified by that point. And they then just run down 4 members of Team Secret Wales, getting the Baron to boot. That is a huge turn. And what looked like it was going to be a pretty quick, succinct Team Secret Wales Drake was just stolen out from under their nose.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said earlier, Bard was 0-3 coming into tonight. So Xiaoxi has got the first Bard win of the LCP for the split, which is great to see. Some of those Tempered Fates were so clutch, being able to buy DCG the time they needed, either to get into position or wait out the cooldowns. As we see Florin here just handily solo Eddie. I mean, what?
Yeah, Eddie thought he had the opportunity. And then again here, just consistently, Xiaoxi in the right place at the right time. Another massive clutch Tempered Fate. Keeps his top laner alive for a little bit longer. He then flashes away, burning out the summoners. Dire and Histo think that they've got prime opportunity to wrap onto Xiaoxi and find a kill, only to discover that the rest of the team has then collapsed in support. And Feng will run down Dire, gets himself... Actually, no, it's not even him. He sets up the kill for Pop9 in the end. And the Tempered Fate here, all the focus, unfortunately, for Team Secret Wales was on that Baron while the team was going down. Histo does get it, but it is completely irrelevant. Even there, the shutdown goes the way of Bier, rather than anyone that would have valued that golden Eddie. Once again, caught sleeping, trying to get back to base.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Ezreal pick, like we said at the start of the draft, was probably picked for the mobility to get away from that J4 Cataclysm. But, you know, DCG were just able to apply so much pressure so often to that Eddie Ezreal pick that he really couldn't get away. He wasn't able to make that impact and be the playmaker that we were kind of hoping that he would be for the team tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, take stock. Take standard, though. It's worth remembering the opening game of last week, Team Secret Wales found themselves in the exact same position against Ground Zero. They then came back swinging to take the series 2-1 against the PCS representatives. DCG find themselves in a similar spot tonight. After the break, we find out if history repeats itself or if DCG can get it done in 2. We'll see you back in a sec.
Can't wait.
came out. Oh, there's a sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. All of them is silence. For the ones we drew our courage from, this is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light. The darkness can never.
Game 1 goes the way of DCG, a commanding victory by the end, but a situation that is by no means unfamiliar to the likes of Team Secret Wales. They will absolutely have something locked and loaded, ready to go in Game 2 to try and draw this series to a decider and then ultimately over the finish line. Logan, the PCS versus VCS matchup is one that never fails to impress.
Billy, that is absolutely right. I love watching these VCS, PCS matchups, and that's not to say I don't love the LGL as well. They make the LCP a phenomenal region to enjoy, watch, and cast. I'm really looking forward to see what TSW is able to bring to the table to see if they can bounce back and take us to a 2-1 sort of game. I do want to go to 3 games tonight. I'd really expect to see Hun maybe pick up, you know, the Jax or the Olaf, maybe even an Ornn, which they've showcased so far this split. But, I mean, what do you do against Florin? They targeted Florin so hard. They tried to keep Florin down and they just weren't able to. Maybe he's, you know, not the target. Maybe TSW have to adapt here and get Feng or Xiaoxi just down a bit more.
Now, I don't know. It's happening for the umpteenth time now, which is the real problem, that he has been consistently targeted out in that top lane, only for it to just not matter at all going into the later stages of the game. He just seems to be one of those players that reaches critical mass, and by that stage, it's too little too late. You had your opportunity to close the game out, but you missed it by a pretty significant margin, it would seem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to have that kind of resilience, that kind of bounce back in Florin, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you can't fault Xiaoxi or Feng. They played very, very well. Pop9 was very active. Hongshu in the mid lane needed to be everywhere, and he was. Obviously, TSW, he is starting the bans with the Varus and Malphite classic bans at this point, and DCG respond with the Orianna. She's just, I don't know. Will she ever be played? Just stick around and find out.
We got it twice yesterday, finally escaping the prison, only to be then slammed back in it, unfortunately. But yeah, so far we're going, I think, 5 from 5 in terms of the bans that we saw in game 1 as well. And Ari has to be a concern for, actually, to be fair, both teams, because both mid laners for DCG and Team Secret Wales play a absolutely crazy Ari in that mid lane, but it is going to be Jace let through. So okay, no, so it was deviation. It was Jace instead of Talia last time. Talia banned. Jace comes through for his though in the jungle. I mean, look, still not quite found its stride in the LCP like we talked about, Logan. A champion that is dominating internationally is copping some love from the nerf bat in the very near future, but the LCP is 0-3 on it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jungle Jace, as he has been referred to. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Jungle Jace, at least here in the LCP. Obviously, internationally, he is very heavily used. But we do see an Ambessa picked up for DCG. Now, we have seen Ambessa in the jungle for TSW, but we've also seen Ambessa in the top side. So this could be a flex pick.
Yeah, I mean, it was played by Histo last weekend as well. Not the greatest game. In fact, it was a pretty rough game, all said and done. Jung played on their top lane, so it hasn't been something shown outside of the jungle so far. And it's Aurora for Hongshuo. Silas available. Now, if this pick goes through, due to the Fearless, it won't be available later on, which means that it could interfere with Malphite being let through. But no, it is just going to be Dire bouncing around, trying to figure out what he wants to do. That Silas, though, he's finding it pretty appealing. There are 2 very, very solid ults already on show, and I don't blame him for taking it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get that Ambessa ult, you get that Aurora ult for your team, and, you know, your circle theory, you grab Aurora's, that's one of the biggest circles in the game. So pretty good pick up there.
Yeah, look, I mean, you traditionally pick the Silas into the Alistar because of that Unbreakable Will, makes you very, very tanky as a mage mid laner. But look, why not double down, have it on your team? Very hard to kill support, so a lot of great frontline already being shown here by Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, look, that's going to be a really hard egg to crack. I mean, Jungle Jace is somewhat tanky as well. Like, definitely not the squishiest jungler in the game, as Poppy, not being banned, is picked up by DCG very, very quickly there. I think that's a great pickup.
I think that's going to be a Xiaoxi. I would imagine a Xiaoxi, Poppy in that support role. You then look at the Ambessa in jungle, and you see that draft already here for Team Secret Wales. There are a lot of dashes. There, in fact, there's a lot of mobility on Jace, Silas, and Alistar, so this Poppy value is skyrocketing, not to mention the fact that once you hit 6, you can change the direction of a fight by completely clearing Team Secret Wales out and away. So I really do rate it. Vayne banned away, potentially from Pun in that top lane, could be an Eddie pick. I don't know. We saw it in the top lane yesterday. Not sold. I'm not sold. I'll be perfectly honest. No, I'm not right there with the Vayne top lane just yet. Kai'Sa, though, away from Fang, that's a very smart pick. It is a hyper-scaling, hyper-carry champion into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Kiai was able to dance around on that Vayne pick yesterday, even with his Gnar. So, like you said, not convinced with Vayne. Obviously, it's a ban that DCG have decided to go with to protect their top laner, Florin.
Oh, I think we had a misclick. I think someone picked the wrong champion. Or they banned the wrong thing, thinking that they were picking it. Either way, we are, I think, going to have a quick reset. But, I mean, as it stands already, Silas, Alistar, and Jace potentially could be quite a scary matchup. You got some good ults to steal on the other side already. But that Poppy, shall see, is potentially just going to have a right field day in terms of disrupting the flow of this Team Secret Wales draft.
Absolutely. So much value, as you pointed out. So many dashes and jumps that Poppy's W is just going to do so much work. And the ability of Poppy's ult just to change the dynamics of any team fight when it is up. You know, you could be 5v4 into them and suddenly you're down 3v4 if Poppy's able to land it onto multiple people. So I'm really seeing the value here. I think that was a really good...
Oh, it's him! He's in the building! Mr. Steak on camera there! That dude is a true staple of the LCP. And I have concerns now for DCG's ability to close out the series. If Mr. Steak, actually, no, to be fair, he was backing Chiefs all of last year. Maybe this is DCG's night.
Yeah, maybe. And I mean, as you were saying, as we were discussing yesterday, we're like, oh, we're wondering if Mr. Steak is going to make it. And you said he has to actually travel quite some way. So it's great to see Mr. Steak, one of the most passionate, you know, members of the community, one of the most passionate fans of the Chiefs and the LCP here in the stadium tonight. Really big fan.
I think I know why
him.
he's here. GZ played tonight and his boy Jimmy in that mid lane, as he refers to him, the Beethoven of esports. So I think that man is excited to see the green and black take the stage in our second game tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. GZ may be PCS, but definitely honorary Osh team. We love them like they are our own, and it makes sense that Mr. Steak is also going to be there to support them. Jimmy and Pusha and the likes, just phenomenal in their peak as well. I'm really glad to see them in the LCP this year and performing already. It's really good to see. Being in that crowd would be so hype, being able to cheer for them. But that is next game. That will be LJL's SHG versus the PCS's GZ, and that's, you know, equal 7th into equal 5th. So that should be, you know, a sort of bottom of the ladder matchup. Should be quite equal and exciting. I think that'll be a 2-1 kind of BO3 there as well. As we work through this and we reset to get back to our picks and bans soon, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one given the draft already. Both teams have given themselves a little bit of room to work with. There is room for shenanigans, though, and I'm always excited by shenanigans because they tend to make the most exciting games because you never quite know how it is going to go.
Yeah, look, I like to shenan and I like to shenan again, and we're going to be shenaniganing and again tonight, in my opinion. If the first game was anything to go by, game 2 and 3, assuming we get to a third, and I think we will be bangers, as we like to say here. As we just restart the champ select soon, I'm really keen to see what that sort of misclick, if it is, misselect, misban was, and how it will shape the rest of the compositions of these teams. Because as you said, you know, they've shown their hand here with the Jace and the Silas, and then the Poppy, the counter into them both. How will they adapt to that Poppy pick now?
Yeah, I would imagine it was a misban, if I had to guess anything, given that we were in the second ban phase. So I'm wondering if the Kai'Sa ban was a mistake or something along those lines. They thought they were in the pick phase and clicked it, and, well, they weren't. So they've had to go back and say, well, actually, can we undo that one, please, sir? Either way, I'm sure we'll find out what the game plan is. Maybe, who knows? I could theory craft, I could speculate all I want, but 9 times out of 10 I'm wrong, so I'm better off just saying, oh, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of one of my favorite movies. Basically, they go, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" But instead, they say here, "Please, sir, can I have another choice? Because unfortunately, I've stuffed this one." And yeah,
No do-overs.
yeah. Exactly. Hey, if I don't get a do-over in my ranked games, why do these guys get a do-over?
Yeah, that'll be you know, the 10 years down the line, looking for new champion ideas. It's just can start the game again. That's the ultimate. Level 3 of the ultimate. You just start the game all over again.
Yeah.
But smiles across the board. So they're not particularly phased, it would seem. Eddie is locked in. Yeah, that.
It's always
he's trying not to smile, which is the funny bit.
which I love. Like, there seems to be like so much joyful energy there. He's like, oh, you know, how do I not smile through this? I mean, some people
I think it's nervous energy. I mean, look, it's not a situation. You know, you sit in Twitch chat, you watch at home, and you're like, oh, yeah, this is what I do in that situation. No, it is a drastically different beast in the arena, on the stage. It is a very unfamiliar environment unless you're used to it. Honestly, it does. I have been to tournaments where I've seen players just crack up on stage because like they've got to sit there and wait. Someone laughs and it's all gone from there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people thrive, some people crack, but right now, what I love seeing is like how each one of them are dealing with it. Some of them, they just, you know, sit back and they close their eyes and they meditate and they chill. They go full Zen mode and they're like, right, mental reset. We, you know, got to get ready for the next game. Others, as we jump back into the picks and bans, and you are absolutely right. I don't think that class of ban was meant to be a ban.
Well, Misfortune is banned here. I don't know if that was banned.
I don't think it
by
was
DCG originally, so I think it was the misclick on DCG's side.
The Vayne. Vayne was original.
Vayne,
ban
yeah, okay. So the Vayne was not intentional. That was the troll ban.
So we might see
maybe.
TSW.
Zaheen. Okay, so it wasn't even a Kaiser ban either. It would seem. Zaheen.
So it's almost like they both kind of like misbanned, and then they're like, yeah, you know what, we both stuffed up, so yeah, let's go again.
Yeah. One more time, please. One more time. Let's do it again. Run it back.
Yeah,
Zaheen banned away. I'd imagine Florin in the top lane would have been the one to pick that up. Maybe Xiaoxi. We saw it out of Orca and GZ last weekend. We probably better off not talking about it in all honesty. Kasante taken away from that top side when just the quintessential tank top lane as it sits there, takes it, and then turns it around on you later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And this raises the question whether DCG actually wanted to pick Vayne, which is why they hovered and, you know, we'll see.
Which would be an odd choice now, I think, because it would feel incredibly telegraphed by ban, which would anticipate, it makes me think that they're anticipating it to be a Florin Ambessa up in the top lane. Oh, the Nocturne! They're turning it about on the VCS.
Let's see. I mean, it's the VCS specialty. They'd probably know how to handle it just as well as they know how to pilot it. We start to see some...
Okay, so it's being picked for Eddie. So I think both teams were a little confused as to where they were in the pick ban phase. Kaiser comes through. I mean, look, I'm sorry, but looking at this draft for DCG, there are 4 from 4 good ults to steal here for the Silas. And Volibear? There's no way. All right, I'm down for it. Volibear top lane for Pun coming out, the fresh blood for this Team Secret Wales roster. To be fair, it's all flesh blood. They're quite a young roster. But Volibear top. No.
Yeah.
Silas mid, Volibear top, Jace jungle. Okay, I'm here for it.
I mean, okay, the graphic is updated now. Oh, Silas support?
No, there's no way. He's switching with Dire.
I was like, excuse me?
Yeah, it's not. This is an Orca playing. We're not playing Silas. I mean, to be fair, Silas support. Yeah, there is a realm I imagine in which it could work. Not a great one, not a fun one. Somewhere in the depths of Iron ranked, but it's not an impossibility. And Zaya picked up the Fig. Oh, look, I'm here for it. Volibear. I don't think we saw it at all throughout the 2025 season, but I'm here. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, Volley is definitely a mix-up. Volley is definitely not a very heavily picked champion at this stage. I mean, the top laners, Pun and Florin, haven't picked that one this season yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it's piloted and what impact it will have here. It seems to be, you know, the change up that they're trying to bring to keep Florin down. Maybe Florin isn't that well practiced into it.
I'm going to have to see. Either way, something fresh, something new, and of the players that can do it, I'm not surprised that Pun will be the one to bring it to bear. Pun intended.
As we see some awesome signage there, Pop9 player of the match.
Oh, look, unfortunately, I think we may have peaked last year. There were some crazy Hongq signs that the fans were sticking together. But he's gone now. The effort, the passion, slipping somewhat.
That's it. But it gives people opportunity for new names and new faces to rally behind and support and cheer as we get a look at these runes. We've got the unsealed spellbook there on Alistair, which seems to be becoming fairly standard, but Poppy's matching it as well.
Yeah, it definitely is somewhat of a situational rune that we're seeing run. Sometimes it very much differs depending on the comp. So there's a little bit more thought. I think it's not just sort of that be-all, end-all that it was last year, where if you were an engaged support, you were just running it, no questions asked whatsoever. But right now, end of the matchup as the laning phase begins. Both junglers starting on that top side. Jace has a huge amount of mobility. Nocturne not suffering by any stretch of the imagination in that clear as well.
Yeah, definitely. As we're just here watching Hongshu trade into Dire, typically the range has the advantage in the early levels, but Silas has a lot of sustain and should be able to trade quite nicely into Hongshu and match that CS, at least keep in competitive touch there as the first levels tick over to Hizto and Pop9 farming in those jungles. And we see some wards down on the Raptors. Yeah.
It's Ignite for Hongshuo in the mid lane as well. So only the single teleport in terms of global response here for DCG. We are seeing somewhat of a shift, it would seem.
Yeah, definitely. That means a slower overall response time from DCG. If TSW pull the trigger and want a team fight far away, the rest of the team will not be able to collapse as quickly. But obviously Hongshu probably hopes to turn that into some early kill threat advantage as we see a little bit of slapstick trading happening in the top side here. They'll be fine. They'll recover. They have shields and heals.
Exactly it. But yeah, I mean, it also deals with some of that healing that Dire's going to be doing. Pun looking for the proxy. Now, in the current state of the game, you're better off just leaving it. Florin is better off not responding to Pun in that position because that means he is not fulfilling his quest. So it is just going to be Pun behind that tower, doing his best Valse impersonation, proxying the wave.
Absolutely, and I find that such an interesting design choice, an interesting decision that the enemy top laner can proxy in between your top two turrets, but if you leave your turret to go and stop it, you don't gain that XP, as you were pointing out. But you can then go and proxy their lane between their turrets and do the same back to them. However, coming in 26.2, they have returned, or they will be returning, that experience gain in the alcoves, which is very, very nice. I think that is a good change for the gameplay.
Absolutely, but it is just the one wave Pun picks up, then teleports back to base. He's going to be looking to get his, I would imagine it's going to be a Swimble win, so I don't think it would be anything else. I think anything else would probably be a little bit trolly. So just going to be looked to be this big tanky bruiser, get in the middle of things. Olivert not lacking for damage by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, I mean, as it stands, this innovation is very much a PCS standard. VCS standard rather. They've always been quite happy to do something a little bit different, a bit out of left field.
Yeah, we do see Pop9 rotating around. No vision there to be spotted as we've... Oh, flash for flash.
Hongshuo, lacking the mana, has dropped the Ignite, but Dire's going to send it on in. That's all the damage turn around. The tower shot coming through. The Q dropped on the head of Aurora as the chains connect. Dire gets first blood. A solo bolo for the ages.
That was well played by Dire there. Obviously, Hongshu had the initial advantage going in. The health bar was just bigger, but as you pointed out, Dire played it so well, turned it around, was like, you have no mana, you can't hurt me, and even took a tower shot and was still able to convert that into the first kill of the game, going over to Team Secret Whales, securing 300 gold advantage for himself.
Pun is hungry for blood here. The great trade there into Florin, but forced to flash away so as not to take tower aggro. And I mean, you look at it, Hongshuo does duck and dive out of it, but at the cost of all but a smidgen of his mana, which was never going to be enough to survive this. He very nearly gets the kill, and Dire, a smart choice. You flash sideways in those situations. You flash in a straight line, there's a good chance you're dead. but he does get the turnaround, tanks a single tower shot. His Q comes back up and he slams it on home.
Yeah, look, there's a reason they're pros and I'm not. I would have absolutely flashed straight and died. As we see Florin TPing to topside there just to get Pun away from that wave that Pun was so eagerly proxying again. Here's Toe coming mid-side for another attempt on Hong Shuo.
It's a slam down that slows out, and Hong Shuo can't go anywhere as the shock blast does connect. Pop 9 is here, but that is a level 5 Nocturne in a 1v2 situation. And that power. No flash for Hong Shuo means that on repeat, they can look to pressure that lane.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really driving home that advantage that Dyer was managed to eke out, but they both burnt their flashes. But his Toe is the first to rotate around to capitalize on a flashless mid laner. Unfortunately, Pop 9 just couldn't get there in time, and looks like may even have to concede the Drake that they were so keen to get started as well. I mean, Team Secret Wales just has the priority in mid.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just brilliant reads out of Team Secret Wales. This is what helped them get back into a decided game against Ground Zero last weekend. Picture in picture, and it's still happening. That Between Worlds has been stolen by Dyer, so if he can crash the tower, there is a world in which he pops that onto Hong Shuo and looks for a kill here. And Hong Shuo stick it around, and that could be a huge mistake.
Yeah, I mean, Hong Shuo doesn't have much to respond to here.
Oh my lord, it is getting dicey. This is quintessential VCS. Between Worlds popped, and he's going to jump across. Another solo bolo for Dyer. Oh, shall see. Okay, he gets the response, comes back, slams Dyer into the wall. So we'll ultimately trade it, but Dyer has all but free reign of this mid lane now.
Yeah, look, this is not a good start for Hong Shuo. I mean, Dyer with 2 kills and his Toe a 3rd kill on top of that. Hong Shuo is going to have to, I think, play a bit more respectfully there. I feel like could have seen that wave crash and dive coming. Silas stealing that ult. Yeah, Hong Shuo should have backed. Obviously, hindsight is an amazing thing, but it was a good response from Xiaoxi to at least take out Dyer, get a little something back as we go to the replay of this.
Yeah, I think that was the call. Hong Shuo knows that Xiaoxi is coming back up, and then from there is hoping that he can come in and help find the kill. Knows full well that he's already slipping further and further behind, so it feels as if he has to stick around. That wave clear is not insignificant for a Silas, so the waves do crash into Hong Shuo's tower. Does connect on the 2-fold Hex, wanting to try and make something of it, of course, but I don't know. Oh, jumps away with the weirding, but it's sorry, not with the across the veil, but he can't clear the distance. That Between Worlds pop by the Silas allows him to close the gap, and yeah, it's a very rough situation for sure for Hong Shuo to be in. Does do some decent damage with that electrocute, but to be fair, but again, Silas sustains through a lot of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hong Shuo is doing well in the CS department. Definitely has the CS advantage here over Dyer, which we did mention a range champion will eke out over a melee. We do see Pop 9 taking a step and going for this first Drake of the game, trying to get those jungle objectives rolling for Deep Cross Gaming here. We see Feng rotating, just making sure that they have that priority and locking that Drake down. Now that Nocturne is obviously level 7 and has hit that ult, we can start to expect some ganks to come through, I feel, as his Toe is going to match that Drake take with the grubs on the top side.
Yeah, no, and I don't think you're going to get much of a contest here. I think the game plan is DCG, worry about those dragons. Boy grubs are going to help somewhat in the push game, and I think that's probably going to benefit Hun pretty well. Oh, there we go. Nocturne comes into the paranoia, but the ultimate... It's going to be a great hit, but out from Bier to try and keep space. Pulverizes there, the flash forward from Pop 9, but it is just his fate sealed. Eddie claims the kill. And a very ambitious play. Unfortunately, the keeper's verdict does not clear the distance. The public execution out from Florin, unfortunately for his Toe, thrives in a team environment, but in the straight 1v1, it's not nearly as comfortable.
What an action-packed couple of minutes there. I really do think, though, that Deep Cross Gaming had their wires crossed on that dive against Eddie and Beer there. Great ult from Xiaoxi to clear Beer, but the flashes forward seem out of sync. The ult's just out of sync, and unfortunately, you know, Eddie was able to kite it out. Beer was able to get back. There was a quick response TP from Dyer to the bot side. Ultimately ended up not being needed as we go back to this fight again.
Yeah, I mean, the keeper's verdict, getting clear that Alistar, but the paranoia comes in, flashes deep under the tower, and seeing that the teleport is coming through, Chelsea and Feng decide better of it, with Chelsea having tanked up so much of that tower damage, and Pierre instrumental in making sure that Eddie can play this fight. Just having that ultimate in the back pocket as well is so big. And Hizto thinks he's in with a grin to try and steal some camps, but he's doing it on top of a ward. They know full well that Pun has been looking to proxy, so Florin puts that down, looking for that extra information, and it will be exactly the key that they need to open that door for a kill onto Hizto.
Yeah, look, and that kill for going over to Hongshu, that probably brings Hongshu back into the game now, being able to close out those sort of first items, stay competitive with Dire's Silas at the moment. So I think that was a really much needed cash injection, and it almost evened out the gold diff there for the two of them as well. As we see, Hizto has eked out a 500, 600 gold lead, still even after that death. TSW overall sitting pretty even, and no one has completed any of those role quests, and each team has one jungle objective aside, as we see a cheeky little trade happening in the bot side. Fang on to Eddie.
Interesting. So experimental Hexplate first for Pop 9, looking to prioritize the recycling of that paranoia. Shock Blast does land on the Hong Shou, and Dire is very nearly able to follow it up. Bier finds himself in trouble. That keeper's verdict clears Eddie out. It's an Alistar that has hit level 6. It is a very hard cow to milk. Pun, though, looking for the fight onto Florin. Public Execution is there, but so is Hizto. This is a dangerous spot for Florin to find himself in, and look at that damage. Florin is in a dicey spot. You can see right now Pop 9 rushing to his aid. Does pop the Public Execution. Florin, I think it's enough to dissuade Hizto right now.
Yeah, look, I think that was we
no,
go to another
Dire
fight in the
finds
mid
an
lane.
angle, steals the... Oh, they've switched sides! It's all mind games from Hong Shou as he gets himself out of a very dicey spot.
That was really well played, both bouncing across each other and then having to bounce again, ultimately just passing one another like ships in the night, as we see a couple of those role quests complete as well. But I just want to go back to that Florin top side. They were clearly setting up to dive him, and Florin went, you know what? No, I'm going to fight you, Hizto, on my terms, doing enough damage to force Hizto away and save himself from that tower dive. Florin saw what happened in game one and was like, that ain't happening to me again.
I mean, that eclipse there means that Florin can trade that a little bit more comfortably into Pun now. That extra damage. Oh boy, Shao Si, you are very far forward, buddy. And there is danger waiting in the wings. Unfortunately, Feng cannot get the recall here, but pulverize in. Hizto misses the shock blast, and it's going to allow Shao Si to actually just walk this one off. So a very narrowly avoided situation that could have been a bit rough for the support of DCG. They just narrowly miss out.
Yeah, look, with our, global vision advantage, I'm always looking at these situations, and in my head I'm screaming, no, as we go to a fight topside here.
Just a bit of casual trading. That top lane slap fight, which we have become so accustomed to. Florin not doing an insignificant amount of damage now, though. So Pun will have his work cut out for him just a little bit.
Yeah,
channeling that recall, looking at back. Dragon, 15 seconds away. That is going to be the next pressure point on the rift.
Absolutely, you're absolutely spot on. Pun just wanted to get that gold. I was expecting almost a first item completion there. We've got the 2 Kindle gems, the armor, nearly a fully stacked. But we do see Eddie grab that Kraken Slayer. Dire has that Hextech belt for the extra mobility as well. So we're starting to see those first items coming through and building very slowly towards the second for this first Drake fight. Essence Reaver on Feng could do some damage.
Paranoia out. They're looking for it to slam into the wall. They might have an angle here, and Dire is in a very bleak spot. Proto Belt does go, but it's actually going to be Team Secret Whales getting the job done onto the Cloud Drake on the backside. Florin, though, test in the waters, has the public execution, doesn't want to overcommit.
Yeah, that one felt kind of confusing to me. DCG almost, dare I say, overcommitted onto Dire. They really wanted to get that Dire, but it did cost them the Drake, which was the point of being around that pit at the time, as we see the fight.
But he's looking for it. He wants the smoke onto Pop 9. Unfortunately, he's a very quick Nocturne, has those boots, and the experimental Hex Plate does give him that little bit of movement speed just to clear that distance and avoid any shenanigans from the big Arctic Bear.
Yeah, look, anytime a volley wants me on the Rift, they typically get me because I am not as fast or as good as Pop9. Really well done to get away there. After Pun did pop the big ol' R to close that distance. So it was a bit of a skirmish, didn't end up leading to anything except a spent ultimate. We do see Dyer, the mid laner for Team Secret Whales here, complete their role quest as well, getting those tier 3 boots, just moving a little bit quicker around the Rift now, which is a scary prospect on a Hextech belt Silas. They've already got enough dashes.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Florin. Just trying to clear out these waves, allow some pressure, but it seems Secret Whales again, who are doing a great job of manipulating the Rift in terms of these neutral objectives. A Herald on the cards for Histo, all the while on a ward.
Oh,
picks up that eye. There's some assistance from downrange from Eddie. That Prey Seeker does go out. I mean, it feels a much closer game this time around.
Absolutely. Such a fantastic point. I was just looking at the numbers here. I'm like, by this stage, I think DCG had actually asserted somewhat of a, significant lead. It was fair to say that they were ahead, but right now, 4-3, 0 turrets, nearly equal jungle objectives, role quest complete for everyone on both sides. It's looking very evenly matched, which means TSW, as we...
Between World stolen, but it's going to be used by Hongshuo to clear that distance. The Ignite goes down as well. Histo here looking for a dive, and they've got Bier even. Rift Herald is going to be dropped. The eye cracked on open. This is going to be a sure thing. Keep his bird, extends the Herald wide. Hongshuo can't survive much longer at a TP in. It is going to be Florin. Can they make some magic happen? Bier taking a lot of damage. They get the cow. It's support for mid laner. And suddenly, Histo says, my Uber is here, and departs.
Yep, Histo didn't want any of that and decided, you know what, I'm going to ride this one to safety. Really well done there. It was a good response, though, from Florin to be able to get that one back. But you will take a support for a mid laner any day of the week. I have no doubt TSW are happy with the outcome there. As we see more action in the top side. No.
Oh, no, it is just a bit of limit testing, to say the least. And all the while, Pun, with no TP response, is going to be able to find this tower down in the bot side. Not the first of the game, but it does equalize things in the bot lane. Allows a much longer play to happen. And yeah, unfortunately, just not quite there in terms of support. The Keeper's Verdict only clearing that Herald means that this big tanky cow with that unstoppable 4 spot is just going to take so many tower shots and allow the rest of the team to walk away. Does the true support thing and allows this team to walk it on out.
Absolutely. You see a support run back into the enemy team, you know that they're sacrificing themselves so you can get away. Well done by Bier there. We pop back onto the Rift. We're now a minute away from the next Drake. 2.5 from Baron. We're checking the game state. TSW are 1.5k gold up, but the kills are staying very close. It's almost like every fight there's a 1-for-1. There's some kind of trade. No one's getting away with a dominant win in any of these fights so far, which I'm loving seeing. It's a very close, very competitive game here coming out of these two teams.
Absolutely. Shout and see. On the other side of that wall, waiting for maybe something to happen. Shockwave, or Shock Blast rather. Not going to do a heck of a lot there. Doesn't have the acceleration gate to speed it up and make it a threat to Fing. But even then, was probably going to be able to step out of it. Florin playing behind that vision. Dyer is there. That execution is calling. Does reduce some of that healing that would have been done, but he's going to allow Dyer to walk this one away. He just wants the wave in that lane prior.
I do think that any heal is a good pickup. Volley shield healing. You've got the Silas healing as well. That will definitely do some work in these melee fights.
Oh, flash forward, Chelsea. Looking for an angle onto Eddie. Clears out Bier. But they don't quite have exactly what they need. Paranoia pop, but there's no ideal targets. It's just going to evaporate. Teleport comes in for Pun. They're looking for a fight. Bier deep in with a 3-man pulverize. It's all going hayward. Plot 9 falls. Bier just holding on to life. The wheel go down. Public execution of the back line. Eating a bit of trouble. So is Feng. They've got to call themselves back into action. But Team Secret Whales have all the forward momentum. Dyer gets the kill. Bounces back off the stolen between worlds. And they'll happily take the 3 kills in a tier 1 mid lane.
That's what I'm talking about. Those are the fights that you expect to see out of the VCS. That was played so well. That Nocturne ult I think it's fair to say, had zero value. TSW respected it. They stayed away. They didn't dive in and engage into an absolute blind fight. They waited it out. Then they pulled the trigger and went in, and Pun did so much frontlining there. I really do think Pun was able to keep DCG at bay as we cut to the replay of this awesome fight.
I mean, Xiaoxi, to his credit, all but blind pulls the trigger. Oh no. Oh no, Hong Shuo, buddy, you are well deep in enemy territory in the picture-in-picture. He's got 3 members collapsing on and he's dead once again. But yeah, the TP, I think, was enough to dissuade Pop 9, but in jumps Pierre and Pun. They rip and tear through that team with a massive 3-man pulverize, and Florin does get the public execution off onto the ideal target. Unfortunately, the damage is so severe in the clapback, and oh no, it's not done. It's now DCG in the picture-in-picture looking for dive, but they just don't have the confidence to make it happen. There's a TP coming in. Oh my lord. All the action, these replays. Oh, Pun jumps into the middle, drops that ult like a hammer. And now DCG is scattered to the wind, looking to run away. Root comes through. Xiaoxi with a great stun into the wall onto Pun. Looking for that charge. Feng, can he do the damage here to get it taken through? Eddie pops that killer instinct onto the backside. Is it going to be enough? No. It's a big rout from DCG as Team Secret Wales run them over.
0 for 4. TSW will take that every day of the week. I think Pun was stuck in CC, I want to say, for a good 4 to 5 seconds. It just took all of that damage and was still able to walk away, just proving the value as Dire here looking for Hong Shuo.
Oh no, Hong Shuo has been bullied from start to finish. His 6th death in 21 minutes.
Yeah, it is not looking good for DCG here. TSW, they have come here to win, and win is very likely if the game keeps going this way.
I mean, Diet was well extended. The paranoia connects, they get the fear off, and it looks like by all thoughts and consequences, they were potentially going to find the kill there on Diet. Unfortunately, the rest of the team just too slow to get into position to deal damage. Then Pun comes through with a massive ult. Florin evaporates off the back of a bad teleport. And again, you think that maybe there's an angle for a kill here onto Pun, but he's such a bulky bear. Eddie then walks up, holds his ult until the millisecond that Xiaoxi's the steadfast presence ends, and then drops the killer instinct.
Yeah, that Eddie ult was so clean, avoiding all of that damage that Feng would have done on that Xayah there. Not to mention the engage from Beer in that
lord.
fight.
That is a single shock blast from Hezdo connecting onto Hong Shuo for nearly 40% of his health.
Yeah, I mean, 3-item Jace, the accelerated shock blast, it's going to do a lot of damage. As we see TSW pushing in, they're going for the bot side turret, it looks like.
They are indeed. They've got so much pride with this Baroned up minion wave. There is just a crazy amount of threat on the Rift. Eddie, having been targeted out 3 items deep on the Kai'Sa, has yet to fall. Same with Pun, who is consistently throwing his body into the fray to set up for his team.
Yeah, look, I find that wild that Pun has not died. Pun has frontlined the last 2 big fights and just not gone down, which I think is a testament to the team fighting, a testament to understanding just how close Pun can get to death before he really does have to back away here. All of the cards seem to be in TSW's favor. They managed to convert that big topside win into a Baron.
They're looking for it. They're gearing up. They are gathered around this top tier 1. Teleport coming through. It's Xiaoxi looking to join the fight. Steadfast presence slams the big bear into the wall, but Pun could care less.
Xiaoxi takes 50% damage for his troubles. Pun's like, no, you can run away now.
Pun takes 25% damage, and all of it is from the turret. That was not from DCG at all. That is a rough gig between worlds. Is going to be popped there. Paranoia and response. Keeper's verdict clears out the volley bear. But you look at the chip damage that is coming through into DCG. They still cannot hold this for the life of them. Bing on that top tier 3. Just has to back himself off. Wait for a prime opportunity. Oh no, the charge doesn't connect on the wall. And the root up big. Hit by pulverize onto Feng. Drops the Feather Storm. Blade Caller out, but he's not able to clear the gap. This is a very bleak looking for DCG in the 24th minute, down 16-5. Base being blown and ripped to bits. And Pun, being that big front line, that spoiler, wants to spoil. He's spoiling for a fight. He really is.
I mean, Pun is bloodthirsty, Pun is ferocious, Pun can tank their entire team while the rest of Team Secret Wales dishes that damage out. They got the top inhibitor turret and inhibitor, they got the mid inhibitor turret and inhibitor. They're going to take this massive, massive advantage they've now gained and recall, reset, pick up a couple of bits and pieces, a tasty item completion here and there, and come out back onto the Rift raring to go. I think the next push will be Drake.
Role has a lead on Team Secret Wales, and by at least 1,000 gold, not including the extra 2.6k and 2.8k respectively in the bot lane and jungle. 4-0-4. Eddie not found this game because he's been too slippery, too evasive on this Kai'Sa. Dragon number 3 taken, and unfortunately, Logan, I hate to say it, I would be very surprised if we saw a Soul taken this game.
Yeah, I think the game will be over before we see that Soul. I absolutely agree. Right now, I think it is fair to say DCG are getting hands diffed. They are getting wallet diffed. Even if they take down Pun, I think the other 4 remaining members of TSW have the damage to just wipe DCG off of the Rift. As we start to see the waves being pushed in, they have top prio, they have mid prio, they even have bot wave prio. Right now, this is TSW's game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they are just making it so hard to position. They need one good ult. Keeper's verdict is just going to be held. So it is going to go on cooldown, but it's significantly shorter cooldown there for Shao C. If they have it up or not by the time that trigger gets pulled. My God, Shao C almost taken clean out of the fight by a single shock blast from his dope. And Pun there, look, he's got 2 members of DCG on him, and there they crack about 25%, but no much more. They are just chipping away step by step. One more inhibitor standing currently in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I know that this is the LCP and that we have a 12,500 gold lead, but I don't think we're going to be able to see a throw like what happened in the LCK last night.
Paranoia goes out one way. Paranoia looking to go out the other way between worlds. They're looking for the damage. They will find the kill under his toe, but Dire hit on the back line. It's the Featherstorm coming out to keep being alive. Now Dire just has to run. Eddie screams on in, absolutely laying down hellfire, and the storm is called. And Pun hits the back line, just ripping and tearing, mauling these poor victims of DCG and Team Secret Wales. They tip the scale and will look to close out Game 2.
Yeah, look, it almost looked like DCG were able to fight back there. It looked like TSW were in retreat, and then suddenly, as you said, Eddie, like an F-22 Raptor, just comes screaming into the back line, takes 2 out, Pun frontlines for him. And TSW are going to take us to Game 3, winning Game 2 of this best of 3 tonight.
19-6, the final score, 27.5 minutes deep. And a Team Secret Wales shellacking. They looked to punt Florin under the pump Game 1. They figured by the end of it, that probably wasn't the game plan. They turned their attention to Hong Shuo and put that man in the dirt on repeat for 27 minutes straight, and it works.
Absolutely. It worked a treat. I mean, the results speak for themselves. We're here post-game. Team Secret Wales have now 1 apiece. As we take a look in the team rooms here, we're seeing some photographers push their way through. But I think that Pun really deserves a special mention there. Just absolutely frontlining. And I can't remember if he actually went down. I can't remember if he even died once in that game.
No, him and Eddie, deathless throughout that entire game, if I do recall. And you look at 29,000 damage, nearly 30,000 damage for Hong Shuo. And it by the end of the game, felt like it was doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. A 19-6 game. 6 deaths collectively there for Team Secret Wales. And Eddie, I don't know if he did go down at all. I don't think Pun did either. A phenomenal game out of the VCS second seed coming out of 2025.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really rough game for Hong Shuo to be doing 30,000 damage, near enough, significantly ahead of, you know, your counterparts and even the opposing AD. It just really feels like DCG weren't able to put Hong Shuo in a winning position, especially after being targeted so hard so early as we see here.
And Dire, again, becomes this island in the mid lane. Absolutely styles on Hong Shuo. breaks his ankles, then says, well, this guy's got no mana. I don't know what the heck he thinks he's doing here. Takes a tower shot for his efforts, and then just finds the kill anyway. And he does it more than once. Solos out Hongshu, I think, 3 separate times throughout this game, and just shrugs it off. Yes, Xiaoxi gets the answer back here, but it's a support poppy. That gold is probably not finding much, if any, value at all. This was a bit of a yeah, look, DCG tried to do something here. They needed to try to do something, but unfortunately, Eddie is just so capable as a bot laner. Bier has one job and one job only through that early game, and that is to make sure that Mr. President stays up and moving, and Eddie stayed up and moving.
Look, if you've got Eddie's number, I want to know it, because Bier is just, I don't know, he deserves a raise. I'd like to call Eddie, I'd like to call Bier and say, hey, what do you want? Because that was a phenomenal job of protecting Eddie there. As we see Florin come into the top side to just kind of get some cleanup there for DCG. Xiaoxi's blind engage here kicks off this fight that DCG wanted, that TSW were able to just play so well, avoid that Nocturne ult, and then re-engage.
Oh, 3-man pulverized there from Bier, sets it up. They look for Eddie. They, again, just can't find it. He's been so clean on that killer instinct of his, just finding himself in a position to continue that fight despite being on death's door. And even here, every time they went on to Dire, he just was able to close that gap. They meant that the team was then able to come in, and there was just so much fear because of how bulky, how scary Pun was. And DCG just put themselves in these horrendous positions, and even then, they find themselves in these positions on the back of plays like this, where it looks like maybe, just maybe, they can turn it, and then Team Secret Whale still pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to say the ults out of Eddie, the shield proc that keeps him alive, gets him in the right positions he needs to be to avoid those Xayah ults. I mean, Florin did get a couple of good public executions in there, but ultimately didn't get the value on every one of them.
No one's expecting Eddie to come screaming in from stage left there. They think the fight's sort of done. Dire's walking away, and then boom, Eddie's in the back line, mopping up 2. Pun then follows up soon after. This Team Secret Whales roster, this is why I found them so exciting last year. They were not shy on pulling that trigger. They were so keen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a spectacular thing to watch. I mean, Eddie was just in form. Feng, unfortunately, it feels like Feng couldn't find his feet in this game. Feng was just kept sort of subdued by the overwhelming force of Team Secret Whales. I mean, Feng couldn't get through the wall that was Bier with the R up, couldn't get through the volley bear in full tank build. It was just rough to see. I really feel like Team Secret Whales had all of the tools to prevent Deep Cross Gaming from setting up their mid laner and their AD for success. Really brutal. Congratulations, TSW. We're now 1 apiece, so I'm really excited for this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the PCS representative DCG got to be shaking in their boots a little bit, because this is exactly where GZ found themselves. And then Team Secret Whales brought it home in a decider. Will history repeat? Because we are on the cusp of Team Secret Whales doing it again when we come back after the break. Game 3 between DCG and Team Secret Whales.
The darkness can never
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins.
Coming back from the break as we head to the decider. DCG come out with a belter in game 1. And then Team Secret Wales answer back with a vengeance in game 2 to take us to 1-1 in the series. Game 3 on the cards, Logan. This is it. This is that opportunity for DCG to really strike the upper echelons of the LCP in 2026 or potentially fall further down the rungs of this ladder.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Billy. I'm really excited for this game 3. Obviously, DCG came out and styled on TSW in game 1, and then TSW proved they had the mental fortitude, they had the resilience to be able to say, hey, look, you can have your first game, we'll take the second. It's really brought us to an exciting third. It could go either way. I'm personally thinking, seeing the bounce back from TSW, that they're the ones who will be taking this best of 3 2-1 tonight, but we don't know. There could be some deep pocket picks that TSW just aren't aware of that DCG might have up their sleeve. Now is the time to pull them out. Now is the time that you want to no holds barred. You want to win this one and put yourself in the best position you can for the entire split. Establish yourself if you're DCG as a dominant force, and stay as a dominant force if you're TSW.
I'm sorry, I got distracted there. Now, I'm sure that's a sponsor of some sort on the shoulder there, but I'm just sitting there thinking, she is what? What is she? But I don't know. I'll have to figure it out later on. What I know for sure is she is geared up to be one hell of a closeout to this series. That much is for certain. And I mean, you look at it, what's gone. There are so many strong picks, especially for these champions. And oh, it's the camera angle, Logan. It's time. It's champion select for game 3. Akali, Orianna once again. No, not going to be allowed through that pick ban phase. Ari this time. Hong Shuo has first pick on red side here for DCG, but they are not confident enough to take that against Dire.
Yeah, absolutely. Color me surprised that Orianna was banned. Color me surprised that Varus is banned. I was totally not expecting this at all. It is definitely good to see these bans coming out, and I definitely think that Ari ban is a respect ban as much as it is taking away from Hong Shuo. It's also going to be taking away from Dire, who had that spectacular performance last week, as we were talking about a little bit earlier. Now, both of these mid laners quite capable on the Akali. We have seen them run that as well, so a solid ban. It's an equal ban for both sides there, as Mundo comes out as the third ban from Deep Cross Gaming.
Okay, so laying down the gauntlet saying, well, if you don't ban him, we are picking up the Mel fight. The Mundo, the pretty standard counter pick, and no match up for it. I mean, it's not like a massive counter pick. He just survives, and there you go. It is just going to be the Mel fight ban straight out from Team Secret Wales. Oh, DCG, I feel like maybe there is just something in the water. They may be cooking up a storm here, as they definitely did cook up pretty big throughout the entirety of that first game. First pick goes their way. I mean, what are you looking at here that's still in the comp? I mean, it's not like they're super lacking. Unfortunately, we don't have the bans from the previous games up on screen, but Aphelios coming through. Now, if Team Secret Wales wanted to do something really funny right now, they would pick Thresh.
I mean, Thresh, we haven't seen Bia on Thresh this split so far, but it could definitely be a great pick into that Aphelios, as you say. But it looks like they're opting to give some priority to their bot laner Eddie here as they hover Corki and lock Corki in.
Yeah, I mean, look, you see the Aphelios run with the Thresh almost consistently because he lacks that mobility. The lantern out, the Dark Passage gives you that opportunity. And oh, Zaheen is being hovered here, but so is the Nico, who was let through. And Pierre is going to slam that one in for himself. So Thresh still be damned. Nico Corki. Now, that is an impressive lane.
That is absolutely impressive. I do want to shout out the Zahen hover, though. I don't think they ever had any intention of picking Zahen as the support, but the cheeky little hover is a shout out to the Zahen support we saw last week. They're like, nah. As we see the hover of Lulu, probably one of the best supports to pair into Aphelios alongside that Thresh. Right now, Lulu has some really strong prio as an Enchantress support into this Aphelios, giving that mobility, a little extra survivability. You just love to see that pick. As we also see a Pantheon, really strong skirmisher picked there for DCG.
Yeah, I rate that. I mean, Thresh into Corki Nico would have been a pretty miserable lane for anyone, even as someone as capable as Shao C. So they go for the Lulu, something that is going to be able to trade back a little bit better, gives that still offers plenty to the Aphelios in terms of surviving through all of these team fights, not to mention just the innate steroid that she does possess in that, well, let's wild growth that Aphelios and make him really, really big and hard to kill. So they get the Pantheon for Pop 9 in the jungle. Talia banned away, so they're not going to get the Great Wall of Sparta combo. Just that much mobility on the Rift would, I think, be a little bit much for Team Secret Wales to deal with. They've got themselves a Xin Zhao in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. Xin Zhao being a brawler, probably one of the better 1v1 junglers that we do have on the Rift. Zahen banned away by DCG against TSW, and TSW have banned that Talia, another mid lane target there. A ban against Sion, so they were probably expecting Florin to pick Sion up. We haven't seen Florin on Sion in the LCP this year so far. Or maybe they were just rattled by Cardi's performance in the mid lane yesterday and were like, nah, maybe Hong Shou could do that. We don't want to be victim to that either.
Yeah, I think realistically, it's just, he's such a strong top laner at the moment. Like, he is just unnaturally bulky at the best of times, and then you give him the ability to get to level 20. That is just nightmare fuel. LeBlanc banned away here from Dire, I would imagine. There is a world in which it is somehow BR support LeBlanc. I think that was less than likely. There's targeting out in the mid lane, because the alternative would be that Nico then goes mid, but no, that's not how it works. That's not what it's going to be. They aren't as silly as I. But LeBlanc banned away from mid lane. Dire, I mean, in terms of what we've seen from him in the past, the Galio stands out to me as something that he has looked incredibly clean on. Circle Theory would dictate. It is a phenomenal pick, but I mean, Victor also plays into Circle Theory here.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor has the stun circle. Victor has the I'ma do big damage circle that gets to be the biggest circle in the game if he gets enough kills. So that is a great mid lane AP pick there for Dire to round out their damage pool. As we see Syndra hovered over on the side of DCG. That's some serious damage coming through from that champion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she does ramp up in a pretty significant way. A lot of single target burst damage, and yeah, it is going to be locked in for Hong Shou. Syndra in the mid lane has started to be peppered through competitive play. I believe we have already seen it in the LCP last weekend. It reared her head in the mid lane, so potentially going to start seeing it more and more often. Have to wait and see, of course. But Gwen up in that top lane, I mean, it's no Renekton blind, but a champion that has traditionally done incredibly well in the top lane of the LCP. There's not a heck of a lot that it suffers all that greatly into if you're playing smart. So I rate it. I think this is going to be a great pick for him. You remember that first series was absolutely under the pump and then came back like a beast and helped close out that game despite being beaten and bruised by Evie on the Cassante.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Evie did his best and Florin just could not be stopped again, as we do see Team Secret Whales secure Cassante for Pun there. I'm really excited for this matchup. I think if Cassante can come online and be the wall that Team Secret Whales needs him to be, they have a really strong backline there. The Victor scaling can definitely pump out that AP damage. The CC with the Pop Blossom that Nico can bring on those team engages if they can manage to catch 3 or 4 members. DCG, though, they're definitely not going to be a pushover here. The damage that an Aphelios can punch out is phenomenal if they can protect that Aphelios, but they do have the Pantheon, they do have the Lulu, so I think it's definitely possible while Florin frontlines with that Gwen.
Absolutely. I'm excited. Syndra, a champion that I've really enjoyed since her release, and she's had a couple of fun tweaks along the way to make her kind of crazy if you have a good time for yourself. And there has been so much onus put on this mid lane between Daya and Hong Shuo that it feels like a good start either way could be that tipping point that ultimately seals the fate of either of these rosters when it comes to closing out this best of 3 series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've got some faithful fans in the crowd there. They're calling for TSW 2-1. We've got some awesome crowd chants happening as our awesome gamers here. They're starting to load on the Summoner's Rift. You just love to hear the energy, the passion. Could you imagine the atmosphere sitting in that, audience just being like, yes, cheering
Absolutely.
for your favorite team.
But it was a VCS home crowd, and those guys are ride or die. When Team Secret Wales is playing PSG Talon, oh my goodness, did it get loud.
Yeah, I have absolutely no doubt. As we just take a quick look here, we've got an arcane comment on the Nico with the flash heal, which is quite a standard support pick. We do have mobility across the Rift. We've got TPs on Pun and Dyer of TSW, and we've got TPs on Florin and Hongshu, so we'll be able to cross-map as well. There is a small difference on the bot side, however, Aphelios with the Ghost instead of the Barrier.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. For Aphelios, he is sort of very much more a right-click champion than compared to the Corki, who is in effect essentially an AD caster more than he is, an outright auto attacker. Oh, look, we got some young fans in the crowd. You love it. The new generation getting behind these local legends in the LCP. And I mean, you look, some of the talent we've had come through the pipeline. Hong Q comes in, turns 18 just before he starts playing. And, well, I mean, it's just that young passion, that young eagerness, that willingness to compete that really, I think, exemplifies what the LCP is. And trading down the bot lane, trading up in the top lane, Florin this time not so much suffering at the hands of the Cassante as he is dishing out the punishment.
I love that Rammus hat that we've just seen. I got to get myself one. I knew there was Timo. I didn't know there was a Rammus. There's a couple of other ones in the crowd. You do love to see the passion. You love to see everybody in their, in their colors and bringing that spirit to these games. It's just one of the benefits of being able to watch your favorite sport in person. As we did cut away to that top side, some heavy trading in favor of Florin into Pun there on that Cassante. But not to be outdone, Eddie managed to do some work on Feng. Feng doesn't have any health pots, neither does Eddie. And right now, CS is pretty even across the Rift.
Absolutely. There is going to be a lot of trading back and forth, though, in that bot lane, as there is in mid lane. Dire on this Victor, looking to continue that momentum that he found on. Oh, Histo finding a cheeky invade, does get the smite away. Pop 9 calls in support. Isn't 100% willing to commit, knowing that Biet could rotate up and is in fact rotating up to try and influence the flow of play. Shall see, going to do what he can as well to try and dissuade Team Secret Wales from getting too comfortable in his own side of the jungle. A great steal here, great invade from Hisdo. Steals away the blue buff from Pop 9. So unfortunately for the Pantheon of DCG, he's been triple buffed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's quite the early advantage that Histo has managed to secure against Pop 9, you know, so getting it for themselves, denying it against Pop 9. That's pretty devastating there. That's at least a 10 CS difference as well, as Florin continues to trade heavily into Pun top. My God, that was 25% of his health bar.
So there is a bit of a disparity up in that top lane. So Florin has obviously recalled, has the amp tone. Well, he hasn't. Yeah, he didn't TP back to lane. He ran it back to lane. Pun is only now just recalling it, would seem. And no, he hasn't had the chance to go back to base yet. Still has that teleport in pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be so interested to stick with the top side a little bit more to see what they're doing. But I do know normally they are that island and normally not too much happens. But yeah, right now they're trading quite heavily as we see some mid-side trading. No team has managed to eke out too much of an advantage over the other quite yet. That is to be expected. We are only 4 minutes in to the third of 3 potential games tonight. Obviously, both teams having 1-1 so far themselves as Florin takes a recall back to base.
Yeah, he's going to get himself that Ruby Crystal teleport there for him to get back in, but he's actually looking to run it again. Trying to keep that teleport summer up, looking to impact some of the neutral objectives when they do come around. They're just going to have a little bit, of advantage in that top lane in terms of that mobility, in terms of getting around the rift and impacting the greater scale of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Florin able to keep exercising that priority. That's going to look good for when the grubs come up in 3 minutes' time. That's going to give Florin probably the tempo advantage to be able to TP down if a fight was to break out. So it's looking really good on the top side there, though, as there is a bit of an engage. They're trading health bars. Florin's below 50%.
Ooh. Pun drops the all out even. So he's going to be down on ult. It does have the level advantage because he has stuck around for so long. But Florin should be able to pick up this wave quite comfortably. It looks like Pun is going to do much as he did in that last game. Get the wave, proxy just a little bit, find himself recall time, but Florin is heading back to try and deal with him. Chaos Storm dropped by Diamond. As both supports are now looking to influence the mid lane. Hongshuo not going to suffer all that greatly at this stage.
Yep, absolutely. It was a good rotation from the supports to get into those mid lanes and help them out there. As we go back to the jungle, we do see that first Drake is up, and Team Secret Wales does have a ward there just in case Deep Cross Gaming jump in and try and steal it away, which is looking highly unlikely. Histo is around, and Histo is making sure that he keeps that advantage over Pop 9 with a 12 CS difference. We do watch Beer here send a Nico clone in just to see what they can see, and they get a little something out of Chassis, but ultimately results in nothing as we see Histo working on the Scuttle Crab and a DCG coach comms coming through for the first time this game.
Yeah, just trying to maybe break that stalemate just a little bit. Not like things are going poorly. Feng, he's going in for a little bit here, but Eddie does just take over 6 and gets the rocket off. My lord, answers back with some significant damage of his own in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that timing of the level makes all the difference. You know, between level 5 and 6, it's probably one of the biggest power spikes you can hope for, and it just worked in Eddie's favor there. And I mean, sometimes it's not even about fortune, as we see Histo rotating through the middle there, probably just showing a little, being like, hey, I'm here, you know, you're safe for the moment. But yeah, these guys, they're so good that they know how to time their level ups as well in the middle of these fights. As Hongshuo just losing a little bit of that health bar against Dire. Dire not afraid to trade in Hongshuo, even with Xiaoxi right there, getting some wards down. A little Team Wales emote coming out of Dire as well.
Yeah, Dire having evolved that laser. He's going to be hitting pretty hard. That wave clear is not going to be lacking by any stretch of the imagination. Bier is here doing his best impersonation of his teammates. Being a bit of a nuisance, helping Dire get that clear off. That Chaos Storm now back up and available. All the while, that Islands of the top lane. Slap fighting with the scissors and the tofu. That strike 3 is stacked up, ready for Pun, and Florin's going to walk to a position where it won't be as dire. Drops the Shroud to mean that he doesn't get knocked up.
I gotta wonder, what are Intofos made of? Like, is it rock? Is it like a rock v scissors fight on the top side right now? Like, we all know who wins those fights typically, right?
I don't know, because he does shatter them when he uses the all out. So there's like a steel blade underneath. Maybe I don't know. I'd have to deep dive into it.
Now we're starting the end of the lore as we see Florin dive on the pun.
Oh, he's looking aggressively. Pun drops the all out, but he's not got the distance. He doesn't clear the wall. And unfortunately, his shortcoming will be even more of a shortcoming as it spells his downfall. That is unlucky.
Yeah, unfortunately, they obviously used the all-out ultimate to try and get over that terrain and get away and hopefully get Florin under tower, maybe just survive or do enough damage to trade back. But yeah, unfortunately, just didn't get over the terrain, allowing Florin to really get in there and finish that damage onto Pun, getting that first blood for themselves with the extra 100 gold. Now that we're here in patch 26.1. And Deep Cross Gaming are on the board. They've got one grub and they've got the first blood as we cut to this replay and see how it starts.
Yeah, I mean, Florin just getting that snip off as the needle work as well. Oh, my lord. We almost saw that Moonlight Vigil connect down in the bot lane. Yeah, just the fact that the all-out doesn't take him through the wall. I think realistically he was probably dead to rights anyway, but there was potentially a world where he made it out. Oh, fighting in the Shroud does connect. And then the Hoppy 3 does go out as well. Still no all-out. So this is literally about the extent of the fight that it was going to be.
Yeah, we're back to the top lane Biffo, where it's just a little bit of, I hit you, you hit me, great, let's walk away from each other, and we keep going. As the gold difference, it was maybe 200 to 300 in favor of Team Secret Wales, has swung over to DCG now for 400 gold off the back of that kill, as well as just getting some good CS down. You can see that most lanes have matching CS. No role quests have been completed yet as we sit on the rift, clearing those jungles, put those walls in place.
Was there for Feng. He was looking for that long-range fight into Eddie. Drops the Moonlight Vigil, but they both flash. I think the E will ultimately get away. That could have been a fun opportunity.
Definitely, absolutely. And I mean, had they have got Feng, a little bit of advantage for themselves, they would have been able to chip away at those turrets for a little bit. But no, objectives are up for another minute 10, so a little bit of rotation happening there. And we just see, as we see Eddie Valkyrie in.
Oh no, what a massive stop there from Fang. The Crescent Guard comes out though, as Hizdo jumps in on that tower to equalize the kill count. And DCG lose their bot laner.
Yeah, really well done by Feng there to get that route onto Beer so that the Pop Blossom didn't hit them. Made TSW commit even more.
They're
as we
looking
go
for
to another
more.
fight.
Unleash power on a Dire. He does just hold on for the moment. Flashes into the Dragon Pit. This is not a great spot to be in. Hizdo as well, flashing away. Drops that gravity well. Oh no, the Scout of the Week does go wide. Shalsi looking to come in and finish off Team Secret Wales mid laner. Hizdo falls. BCG will take one, but they lose one further. What a play by Bier. Jumps forward, gets the Tangle route as well. Hong Shuo looking for that kill onto Eddie. Drops the Dark Sphere. But it is blinking health bars. Hong Shuo looking to try and finish off this Corki, but Eddie has that Gatling gun going. One kill for one. They trade out in the end. A martyrdom for Eddie, as it will end up being Team Secret Wales up 1,000 gold at 4-3.
I always love seeing those fights where they just take each other out at the same time. So I'm really glad that that's how that kind of ended there. Obviously, Beer was in the area, but they were playing really cautiously, didn't want to go down themselves. As we go back to the start of this fight.
Oh, just the Gravitum route there from Feng. Stops Bier in his tracks, but Bier tanking up that tower allows Hizdo and Eddie to go to work, finish him off, and then all comes to a head here in the topside river. Scout of the Week lands onto Dire. They follow it up with that shield bolt as well from Pop 9. But Dire just holds on for dear life with 100 HP in a dream. Bier comes up, great tangle. The Scout of the Week goes wide onto Hizdo, who sends it on forward. He pays with his life, but Dire, again, still not dead here while all this going on. Eddie comes in to try and play cleanup. Yeah, playing out of his mind. There's the support here, but again, it's just these drawn out fights of near miss opportunities. So many summoners burnt on both sides. Dark Sphere to get it done. And just that last phosphorus bomb out of Eddie as well. Team Secret Wales, though, picture in picture, will take their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into that fight, it was a 0-1 game, and Team Secret Wales come out on top. They got 4 for DCG's 2. They managed to get their second Drake of the game off the back of it as well. So I'd say right now they're in a comfortable but, you know, somewhat tenuous position. It only takes one team fight to swing things back in the favor of DCG, as we also start to see some of these role quests being completed. The top jungle bot side for Team Secret and the top side for Deep Cross Gaming with Florin there, as we see a little bit of poke happening here.
Yeah, just a classic slap fight in the top lane. Pun at this stage with the first item finished up the Can't Return is going to be sitting pretty into what is just that Rift Maker for Gwen right now. Has a lot of resistances and built on top of the fact that he has that magic resist investment. But DCG looking to find themselves a tier 1 in the bot lane. I do have an answer though. Fun fact, the Natofus are made from the hide of the Cobra Lion. And speaking of lions, unfortunately, the roar goes out. Pop9 comes screaming in from the sky. And Dire will be no more. The glorious evolution has been halted.
That's it, and with that kill, it evens the score at 4 apiece.
Oh,
they're not done yet.
Lands, but Histo, when Mix Lightning connects onto Hong Shuo, and he sends the audacious charge in. Unfortunately, can't get the knock up onto Pop9, can't clear the distance from there. So, 2 for 1 in the end, and oh boy, all out comes on through. Pun wants the smoke, but Florin is not going to give him the opportunity. Dex built up on the Tofus, but he can't get it done.
Absolutely. Now, what were you saying those Entofos were again? They're lion hide before we
So
go to the replay.
his lore, he fights the Cobra Lion, which is his big bad, you know, that he needs to fight. He kills it eventually, loses it, his weapons are destroyed in the process, and then he takes 2 pieces of Cobra Lion hide and crafts the Natofu from it. Picture in picture, now Pun might have his opportunity. He's looking for Florin again. My lord, limping away. The seamstress stays alive.
Oh, no, goes back
no,
in for
never
more
mind.
on the Pun. Yeah, DCG have responded top side to TSW invading.
I don't know what Dire's doing all the way out there. The heal comes through, but the Scatter of the Week lands. Dark Sphere and Pun comes screaming on in to keep his mid laner alive. It is just non-stop fighting from start to finish.
Yeah, God, it's a fight a minute here with these guys, which is fantastic. This is the action, this is the energy, this is what we wanted to see. You know, I'm grateful that we're not getting a repeat of last night's 45-minute game where, you know, there wasn't a death for the first 15 minutes. These guys, they've already put down 10. As we take a quick look at the state of the game, every single role quest has also been completed at this stage. But Billy, let me tell you, for almost 16 minutes in the game, they are break even on the gold differences here. There's some small advantages across individuals, but overall, it's net 0.
Absolutely. That the Bramble Vest finished up here for Pun means that Rift Maker value somewhat diminished here for Florin in terms of these sustained engages that they keep looking for. Stormraze is done for Feng on the Aphelios, but it's matched and even surpassed technically by Eddie, who's working well on his way to Muramana. Pop9 sees the clone, sees Dire there, wants to pull that trigger. They've got the wild growth on the backside. He's channeling up a Comet Spear, but decides better of it. I think they've decided they just conceded here. Look to maybe go for the dragon fight. The bot lane, Florin, he got the solo bolo onto Pun.
Yeah, as you say, picture in picture, while they were getting that Rift Herald, Florin got a solo on the Pun. I'll be really keen to see this replay to see how it plays out. We can see Florin had to flash for it, and we can see that Pun didn't have flash up for that fight. So looks like just that movement advantage, even with that extra piece of armor that reduces the healing that Pun did pick up. Florin just went, I can still do it. I can still take you. And yeah, put Pun in the dirt, 1-on-1.
Yeah, I mean, Florin really coming to make a name for himself in this competition is being that resilient top laner, just weathering storm after storm and being able to turn it around. Oh, Pun goes for the fight. He wants it. And unfortunately, it's almost a bait and switch here for Florin. It looks like maybe, just maybe, this is a fight he shouldn't be taking. I think Pun drops the all out here. Loses those resistances. No, it's not even that. Pun looks to surround it. So he does. He drops the all out, loses all those resistances, and Pun with a fully stacked Rift Maker and the Conqueror is just fancy feeding all the way around. Pun has to then turn, run for his life, but that snip, snip, snip with the dive on forward, the flash to follow it up. Pun nearly hits distance to his tower, but not enough. Oh, he's doing it again.
Florin is not scared. Florin dodged so many skill shots in that fight. It was actually It was a ballerina the way he was dancing around, just light footing it and being like, you can't hit me as we go to another fight here.
Oh my lord, they're looking for a TP coming on in. It's going to be Florin first to the party, but that pun soon after gets polymorphed almost immediately. Florin looking to dive in onto the back line, gets caught. The all out goes out once again, but Pun, no resistances, is just getting shredded there, has to duck away, but Fang gets too close. Shield vault onto Eddie. He's in trouble, but the knock up onto Fang. The turnabout's there. Pierre comes screaming on in with that Pop Blossom. That Mikhail's used desperately by Shao Si to keep Pop 9 out of danger. The Herald goes down, and oh boy, it's about to be a drive-by in the River Hongshuo. Where you going, buddy? Flashes wide, allows that Herald to collapse in on the tower, and the Gravity Well will stop the response from DCG. A scrappy, tenacious fight, but Team Secret Wales, both teams limping away.
Yeah, look, Deep Cross Gaming did well to get an early advantage there. Histo had to pop his ult very, very early to run away from safety. Unfortunately, didn't have it up for the follow-up fight. We saw Florin just dive headfirst into the team and absolutely monster Pun's health bar, giving them that early advantage. Team Secret Wales then being able to get Fang, who kind of overstepped and left his team behind. And then we saw the Nico Pop Blossom turn the tides of the fight in the favor of Team Secret Wales as we go to it again.
The Pop 9 comes in with the Grand Skyfall. The Crescent Guard knocks him back. Scatter the Weak doesn't connect because Pun's able to buffer it, but then he gets the all-out onto Florin. Look at how much damage he takes, though. All that healing from the Unending Despair just keeping him alive in the thick of it. Pop 9 finds Eddie. Feng says, this is my opportunity, but gets knocked up by Histo, ultimately finished by Bier. That Mikhail's allowing Pop 9 to flash back over the river wall. DCG, Team Secret Wales both could have ended up in such a horrific position, but DCG, I think, thankful that they only lost Feng there.
Yeah, frankly, that could have been a whole lot worse. And then Team Secret Wales obviously pressing their advantage, dropping that Rift Herald in an attempt to get Hongshuo. So they got value by getting the flash out of Hongshuo there, but obviously getting that turret down quite a ways, getting that crystalline growth shatter and that extra gold in pocket. And even after all that said and done, Deep Cross Gaming maintains their very slim gold advantage over Team Secret Wales of 600 right now. But we do have Baron on the Rift, and the next Drake isn't for another 3 minutes 45 as we see Florin and Pun. I don't know, these two just want to fight all game as this one's getting serious.
Yeah, Florin may have overcommitted here, because here comes Histo. Shroud going down, the all-out goes through, but the Grand Skyfall, he's got support. Can Florin hold for long enough? Yes, he can! He gets the one, it's Pun, left alone on an island. They take two for themselves. Pop 9 coming in clutch with the response. Florin, that man fighting, that tenacity paying off.
You've got to remember, if you have a Pantheon on your team, you are never fighting alone. Pantheon can come at you from anywhere at any time and just change the dynamics of these fights, and it has happened time and time again, and it will keep on happening. Florin wanted the smoke, as you say. Pun was willing to fight back. Pun knew he had Histo in the area. Pop 9 arrived. Florin and Pop 9 turned onto Histo, taking him down and then finishing Pun. For just such an exciting little fight here in the bot side.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not everything connects there from Pun. I don't know if it really makes all that much of a difference, but just maybe a case of a little bit of HP there, a little HP there could be that difference maker. And even then, Histo, if he'd been a second or so later, that Crescent Guard might have been able to knock Pop 9 back out and allow them to at least find the one. But Florin and Pop 9 get it done, find a twofer in the side lane, and DCG is ramping up towards a victory here over Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are both sort of top of the half ladder teams at the moment, but I dare say that people would say Team Secret Wales are a little bit stronger than Deep Cross Gaming. It is good to see such a competitive match, though, and that, you know, Deep Cross Gaming, they're doing it. They could take this game. As we take a look at that gold diff, you know, the last 5 minutes, Deep Cross has managed to eke out a 3,000 gold lead for themselves. And now with only a minute and a half towards the Drake, Deep Cross could secure that second one for themselves, really hamper that dragon stacking for Team Secret Wales as we get a little bit of vision control on the map and a bit of fighting over it.
I mean, the iconic LCP gold graph roller coaster that we see so often. But right now, I mean, yeah, it is hard to call it one way or the other. Things feel like they're turning in favor of DCG, but Team Secret Wales for such a long time has been the team that pulls out some of the craziest clutch plays to get themselves back in it. When Meets Lightning goes wide for his dope. Not sure if that's an audacious charge they would have been taking into multiple members of DCG, but you can see all that posturing around this Baron pit, minute to Dragon. There is a fight brewing.
Absolutely. And I mean, with every single ultimate not on cooldown right now, everyone has their summoners except for Pun with Flash. So the next big fight will be massive. I'm expecting a lot of summoners to be burnt. I'm expecting a lot of ults to be popped. Pretty much everyone on the Rift here has at least 2 full items. In some cases, we have 3 in the case of Eddie there. As we take a quick look at the damage, Florin is pumping into that Pun.
Oh, that's how I was holding on for a breath. And yeah, that tends to be what happens when you consistently slap fight with a Cassante for the better part of 24 minutes. You get a lot of damage dealt. Florin, it's about translating that damage into the rest of Team Secret Wales. It's going to be the Scuttle taken there by Hizdo, but it may be a gross overcommitment here. He's stunned up, taking so much damage. Crescent Guard is down. Eddie, you're in no man's land, buddy. The unleashed power goes out. Hongshuo finishes one. Hot 9 finishes the other. Pun kidnaps the wrong person to the wrong place. You are in the Baron pit, buddy. That is not your side of the rift. And DCG spoon-fed on a silver platter, a Baron take.
Absolutely. I mean, this is free Baron off the back of that fight. You know, 3 members of Team Secret Wales. Hizdo, I'm not sure what Hizdo was thinking there. Unfortunately, it did not work in his favor. He took a lot of damage early as we go to the replay here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, again, it's Scuttle Crab. It tends to be where teams sometimes throw things away, and Hizdo well overcommits, doesn't quite respect the damage output, and poor Eddie gets drawn into the affair, caught out by Hongshuo. Pun grabs Xiaozi, seeing this Lulu rather as an easy target, only to find out that, well, Lulu's big brothers are pretty scary at this stage in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Backed by it's just a phenomenal synergy that we are seeing. Deep Cross, their comms seem to be on point as part of the presumption because they are just working together seamlessly here. That Pantheon frontlining that fight initially before Florin could get involved. And it looks like Deep Cross Gaming are going to get this second Drake uncontested as the pings go down to just try and make sure that Team Secret Wales' own jungler Hizdo...
Oh, great Skyfall. They found Hizdo again. Crescent Guard out to try and give some space. He's polymorph, but they're looking for the turnaround. Scout of the Week lands on to Bier. An ambitious charge forward for DCG, but one that has been well prepped in these side lanes.
Mate, you can tell, Billy, these guys on Deep Cross, they are feeling themselves. They are comfortable. They are working together. They are engaging and they are confident. And why wouldn't they be? Florin on the top side, 3-0-2. Pop 9, 5-1.
No, Bier going in with the pop loss, and they're looking for an angle on the Hongshuo, and they found it. Exactly what they're looking for. Gravity well dropped as Dyer will be the one to claim the kill. All the while, Pop 9 and Xiaoxi were fighting Hizdo on the top side. Little do they realize, Florin up in that top side, clears out that tier 2 in top. Bang, on the job, on the tools, clearing out the tier 2 in the mid lane. So they will get that Syndra down, but at what cost?
Yeah, you know what? 1 for 2 turrets and, you know, both of them being tier 2s. I think Deep Cross Gaming would be happy with that trade. We see how this fight breaks out in the bot side.
Oh, Hongshuo needs to go back to math class. He doesn't quite count the minions. I think he may have realized at the very last second, but yeah, Syndra doesn't have the fastest running speed, unfortunately, and they will find that opening. Hongshuo goes down. Oh no, Bier accidentally took it for himself.
I mean, if Bier was able to do more damage, sure, but that gold definitely would have been better on Dyer or Eddie, 100%, being able to close out those sort of third, maybe halfway to fourth items. I mean, Bier's already got the Hextech belt for that mobility, as well as that new Protoplasm belt for that extra survivability, get in, get out. So a shame, but still a good result for Team Secret Wales. They're definitely saying, hey, we're not out of this one yet, as Deep Cross Gaming's Baron push comes to a close with 1,700 gold advantage for them off the back of that. On the jungle, it's another 3 minutes before the next Baron. But notably, 3 minutes until the Drake, they're going to come up at exactly the same time. So we're really going to get to see here which team favors what objective more. Will they go for that third Drake, or will they contest the Baron? And my money is they're going to contest the Baron.
Well, it does mean that the game is at least going to be longer than the next 7 minutes, because if your win condition is Dragon Soul in a game like this, each team only has 2. There is a very good chance this could be a long-haul matchup. The Baron probably going to find a little bit more value, especially with the likes of Florin playing these side lanes. Level 18 for him, has a 2-level lead on Pun currently.
Yeah, 2 levels, 35 CS, 3 kills over his counterpart Pun in that top side. So Florin is really top fathering Pun right now. Also has the single largest gold diff in his favor, does Florin, with 3,600. So you could say Florin has come onto the Rift today to make a statement. You can bully me, you can push me down, but I will get back up every single time, and I will be your worst nightmare when I do. It's impressive to see.
Absolutely. We see some big items coming together right now for both teams. Rabadon's being worked towards here for Hong Shuo up in the top lane. Dusk and Dawn there, plus the Nashes. So 3 items deep for Florin. He's a powerhouse onto his own. 3 items there for Feng as well. This DCG roster is hitting very hard. Scatter the weak lands, the polymorph, but it's all on a clone. Grand Skyfall, BF finds Florin in the backside, but I don't know if that's a fight you want to take as an eco. Just getting ripped through, all that healing. Look at the Riftmaker and Conqueror go to work. You can't kill her. She's such a beast. The Aphelios in on the backside is Fang with the Moonlight Vigil, collects himself. Florin taking the entire aggression of Team Secret Wales there and shrugs it off.
Yeah, look, Florin nearly 1v5 Team Secret Wales there. Not to discredit anybody else, but Florin frontline that. Florin did so much damage in that fight. It was actually crazy. And Deep Cross Gaming were able to convert that pressure into a couple of kills on Team Secret Wales and siege the base.
Hong Shuo doing some big damage there to Dai, who thought he was comfortable in the pocket behind the tower. Finds out that no, he in fact is not. Takes so much punishment from this late stage game. Syndra, and all the while Florin again being this nuisance, being this needle in the side, working away at the side lanes, gets himself to tier 3 on the bot side. Top 9 as well, working his way up that top lane. 15 seconds left now to Baron. Logan, this could be that straw that breaks the camel's back. And again, Vier, oh no, they get baited out by the clone. Everything used. Unfortunately, it was all a fakehood. It was all a falseness. Florin, look at him. He gets chunked down to half HP, and then the healing begins.
Yeah, Florin absolutely. Deep Cross Gaming had Florin's back. Gets the Lulu ult there as well to just really be able to drive home that front line and that damage. That new Dusk and Dawn, I dare say, proving its worth. It's a fantastic AP kind of fighter item, and it's really proving to do a lot of damage. I know you did say that, you know, fighting into a, like, look at that. You could say slapping into a Cassante as much as you want, but 30,000 damage is nothing.
Yeah, 1,000 DPM is no small feat, and especially when they all just stack up on top of you and you just snip away at their life cords. There's the Grand Skyfall. In comes Pop 9, but he's been hijacked. He's been stolen into the back lines. The wild growth there to help keep him alive. Florin finds Pierre on the backside. They're turning their attention on the Pun. No resistances for him, and it's Hong Shuo to claim it. Crescent Guard out, but his toe is not going to survive much longer. And Florin again draws all the attention in the back line. They have cut the hamstrings of Team Secret Wales, and now Florin is going for the throat. Dyer drops the Chaos Storm, but it's not going to do a damn thing. DCG take down the Whales.
What a spectacular performance. DCG came to play. Florin put his pedal to the metal and said, I'm going to win this game and you guys are going to come with me. And that's exactly what they did. DCG taking this best of 3 against TSW 2-1 in, dare I say, a statement performance this evening. And if I had to pick any player of the match across these 3 games, I really do think it's going to have to be Florin, soaking up so much pressure in games 1 and 2, still being able to bounce back. And then game 3 turned it around, was applying the pressure tenfold back on the Pun, and then just overtook the game.
Absolutely. I mean, a statement game from DCG in their debut year in this competition. And the PCS looking to represent, looking to take everything here in 2026. Oh boy, what a game.
Absolutely, absolutely. Such a fan of tonight's games. They were so explosive. They weren't, you know, overly long either. They were what you would expect around the 30-35 minute mark, as we get to see some happy faces here of the boys from Deep Cross Gaming, you know, having won this evening. They really, really showed up, I think, and they were impressive. They've definitely earned their position. They've climbed that ladder, and yeah, they're showing up. They're proving themselves. Everyone on that team did significant damage.
Yeah, I mean, 17-7 by the end of it. So these games that we saw very much close out. As soon as critical mass was hit, there was very little the team on the receiving end was able to do to sort of equalize that momentum or even shift that momentum in a meaningful way. 34,000 damage for Flora in that game, averaging more than 1,000 DPM throughout that absolute slogfest. He was battling back and forth with Pun for the better part of that 32 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw that goal graph. It was close for the first 15, and then it just blew out to DCG. As we see Florin get a flanking angle here, coming in over the pit.
This is it. This is Florin. His MVP clip, understandably so. And you just look at how much attention, how much havoc he is wreaking in these back lines of the fights. And I mean, he did put up an impressive showing. Massive numbers across the board, consistently just being this nuisance threat.
Yeah, I mean, even in that, you know, clip that we just saw, Cop the Pop Blossom was stunned by Victor there and was still able to achieve so much. As we go back to some of these earlier fights, and, you know, TSW showed up, and the Beer getting that kill on a chassis, support all combat, you love to see it.
Oh, Hongshuo, yeah, him and Eddie end up trading out here. This Syndra was very much a bit of a slow burn thing, but Florin, unfortunately for Team Secret Wales, was just the final big bad boss in this video game of League of Legends. And, well, suddenly that music changed. You thought you had him dead to rights, and then he hits his final form. Top 9 to his credit, probably a close second in terms of, you know, being elected that player of the match. He was consistently putting the hurt to his, so right there at the right time to help his team get these big plays over the line. Not for lack of trying, though. Team Secret Wales did put up one heck of a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you are spot on. Credit to Pop 9, always there, ready to pull the trigger, even initiating some of those big fights themselves, even frontlining a couple of fights until Florin was able to get there. The DCG team this evening was just so synergistic. They were in form. They look like they've been playing together for years and years. And Team Secret Wales unfortunately weren't able to find that kind of form themselves here in this game 3, as we watch Florin just solo Pun here again.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the big benefits for this DCG roster. They played together all of last year, and they did have that leg up over other teams in this competition who have suffered some changes. And poor Hizdo thought he was, you know, getting himself that leg up, steals away the scuttle with a smite, unfortunately then drags the rest of the team into a fight they never really wanted to begin with. And it allows DCG to then immediately transition into the Baron take, and from there, it kind of sealed the deal. They did get jebaited, I will say that. Yeah, did a great job, fully jebaited DCG. They thought they had this Nico dead to rights, but it was all a fakehood. It was all a falsehood. It was all smoke and mirrors. Unfortunately, the real threat was always Florin.
Yeah, always Florin. And as you say, smoke and mirrors, and Deep Cross Gaming, they wanted that smoke. They got it, and they came out the other side victorious. I would say this was the best all-out that came through from Pun today. Unfortunately, a couple of the all-outs seem to miss the mark and not get far over the terrain and get that value, as we see the Pop Blossom to just try and stop the Florin rampage in the back lines there.
Oh, but we turn our attention to the other matchup tonight. The LJL taking on the PCS. A matchup that, I mean, look, on paper, could go both ways. SHG has looked so much cleaner A big issue, unfortunately, which has plagued them for a good while now, is the ability to close out their game. They can generate the early leads, they can play the mid game, but they have struggled to close the door on these games where they are large and in charge. But Evie, playing out of his mind, looking infinitely better than he did in the 2025 season, picking up Arya now in that mid lane, the brightest shining light on that DFM roster. This is honestly a team that could do some real damage in the LCP this year, Logan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, not to discredit anyone at all sitting at the lower end of the ladder this time. It's only week one. We still have a full split ahead of us. So I'm really excited to see what this team can do, what they can bring to Summoner's Rift and the LCP at large. And I'm very, very excited to see the matchup here with Ground Zero Gaming as well. You know, we've got Ijang, Husha, Jimmy, Shun, and Orca. So long as Orca doesn't bring that Zahen to the bot lane support again, I think we'll have a really close competition on our hands here, Billy.
Unfortunately, the golden rule of the LCP is, no, you can never guarantee one thing. It's always a bit up in the air as to how things will go. Maybe the Zahin support comes out. Maybe he's cracked the code. Maybe he has figured out what needs to be done to make it the apex predator in that support role. But the truth of the matter is, Logan, we won't know until we get there. The PCS come back large with an upset over Team Secret Wales to start off Play Day 2 of Week 2. They avenge their PCS brethren in GZ. Now can GZ carry the momentum for the PCS and pick up a second win for the night? When we come back after the break, we'll find out.
Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic, delicious. A fancy Caesar salad, a sweet Darjeeling tea, a vegan matcha latte, and a hot French creme brulee. I like you crunchy, I like you soft. I like it when you freshly served for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so big, delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so big, delicious. My mama's borscht and syrniki, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunchy, I like you soft. I like it when you freshly served for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so big, delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic, delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fast. And can you imagine, tail of a dragon? You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now, this a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. come find me, come find me. Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time, I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Focused on now is bringing
it's true. I wanna way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't evolve, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure
Two v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Coming into second match of the day, it is another PCS team taking on the LJL this time. Ground Zero versus SHG. Now, there has been lows for this GZ roster. Then there has been exceptional highs. They come out in that PCS derby, taking down DCG. Technically, OSA's first win in the LCP ever, with, you know, terms and conditions applied because it is a PCS roster playing under an Australian org, so we'll claim it. We tend to do that here in OS. But, I mean, look, SHG, in their own right, has looked worlds better than they did last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point, you know, GZ, they are honorary Australians. We tend to do what is called souveniring as we take a look at this top side matchup here. Evie from SHG and Yizhang from Ground Zero. And we take a look at some of these stats here. 17, 22, 29 for Yizhang in the top side there. Puts them 5th in the league. But really impressive is that damage per minute. 2nd in the league at 737.2.
Yeah, I mean, Evie looking worlds better than he has in the past. And of course, Yizhang coming in on this roster. Oh boy, there is a lot of hype. There is a lot of electricity building around this matchup and the hype around it, of course. By rights, I mean, on paper, you're looking at it, you think, well, quite clearly, this is going to be GZ winning. The PCS historically has just performed so much cleaner in the past, but it just feels like maybe there is something there that could help the SHG roster get over the line, and I think it might just be here in the mid lane. Aria joins the team, having been picked up from DFM. Jimmy, look, to his credit, I will give him that benefit of the doubt. He has had some amazing games. He has also had some really rough games, and that might be what allows Aria to help SHG finally break that glass ceiling.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Consistency can make or break a team, and Aria proves that with having a high damage per minute, excellent gold income, but also the kill participation being nearly 80%. So Aria is there for nearly every single fight, is helping the team at every possible opportunity. But I really do think Jimmy has the possibility to scale up here and match it with the best of them in the LCP as we go through the split. And here we see the players start to walk on. We've got Orca and Vista, the supports of Ground Zero and SHG. I'm really looking forward, Billy, to what these two teams can bring to the Rift tonight. Do you have any thoughts so far?
Well, there is mild concern in the community that Orca is going to try and do it again. with the Zaheen support. So, I mean, look, again, until we get out onto the Rift, until we start seeing these drafts melding themselves into existence, it could be very, very hard to call it one way or the other. But I mean, what I do know for sure is that there is a lot of passion coming out of this SHG roster. They have time and time again put in some hard yards to try and push through. They fell short at the end of last year. It was DFM that ultimately sort of bucked that trend, got their leg up, and were able to push it on through into what was ultimately a very similar run to what SHG had been able to achieve in the playoffs at that point. But GZ, this new PCS OS amalgamation, is feeling like it could be a top shot contender in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. As we start to get together for this 2v2 where these two teams will fight it out for the right for side selection. So last year in the LCP in 2025, we would have a 1v1 bit of, biffo, a little skirmish to see who would get the rights to choose. And now this year we've amped up the excitement. We've increased it by 100%. It is now a 2v2 on the Howling Abyss here, where whoever gets the first 2 kills or the turret or last man standing in overtime wins.
I mean, it almost feels like there's a bit of a grudge match brewing as well, because, I mean, SHG, in terms of, I think, particularly the top lane, Evie and Ejung, you throw your mind all the way back, PCS 2024 summer, the lower bracket finals, and SHG upsets Franks in a 3-1 fashion in that lower bracket final. I wonder, how deep, how long running is Ejung's memory? Because this could be his chance to beat back at that SHG roster that upset them and knocked them out there. So, I mean, coming into the 2v2s, it starts here, you get side selection, you can then look to make the push from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were talking about yesterday, this could be the start of the mental warfare as well, that mental game. You win here, you get that edge coming into the game and the benefit of that side selection. You've already put your team in an advantageous position as we see SHG ban out Cassiopeia and Draven. Draven just having that early game massive damage, I think, is typically going to be very, very heavily banned out in these 2v2s. And GZ responds in kind with a Darius and Rumble ban. They definitely don't want to see a Rumble get to level 6 and Equalizer over the top of them.
Absolutely. Dejwani, Tamkent, Sion, Zillion gone, Fearless, Varus still available. Darius Karma was a fun one to watch for GZ, but it's going to be Varus and Pantheon, for my money, the 2 stat stick champions in these 2v2s. They do some crazy damage. They have some crazy broad potential. Caitlyn Heimerdinger. Now, this is deep lore, but apparently it is something that Orca has in the past played. He has he pulled out the Zaheen support. Apparently he's pulled out some weird and wonderful supports in his time.
Look, if you're going to do it anywhere, if you're going to have fun with anything, do it here and now in the 2v2 matchup, because that's what this is about, right? I almost feel like this is a bit more fun. This is a bit more free. Get messy, get fun with it. And I feel like Heimer really, really leans into that. But if you look at...
You want to know his record in Tier 1 or in professional play on Heimerdinger support? Or at least in competitive play? He's 3-1 on support Heimerdinger.
Oh, all right.
A 75% win rate on the champion in the support role. He literally has. He's played almost everything in support. It is crazy, the depths that this guy will go to bring out something that could leverage a victory. But onto the bridge we go. In a 2v2 matchup. Oh, there you go. Pilt over Peacemaker for Shun. Is going to connect. This is... I mean, it's an interesting one for sure. There you go. The shield assault connects onto Orc. The cleanse comes out. The piercing arrow as well. But Shun all the while able to return damage. Building up those headshot stacks is going to be a big return.
Yeah, absolutely. And we take a look at what Orca's running here, doing a little dance on him, with that Arcane Comet. Every time those abilities hit, it's going to be proccing that Arcane Comet as soon as it's off CD. So Orca's also bought into the burn items and just going to chip away at them. Those extra turrets, and as Vista Hex flashes away from Shun and Orca there as well.
It's all about the ego. That's an ego move right there, just trying to establish that dominance in this laning phase. I'm genuinely so entertained with these 1v1s, honestly.
Yeah, these 2v2s are fantastic as Marble gets quite low. as the wave is crashing into the turret here.
Shun looking for the auto snap trap there, try and potentially get some extra damage out. It's hugging the tower, so I think SHG should be able to avoid it. But you look at the damage going out. Shield Assault, Aegis is there. Well, the Shield Vault rather, the Aegis Assault to try and negate some of that damage, but they've returned it in a massive way. Shun does get dropped low, but this is a must recall moment for SHG, it would feel.
But the recall here, they leave the tower exposed, and this tower is less than 50%. If they get this tower, they win.
GZ are just going to do it. They're going to crack the tower, unfortunately. No time to recall, no time to fight. And what could have been a fun 2v2. A little underwhelming, but GZ get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And GZ go with second pick for red side. GZ putting priority onto the red, which, you know, shows me up. I was like, oh, pretty sure no one's chosen red, and you corrected me, and they've gone ahead and done it here tonight. So it was, I don't know, that was pretty interesting to see. The Kate Heimer, you know, the building up of the wave, they crash it, they get that 50%. They do that trade into that Pantheon, send him home, and then suddenly it's a 1v2 with another wave crashing, and they just take the turret for the win. I mean, that's how it's done. Quick, clean, easy peasy.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it is, again, somewhat of a tempo game. If you find a bad recall in Summoner's Rift, it can be very, very bad, and the 2v2 can be even worse, unfortunately, as those towers do drop pretty darn quick. The coach is there having a last-minute chat to the teams before they get themselves ready to jump into this champion select. There is a lot to be heavily contested. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Orianna banned away again throughout this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to what these two teams can bring to the Rift here. I'm hoping for probably some more classic laning here. So when you think of that, I'm not thinking of a Zion support, not to harp on that point. I would like to see, like we saw earlier in Aphelios, Lulu, maybe another Lucian, Nami in the bot side, just for the first game, just for some stability, draw a baseline against your opponents that, you know, this is the first time they've gone up against one another this split, and they need to feel each other out, understand what each one is going to bring. We already feel like we might know Evie and his picks. That Cassante he played last week was fantastic, and it'll be really interesting to see what they decide to play against him and what game plan that they've been cooking while they've been practicing through the week.
Well, I mean, both teams have had some success. I mean, SHG, the glaringly obvious bad, they struggle in terms of closing out the games, whereas GZ in that PCS matchup just slammed it on the home. I think both teams have had struggles for sure, even in this early stint that we've seen in the LCP. But again, one of those, it's a brewing process. The more you play, the more you get experience on that stage, the better we look.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really looking forward, and not to, you know, wish away the days, but I'm really looking forward to getting halfway through the split and having a much better understanding of these teams. And I'm sure that GZ is hoping to be one of those teams that's much higher up in the ladder come that halfway point, as we get that familiar camera angle and jump straight into picks and bans with a classic Malphite ban immediately there from SHG. And in response, GZ have banned away the jungle Jace that we did just see in TSW versus DCG. Can get some really dangerous poke out there before another Jax ban.
Jax banned away from Ejong, and look, he put on a masterclass on the champion, and he was able to bring it out last weekend. Orianna, again, unfortunately, failing to see the light of day on the Rift, is probably going to remain in that ban pool for a good chunk of the 2026 season, at least for Split 1. Into the next bans, I mean, Varus again consistently having been taken away in that ban phase, much like Nico, so I wouldn't be surprised if those are our next two champions to round out this banning phase.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw Varus picked in the 2v2, I was hoping to actually see some gameplay, but it was over so quick, he may as well not have been picked, as we see a Gwen ban coming out of SHG, probably trying to take that out of Ejong's hands there as well. Just a bit of a respect ban to the GZ top laner. And, you know, taking that away, they don't have to deal with it themselves. They don't have to pick around that. And Rise actually being banned, which I think is a good ban, because almost everyone has picked Rise first in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Arya, an incredible Rise in his own right. But you see Gork going through What do they want to bring to bear first? I mean, you've got the likes of the Varus, the Nico that have been let through, not being targeted out. The Java in the jungle for Van 1, hugely popular at the moment, offers so much, especially into those immobile champions. You're going to be wanting to look for a little bit of mobility, likely in your bot lane. If you are this GZ roster with Ejong with the Rumble, and that could be a game sealer if he has a good one on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've seen Ejong on Rumble so far this split, so I'm very, very excited to see what Ejong can do in the hands. And yeah, Nico to follow up.
He wants setup for Rumble. That is the name of the game. The longer they stand in the equalizer, the worse it gets. And there are a few champions better at locking people down than a Nico. Pop Blossom into those Tangle Barbs. You are stuck there for a good long time. So I wouldn't be surprised if Orca locks this one in. It's not a Zaheen. I think we're safe, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not going to be Orca on support Zaheen just yet. We're safe for the moment. He goes back to something a little bit more natural. But what do you get in response here?
This is the team that cooks. You got to remember, Nico might yet go mid. I highly doubt it, but you know.
Maybe he just shapeshifts into a Zaheen. We'll have to see. Either way.
Can you imagine?
Oh. Look, we've had some fun change-ups already. Okay, so Evie is going to bring out the Cassante into the Rumble. Again, a champion that survives the lane well enough, is not going to do anything too crazy, can come into those late-game team fights and be a real nuisance, that front line to allow the rest of SHG to try and clean up off the back of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Evie is a stable frontliner on that Cassante. We know he can perform on it, and he had a great performance last week. As we see the Talia locked in for Arya on SHG's side, a reliable mid laner, and probably definitely up there as one of the priority picks after Ryze is taken away. It will be interesting to see what position GZ put priority on here. We know SHG's top, we know their mid, we know their jungler. As Jimmy responds with a maybe going for
he was hovering the Yone. I think the Yone does make a lot of sense. You've already got a lot of magic damage showing in the Rumble. Nico does a huge amount of magic damage. It's almost deceptive, given that you look at a support and think, oh, it's probably not going to be a heck of a lot. But no, she does a heck of a lot. And Yone comes out, still some magic damage coming out of his kit, but you're looking. There are a lot of very, very good pairings in the jungle that synergize incredibly well with that equalizer, with that Fate Sealed combo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the moment you see the Fate Sealed and it connects with 3 or more, that's probably the signal for all in from Ground Zero here. Imagine just the Pop Blossom, the Fate Sealed, and the Equalizer combo. That could spell the end of pretty much everyone on the team of SHG, except maybe Evie, depending on whenabouts it lands. As we see Ground Zero lock in an Alistar ban, they're looking to try and remove those tools from SHG to create that disengage, to get a big front line in front of what GZ want to lay down at SHG's doorstep. I think it's a pretty decent ban coming out of them, as we see a Sejuani ban come out of SHG.
I mean, Sejuani, Yone, Sejuani, Rumble, just a scary good combo. You get a Glacial Prison onto anyone they are dead. They are absolutely 6 feet under. You've got a Fate Seal coming on the top of an Equalizer or a Pop Blossom. Anyone that gets caught is just dead. There is no counterplay, I think, honestly, into that combo for this draft so far. You don't want to be dealing with it at all. So I think it's a smart ban. Get that Sejuani the heck out of there. Nautilus as well being banned here away from Vista in that support role. I mean, realistically, there are still a number of options that you can pair. I'm looking towards the Maokai. It is going to be a Vi ban away from Husha. But again, a Maokai, he still gets a crazy amount of value out of the Nature's Grass.
Yeah, I really do think people sometimes forget and underestimate what Maokai can do, especially with that ult. Yeah, just the engage tool or disengage from the fights, it's such a massive area and can get really, really tanky, even for a low eco support if they wanted to put him in that role. As we do see GZ lock in Xin Zhao, the jungler there, really good brawler, probably a good pick into that J4 if you're thinking the 1v1, but also to be that sort of frontliner, being able to pop that ult and repel them away from the team. Very, very protective. It looks like they're really set up to put their AD Shun in a good position. as we see a Varus picked for SHG.
Okay, so Xin Zhao in the jungle. I mean, look, it's no Maokai, it's no Sejuani, but it is going to have a decent enough time setting up for Fate Sealed, for Equalizer, going throughout the game. They pick a Varus. Now, this is not, by any stretch of the imagination, a comfortable Varus game. Equalizer, Tangle Barbs, Pop Blossom, Fate Sealed, Wind Meets Lightning into the Audacious Charge. It is going to be rough. So what do you bring? A Bard. It allows you to look for a reset should that things go wrong. It gives you the setup if you are looking to try and make a play off the back of the Jarvan, off the back of that Chains of Corruption. But I have to say, GZ's draft is terrifying.
Absolutely. I think they've got all the right tools. They've got a very strong, in my opinion, traditional front to back. You put Rumble, Xin Zhao, and Yone at the front, and you put Kai'Sa and Nico. I mean, really just Kai'Sa, because Nico is going to run forward and Pop Blossom as well. And that Kai'Sa can kite for days and just absolutely lay down so much damage. But I mean, SHG's credit, they've also got the Cassante, the J4 to frontline for them. Talia has that global ult, so they could turn, you know, an unfavorable fight into an even fight very quickly, or even into their own advantage, as does Bard with that magical journey. And as you pointed out, Bard for that reset for the whole team could be instrumental for SHG getting on top of GZ here in this game one of the best of three tonight.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, SHG, an ambitious draft to say the least, but when you've got a international pace bowler coming screaming at you, you want something better than just all right. You want someone that can hold his nerve on the pitch, hit the ball where it needs to go, and set up for a good innings. We'll have to see if SHG is that team. Unfortunately, they're more geared towards baseball. But maybe, just maybe, they're the one who can strike for the fences.
Absolutely. As we start to hear those crowds chanting, you just love to hear it. I wonder if the guys who are playing like get amped up, like what kind of impact it has on them. But I know it gets me pumped for this game one as we hit Summoner's Rift as SHG versus GZ.
Then gonna do a bit of scouting into GZ's jungle. Is Jungle is going to do much the same here. Trying to scout things out, trying to figure out if they can get that little bit of extra information that could set them up for better play in the next couple of minutes. Two Kaisers in the bot lane though for GZ, that could be a problem.
Definitely, and we've seen this before. Rumble pushing their way in early against Cassantes, just trying to get that ward down for their team and get that vision, as there's already straight away before any CS some significant trading occurring in the mid lane between that Yone and Talia.
Yeah, melee versus range matchup can be one that you suffer a little bit in, and Jimmy is for the most part going to struggle, but there is going to be a tipping point throughout the game where Jimmy is then going to be able to turn it around onto Arya pretty scarily and all but just remove him from the fight. I mean, the Scattered Earth is going to be a real problem for sure. If Arya's on his timings there and he's actually got the level up just that little bit before Jivian, given that denial of access, this is very rough.
This is scary already. Like, we're not even 2 minutes into the game and Arya has Jimmy hard stuck under that turret. Jimmy's probably going to clear this base and this wave and go for a recall here, because Jimmy does not have the health left to trade, I want to say, into this Arya. Arya still has 30-40% of the mana pool as well, so is quite happy with this early advantage they've managed to secure for themselves, I dare say.
Yeah, Jimmy gets a couple of levels though and is getting some of that health back, of course. Go to see the Doran shield just to try and provide some longevity. That lethality Varus coming through for Marble Heavy, looking to try and get some damage out of the Yijung, but that overheating Rumble does hurt with the Flame Spitter. You don't want to be in melee range either, because that punch of his hurts too.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams just feeling one another out. They're just getting these little pokes down. They're seeing, you know, what metal these gamers are made of here. We see the junglers just doing their clears. We can probably expect to see some ganks happening you know, after the 3:15, 3:30 mark, once they've done their first full clear, recalled, grabbed their items, and returned to the map. And as was pointed out at the start of the game, a few changes here on the Rift in 26.1. We've got that faster minion spawning, which means invades are so much more punishing if they decide to go for it. Instead of the 1 minute 5, they now come out at 30 seconds, so the games start a lot faster. The waves get bigger, they start moving a lot quicker. We also have the new role quests that you can see in the top there. Every role quest for every single role, which is designed to help them out. Top laners can get to level 20 now, and as you said earlier, we're seeing Scion bans because that's scary.
Walker taking a bit of punishment there, but at least he's able to dish out onto Vista. So it is just going to be, again, just sort of an even trading of damage on the whole. Nothing too crazy. Ejung and Heavy, again, going to hammer and tongs. The fast-paced action that we saw in our last series is probably not going to manifest itself here. The LJL and PCS, fairly slow-burning teams for the most part.
Yeah, that is exactly what I would expect as well. With no VCS involvement, I'm expecting a slower, more methodical game. I mean, I would still expect it to end around the same time, but I don't think it's going to be as, dare I say, peaky and trophy as a VCS match might be. As we continue to just see some even trading going on, no one getting any real big CS advantages, but we see Vaughn coming into Ground Zero's jungle right now.
Oh, Husha forced to flash away, but Arya is in response. Van drops his flash. Jimmy is going to go back to the Ghost and just avoids anything shenanigan-wise. The 3v3 meet-up in the mid lane results in a lot of summoners burn.
Yeah, but I think critically, Jimmy has the flash, whereas Arya doesn't. So that gives Yone that mid lane advantage now if he does decide to engage and need an emergency way out, as we see Orca rotating back around.
Vista as well here. Unfortunately for Shun, is struggling a little bit into this lethality. Varus is getting a nice bit of poke, burnt the barrier earlier. Just to get some damage. Level 6 is online, but the Scattered Earth is going to stop that forward momentum. Fate Sealed goes out, Arya low. Orchid just needs that little bit more, but can't get it done. Unfortunately, an easy sitting catch gets dropped.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Jimmy hit level 6 as he cleared the minions in that wave, dashing forward. So it was time to pull the trigger and absolutely went all in. Just a shame they didn't have that little bit extra damage to finish the job of Arya, because it's unlikely they'll get another chance like that for a few minutes. And by then, Arya's probably going to have that flash up again.
Absolutely. Ball leads here and there. Marvel just being a little bit more impressive in lane. Lethality. Varus can poke out just that little bit better than Shun can, unfortunately, on this Kai'Sa. And you look at it. Yeah, 6 ticks over. Both supports here in lane. Jimmy goes all forward. And the crazy thing is, if he doesn't get hit by the Scattered Earth, I think he gets the auto attack off that he needs to finish that kill. But the last second clutch heal out of Vista just keeps Arya alive.
Support's doing what supports do best. Keep everyone else on the team alive. You love to see it. Obviously, you know, Orca did get that really nice E down onto Arya to keep them there. But yeah, as you say, that one auto, I think, was the difference here. As there's no real significant gold lead across the Rift. It's maybe 200-300 gold across the two teams. The first Drake has arrived, saying g'day. It is a Cloud Drake for that little extra movement speed. And we've got about a minute and a half before first grubs as Jimmy goes in on Arya.
He get a little knock up, but the seismic shove does give Arya a bit of breathing room. Trade very much going in Jimmy's favor. A little bit of pace, that little bit of speed, full delivery means that Arya has to play on the back foot. Needs to be careful, doesn't want to overcommit and lose himself an early wicket.
Yeah, look, exactly as you said, you know, the Malay matchup is a little rough to start, but Jimmy's already turned it around and it's looking very, very favorable.
Oh, Fate Sealed, he's found the connection onto Arya, no flash whatsoever, and this could be a nice early wicket, not quite a duck, but out for 0.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, just Fate Sealed straight in there and did the damage, followed it up, got the kill, nice and clean, flashed that Frank Esports emote towards the end just to say, you know, job well done. That was basically, I want to say, a solo, and it absolutely was well played and clean from Jimmy. And good job from our observers as we cut to the replay here.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it, just spots the opportune moment, goes full on in. Vista this time doesn't have the heal, not able to save his mid laner. As the ball comes screaming on in, Jimmy just smacks it right back over Arya's head for 6.
That's it. Look, yeah, Jimmy had to pull the trigger as well because Arya's flash is only, you know, it's 75% of the way done on that cooldown. It's coming back probably in the next 30 to 60 seconds. So I really feel like that was now or never to press home that advantage with that ult too. As we visit bottom side, there seems to be some fight for control of vision. It looks like SHG is posturing around this Drake. They may want to start this dragon stacking and claim a little bit of dominance on the jungle objectives here. Just getting some bottom lane priority for themselves.
Absolutely, and Jimmy has had some very good showings in the last 12 months on this Yone. Steps out of the scattered earth. He's not going to... Oh, he is. He steps back into the seismic shove, gets stunned up. Does take some damage, but has that Vamp Scepter in back pocket so he can start to heal up on those minions.
Yeah, look, Billy...
There's a fight brewing for a scuttle. Oh, he just gets it away. Husha just walks it out before Van can get there to steal.
Yeah, look, he's just won the game there. That's the mental game. That's the actual game. Scuttle Crab, we all know how that one plays out. But I was going to say, we all know that a Yone with boots and that scepter is full build, you know? It's done and dusted from here. Arya's going to struggle. As we do see Van taking this Drake in what looks to be an uncontested fashion. I don't think GZ have wards in the area. Probably saw him walk in. They know about it, and they're happy with it.
No, he flag and dragged over the wall, so he would have just avoided vision.
Yeah,
I would imagine GZ pretty on the ball, knowing full well that he was right there, hot on Husha's heels. So they probably had an inkling in the back pocket. Yeah, Husha, having gone to Grubs, tells me for sure that they knew exactly what was going on. They were happy to trade up first Dragon for the Grubs. Jimmy coming up to assist. Get some progress on those runes. Takes the first. And, well, oh, what a gank coming in. Van follows up with a Dragon take by finding the opening onto Shun behind his tier 1 tower.
Yeah, look, Shun was not expecting that at all. I don't think any of us were until that camera immediately cut over to just see Van in that brush, waiting ever so patiently, TPing, in fact, and saw his opportunity and went in. Here we see it now.
Yeah, just spot Shun on the way back. Flag and drag, Cataclysm, Chains of Corruption. Shun was going nowhere but into the dirt.
Yeah, and the dirt absolutely welcomes Shun. I mean, Marvel had already eked out something like a 25 CS advantage as well. So that lethality Varus, as you say, is putting in some work against this much shorter range Kai'Sa that needs time to scale and evolve those abilities. We are starting to see a small gold lead here for SHG. It's only 300 or 400 gold. You know, we take a look at the individuals and most of the lead is actually over on Marble with that CS advantage.
Absolutely. Just being able to poke and pressure Shun down the bot lane as he has. Jimmy, Fate Sealed is up again. Arya drops down the scattered earth, so Jimmy is just going to have to wait bide his time. Husha in the vicinity, looking for it. Does he have the angle? But the wind meets lightning does connect. Your days just charge. No, he's off the money, and Arya just sidesteps out. Oh, Evie, now he's in trouble.
Ultimately, that resulted in nothing as we see.
Oh no, Chains of Corruption on Shun. Oh, Shun flashes into the wall. Oh, that's grim.
That was unfortunate. Like, we cut down to Marble already, like, driving home that advantage into Shun. Shun with the flash, and then, unfortunately, then it seems maybe panic ulting to try and get that shield back onto Marble and just absolutely getting stomped there in that 1v1. Straight off the back of, you know, the failed attempt in mid there too. You know, the fancy feat from Arya helping him survive that gank from Jimmy. And as we go for a replay here on the bot side now.
Oh, Shun, we're doing him dirty. I mean, what started to look like it was a good partnership building has quickly turned into two very, very fast, very rough wickets back in favor of SHG. And it does then turn into a tier 1 tower in the bot lane at the 12-minute mark for SHG.
Yeah, look, that is phenomenally quick on the first turret. That's also going to net them that 300 gold bonus for first turret as well, which has increased their gold lead sizably. They're also ahead in the role quest completion. They're top and bot side. Though, as I say that, GZ snagged that second one for themselves in the jungle role too. SHG looking decent here, definitely. I mean, Marble, it feels like Marble's got the better of Shun, at least here in this early game, but there is still plenty of time for Shun to get back into it and recover from that flash. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I make those miss flash plays, I am beating myself up. Look at that Q-po.
Yeah, Marble has already finished up the Yumu's Ghost Blade, has the second serrated Dirk even. So he's well on his way to hitting his item timings in this game. Has had all but solo lane pressure because Vista has been roaming. It has just been Marble and Shun for the better part of this laning phase, as short as it was down in the bot side. And Marble has won out in a pretty significant way. A 2,000 gold lead at 13.5 minutes in the bot lane alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Shun putting up the best fight he can. He's managed to complete the Kraken Slayer for himself too. We see Husha and Van both completing their first items. So the junglers are relatively even matched. Ejung has managed to eke out a small gold advantage in that top side as the two top laners are doing what top laners do best and just have a bit of a biff, walk away and recover. Right now, though, we are 30 seconds out from the second Drake of the game, so it will be interesting to see who puts some priority on this, as it appears SHG are rotating around and pinging that side of the map, so it looks like they want this Drake.
Dragon number 2 on the cards. Yeah, I mean, start that stacking up early. Orca trades back some damage, but he's taken a significant amount more. Standard goes down for Van, but it's on Dahushu. Would have that Crescent Guard to give himself a bit of breathing room. And a fight over the Scuttle Crab, again, has been sort of a significant point of contention here. Starting up Dragon number 2. GZ looking to respond. Teleport coming in off the top side. Yujang is going to be there. Jimmy sends it on forward, looking for a fate sealed angle, but it doesn't present itself, so he will snap back in a second. SHG step back, happy to concede some of this pressure, but Van lurking in the wings. Arya there as well. Weaver's Wall is going to be sent on down, and unfortunately, no angle for SHG to steal this away, but Husha is not in a good spot right now. Does have the flash, try and get away. He sends it deep, but he's caught by the Scattered Earth. Knocked up, taken for a ride, and Evie is going to claim him for his own. TZ get the dragon, but lose their jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to get that dragon. But watching Husha kind of like step back and then flash forward, it's like Husha absolutely wanted to fight that. I feel like there was maybe a little bit of disconnect there because I feel like GZ was backing away, and then Husha rightfully gets absolutely punished by Evie there, getting the all out through a massive amount of terrain, taking him behind the pit all on his own and taking out Husha as punishment for getting that dragon. And SHG are going to turn around and get that Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, yeah, quite happy as SHG. Yeah, ideally you'd like to start the dragon stacking, but if it's a 1-1 dragon split, it means it's that much longer till we look towards a soul. That allows you to pivot. And Husha just getting clipped there by the stun, then gets kidnapped by Evie, taken into the jungle and dispatched with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the classic Cassante all out, right? Just removes you completely from the fight in a 1v1 with arguably the tankiest person on this Rift. And generally, you're going to lose that fight no matter who you are. And SHG have found themselves in a tidy little advantage in this sort of what is now becoming the mid-game. They've got the 2,000 gold lead. They've got every single role quest. GZ also have every single role quest, but SHG have just popped this Rift Herald, cracked that tier 1 turret in the mid lane and gained themselves that sort of mid lane map advantage. They can now rotate around as we see a lot of pings coming down in the top side of the GZ jungle here. It looks like they're looking for a couple of SHG wards. They're just clearing that vision out, hoping that no one's hidden in those brushes.
Jimmy, he's going to try and avoid the stun here. Does just time it correctly. He's able to avoid that Scattered Earth. But I mean, yeah, there's not really much of showing itself for the next 3 minutes, but it could be a dive angle here for SHG. They've got the Bard, so that Tempered Fate can be used to neutralize the tower. Jimmy, though, unfortunately, will clear out this wave. Quick, smart. Gives himself a bit of alleviated pressure, looking for a turnaround on Zahari. He gets some good damage, Fate sealed as well, but he's going to be knocked back into the Scattered Earth, so it's a lot of posturing, a lot of noise, but no kill.
Hey, look, Jimmy just wanted to stop the recall, all right? You know, anything else was a bonus. So that was a moral victory.
Absolutely. That's all it is at the end of the day.
It does end up keeping Ari around topside, though.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy was looking for something. He's got the flash as well, so could have made a play. But the support is very much there for SHG. They're looking, again, very solid in the early game. It's how they transition to the mid to late game that is the point of concern.
Yeah, absolutely. As we return back to, you know, game state as usual, we're trying to get priority on those waves. Aria has TP'd to the top side to answer the push that came out of Jimian. We've got Evie on the bottom side being matched by Yizhang there with the Rumble. We've got item completions coming through. Everyone's on at least one full item. And as you would absolutely expect, that Nico with the Hextech belt now has that additional mobility. So we'll see if Orca can get some of those, you know, minion deceptive, you know, engagements with that Pot Blossom.
Oh, Husha, I'm not sure if that's the angle that you want to be taking here. Luckily for them, SHG, not all that keen on the fight. So, easy. Don't overcommit there in what could have been a disastrous situation. You look at it as it stands, yeah, like you said, these items are starting to come online, some of those big ones as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was interesting there. Husha, I'm not sure if Husha had vision of both of them as we see some pings coming down topside jungle. There may be an engage.
Oh, what a cosmic binding from Vista.
That's the one. Turns out not much is going to happen. Husha's here in the brush just to support Jimian as this top wave crashes into the tower and sends Aria into a recall there. Shun still trying to... Oh, that Q poke out of that Varus. That was like 25% of the health bar out of Shun there.
I mean, all the while, Marvel's just been given so much free reign. In the bot lane, in this mid lane, he's been allowed to just bully Marvel into Shun rather, into a bit of a corner. Get himself... He's now 2 and a bit items deep. He's working well on his way towards his third. Yeah, Shun's doing his best to keep up, but that's still a Kaiser that is 2,000 gold down.
Yeah, definitely AD to AD. Marble has the upper hand here against Shun, so I think GZ have their work cut out for them in a 5v5. I imagine if Jimmy can get one clutch ult over the team of SHG, that will do a lot of work for them. That will set that team up for success. Equalizer over the top, and you get Shun in the back line just peppering, raining damage down. But, you know, we get to see that 5v5 as GZ move into the pit. They really want to take this third Baron, securing the second one for themselves.
Tempered Fate is there. Vista wants to try and stop it. No, Van is just a millisecond too early. And Husha gets it. Now Jimmy, look at it turn the fight. Fate sealed. It's just off the money. Equalizes there as well. Crescent Guard dropped by Husha as he gets deep into the back line. Aria cannot get away on the magical journey. It's a nightmare. Pot Blossom in from the back line. Van, though, as the Mikhail turns around with that Cataclysm, they've stunned up Orca, so they will turn it into a 1-for-1. But SHG with Evie here are now looking to follow up on this fight. But the Dragon still going the way of GZ is a victory, if nothing else. On top of it, they get Aria.
Yeah, absolutely. A Dragon and 1-for-1, you take that any day. But this fight isn't over yet.
Evie, just a bulky unit. They decide better of it. GZ fighting this game on a knife's edge. This is so rough. You look at it. Gets it down to 18 HP, allowing Husha to finish it. Oh, the Fate sealed off the money as well, and Aria just sort of not just body blocked by his own team, but slowed down by the Equalizer, goes golden, which allows GZ to advance further in. Orca, it looked like it was going to be a great Pot Blossom there, only to find himself stuck in a dangerous spot in the middle of a Cataclysm, having burned the flash.
Yeah, you see Orca there with the Hextech belt actually bumped into the wall. So definitely didn't reach as many members as I think Orca was hoping. I think Orca really wanted to catch Marble out. And that's how they were able to easily turn it back onto Aria and claim that one back. So it wasn't a total whitewash for SHG there. So well done. But, you know, taking one in a Dragon, you'll take that any day. GZ by no means out of this game as they find themselves starting that Dragon stacking here tonight. Jimmy with the Fate Sealed has been a little off the mark so far. Definitely going to need one of those big engages to turn a big team fight around. We would love to see that happen, get some excitement happening here in the big fights. You know, Yizhang is ahead in the CS department, and he's about the only one on the side of GZ, and they're quite ahead on SHG side everywhere else. Look at the damage.
yeah, he's literally sitting just behind a Rumble that has been slap fighting into a Cassante all game. So clearly doing a lot of work right now. Van takes that scuttle on the top side, gives them a little bit of vision prior around this Baron. It is feeling almost a bit disingenuous. It's a 6-kill game, but not for lack of trying.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Marble's sitting very pretty with 3 out of the 4 kills for the SHG team. Has just been allowed to, as you say, farm CS, get those items, 3.5 items complete for that lethality Varus now. I would love to see a Q poke down onto... Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So it's still doing about 25% of Shun's health bar, which is just spectacular damage. And yeah, Baron is up. Next Drake is in another 2 minutes. SHG has, however, knocked down 3 of GZ's turrets, and GZ hasn't taken a single one yet. So a lot of priority here across the map for SHG.
I mean, in terms of the game state, it's not a lockout, not a shutout by any real stretch of the imagination, but it is not a comfortable looking, I'd imagine, for GZ and how this game has gone so far. It's actually probably pushing them more than I would say most people would have expected. 24 minutes in, rather. SHG have a pretty solid spot in this game and a real chance at closing it out for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. This is a strong mid game for them, but as you said, SHG sometimes can struggle to close out these games. So, hopefully they don't fall victim to that. Hopefully they're able to, keep the pressure applied, even increase the tempo, and push the advantages they've built for themselves into destroying the nexus of GZ. As we just see some lane priority being fought over, we want to see some wards being placed as pings start to go down on that Drake pit, which is up in 45 seconds. So SHG is just trying to make sure that those minion waves aren't too close when they go to contest, which I suspect would be the case here.
Yeah, I mean, 33 seconds, you can see the positioning from SHG. They are looking to try and get that lane prior, allow them a freer time when it comes to taking or at least contesting this dragon. Marble, just so much damage output from him. He's working towards what I would imagine is a Lord Dominic's, but could just as easily be a Mortal Reminder, given what we've got showing. I mean, Yone with that Blade of the Rune, he's going to be doing a decent amount of healing, so is the Rumble, but I mean, he's not really going to suffer all that much, deviating one from the other. And there is a very clear fight brewing here.
Yeah, absolutely, but SHG have the priority. It's GZ that's going to have to come into them. So SHG are probably happy with that. They've got some of the, dangerous long-range poke. Husha just trying to maintain vision.
It's starting Husha on the Dragon as well. Last time SHG did this, Husha was able to get it away off a miss smite from Van. This fight is gearing up, Jimmy, and he's looking to go forward. Crescent Guard is there. Fate Seal, but it's only on the Van. Cataclysm locks Husha into the danger zone, and the smite is off the money. Van 1 has let this Yijong Rumble steal the Dragon away. The fight, though, is going all SHG's way. Shoot onto the backside. Is going to find an easy pick onto Vista. Jimmy and doing what he can. Fighting hammer and tongs into the rest of the team. Seismic shove results in the ace. A 5-man wipe, losing just the support and a Dragon.
Absolutely spectacular, clean fighting from SHG there. Shun was the hope in the back line, but Arya was able to use that Zonya's Hourglass to stay safe and then flash over the wall, and Shun went down and was unfortunately unable to get that second kill for the team. And SHG, rightfully so, has turned their eyes and attention to the Baron, even on vision. GZ are racing back out on the Rift, but they're not going to get here to stop this. This Baron will be SHG's reward.
Yeah, it's not the fastest of takes, but it doesn't need to be. They've just wiped GZ off the face of the planet, all for a Chem Tech Dragon. You got a question, is it really worth it? Husha sends it so deep, looking for the angle onto Marble. Doesn't find it. Orca intercepted. Can't find the Pop Blossom angle because Evie finds him lurking in the wings. Doesn't land onto anyone, but I think Van there on the retreat back, and SHG mopping up, seemingly have found their answer to those problems that were so glaring last weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And Evie just frontlining for the entire team there, making it very, very difficult for GZ to even get into those back lines. As you say, Orca intercepted by Evie. So Evie doing his job, forcing the flash out of Orca, preventing that Pop Blossom onto the bulk of the team, only able to catch that one in Van, as you correctly said, was retreating. So really, really forced their hands, didn't get the fight that they wanted there at all for a Drake. I mean, if they can survive another 5 minutes, they could get the soul, but it's a 6,000 gold disadvantage. SHG have the Baron for another minute and a half.
Can they count?
Plus.
Yeah, no, as soon as a minion walks into a brush, I think they've kind of given away the goat there. Orca was trying to play the big brain, then walked away from the damage. He should have just taken it like a champ. Maybe the illusion would have held. This Baroned up SHG roster, it's not been a massive swing. They haven't quite been able to capitalize too heavily on this Baron power play, but they are building to it.
Definitely, I would like to see them apply a lot of pressure here as we get that TP from Evie coming into the bot side now. SHG are grouping up. They really want to get as much as they can out of this Baron. They will at least get this tier 2 GZ bot side turret, but I'm sure that they would want more.
I mean, they're slowly building to it. A 4,000 gold lead. Nearly 2/3 of this team lead is in the pocket of a lethality Varus. But all it takes is one fight, a decent shutdown. They get a shutdown onto Shun. There's a good chance that GZ are well back in this game. Jimmy looking for an angle, goes in onto Van, but not really the person you want here. Scattered Earth doesn't go out until Jimmy has snapped back to the shadow. All the while, these baroned up cannon minions, 2 of them sitting there wailing away at the bot tier 3. It will fall. It is only a matter of time, unfortunately, for this GZ roster. And the inhib seemingly next. Orca, the sneaky little minion that could. Can he find an angle?
I mean, surely they know that that's Orca so far out of position as that minion there. Gets a little root out.
Oh, Jimmy forced to go in as he shadowed back. Fate sealed the safety, but Husha in the back line. Equalizer is there, but it's attempted Fate onto Aria to try and keep him out of it. The fight, it's quickly turning. They do get the shutdown onto Marble. Shun's got some gold. It's quickly turning in favor of GZ. They may have found that opening, that valued partnership to turn the tide of the innings, but SHG run it away, only losing 2. It could have been far worse.
Absolutely, that could have been far worse. They did really, really well to break away from that fight as early as they did. Well played by GZ there, especially that massive Marble shutdown. I think it was a bonus 700 gold, and it marks Marble's first death of the game, as well as Van's, actually. So now the only deathless member of SHG is their frontliner, Cassante Evie, which is still an impressive feat nonetheless. And SHG, as we go to this replay.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy looks to have baby sold the farm here, just jumps out of the seismic shove, then gets drawn back into a horrendous position as he dashes forward onto Aria. Fate sealed to get himself out of danger, but then Husha comes screaming on in. They isolate Aria, and all the while Shun, this right click, Kaiser is just going to do so much more damage in a short period of time than this lethality Varus. Yeah, he's got that big burst, but beyond that, can't sustainably fight picture in picture. They're looking for an angle here. Jimmy misses that Fate sealed again, gets sent back to lane where he started from. And SHG don't really lose all that much. Chains of Corruption gone, but there is still a Cataclysm. There is still an all-out and a Tempered Fate. They could look to nullify a lot.
They have to be so careful around coming into SHG, right? SHG clearly want GZ to engage into them because Marble, he hits you with that Q. Marble's
he's looking for it. He's found Husha. He's kidnapped the Xin Zhao. Husha is in no man's land and he's gone. Looking for the turnaround. Pop Blossom does only land on the one as Aria goes golden. Jimmy on the backside. Can he find much of anything? No. Unfortunately, this Nico's dead. It's a support that has all but been gained here by GZ on the backside. Shun. Too many members of SHG to deal with. Jung can't do much more. He will survive, but only for seconds. And SHG routs GZ. It is Jimmy left alone. The TP's coming through as they are looking to try and shove and end this game.
Yeah, I think that they've got the means to do it. You know, 4 out of the 5 members are dead for at least another 20 seconds. Jimmy the last man standing here to defend against a pushing of 4 from SHG. Evie just putting in so much work there, removing and isolating Husha, the jungler, really weakening.
Okay, he hits Jimmy, and that's some decent damage turning around. They won't have enough to end. There's not enough gas in the tank, but they will at least get that tier 3 in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a really good result for SHG. It looks like they are trying to learn that lesson and drive home their win cons here, which is, frankly, Wallet, Diff plus Evie and Marble. You know, you put Evie in front of the GZ team and you let Marble stay behind, and Marble is just going to be able to poke them down. Each Q, you know, landing for 25% of Shun's health as we see this fight again.
Husha, it was a great spot by Evie. Goes in, pushes Husha into the wall, and then takes him. Unfortunately, that flash is going to do nothing for him there. And all the while, they look for an angle in. Oh, picture in picture. I think they may have found Orca here. They're looking to send it on in, and that's a very, very dead Nico. And so a massive engage still now off the rift in the live version of the game. And Shun, yeah, look, can take the 1v1 versus Avaris with those summoners up. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said when his friends are there to assist. So back to live, picture in picture told us Orca falls, and this Baron should be all but free for SHG. I don't know if Jimmy's going to have much left in the tank to get it done. Goes to Ghost form, Fate Seal, not going to be there. It's too little too late. He gets the kill, but that is all he gets.
Yeah, look, that kills a consolation prize, removing the Baron buff from Vista, but I almost feel like Vista knew that was what was going to happen. Vista stepped up to try and keep Jimmy away. You know, a kill over to the pocket of the Yone right now is not the worst thing in the world if you're going to get that Baron buff onto 4. Now they get to Siege again. This is 2 Barons out of 2 that SHG have been able to secure as we go to a replay here.
Just on the ankles of the Tempered Fate. I don't know how that Cosmic Binding lands. That thing went forward and then ripped the Yui and back into the wall. That is a very unlucky situation there for Orca.
Absolutely. The old Huey, Dewey, and Louie to get around that 180 corner there, but it landed, and it was the death knell that got them that advantage in that fight. As we return to the Rift, we see SHG just slowly, gradually building up that gold lead, currently sitting at around 6,500. And there's one damning statistic here, aside from the damage out of Marble.
Yeah, he's gapped Yijung in terms of damage output, and Yijung's playing Rumble, which is just the freest number stacker when it comes to that damage. And my lord, look at the damage. He's just under Husha with a single piercing arrow. That is not an insubstantial amount of damage. Has that Serpent's Fang as well, so it's going to be chipping through those shields like they were nothing. Edge of Night for a bit of safety. He's got his final serrated Dirk in the inventory. So he is literally on his way to full build at this 35-minute mark. He has had a phenomenal game for himself. Looking for angles in. Weaver's Wall to try and cut off support. My God, Shun, where'd your HP go there?
We're just waiting for the engage, but this Varus poke is...
Jimmy goes back. Oh, equalizer, pop wasn't forward. They found this down onto... Oh, my Lord, I thought that was the angle they're looking for Marble, but it's not to be. Ben turns it around. They're all locked in a cage of death. The Guardian's Angel is procced. I thought for sure that was going to be the opening they needed onto Marble, but not to be. He was able to save himself. Tempered Fate to the rescue once again, and SHG will look to siege the Nexus. Ground Zero, lacking so many of their big ults to try and save this push, will have to dig deep to try and make it happen. This is a scary spot to be in. It's doable, but it is looking so grim. Jimmy and Fate Seal deep in enemy territory, but he's locked up, shut down, and finished. Husha trying desperately, is kidnapped again by Evie. They are wiping the floor with GZ, and SHG will claim a massive victory in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. That last topside engage, which led to the base take, you know, SHG said, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me. They cataclysmed down, you know, they knew what they were doing, had the Guardian Angel, they took the fight, they got the kill they needed to get that advantage and really drive it home and take down those inhibitors and Nexus turret to claim their win here this evening, representing the LJL very, very well. And I have to say, Evie was impressive on that Cassante tonight, as was Arya in the mid lane, but Marble put in so much work. The damage, the poke, every Q that landed was 30% of everyone's health bar. It was just oppressive and overwhelming in the end there. What could GZ do?
Absolutely. And I mean, for my money, I think that was always going to be a bit of a hard push for SHG. I just have to say, nothing but 50,000 damage. That is a lot of damage.
That's more than 1,000 damage per minute, my friend.
Oh, yeah, and some. And some. My lord.
I think that might be, off the top of my head, the most damage we've seen in one game so far.
It's split.
I would
Absolutely.
have to look that up.
Absolutely. Yeah. My goodness. And Jimmy, I mean, look, he looked like he was doing so well in the lane. He finds himself that first blood onto Aria, and you think, well, but maybe he's done what he needs to do to get the kill here. But then Marble just became such a monster. And I mean, that sort of perfectly exemplifies how the rest of the game went. Marble just plays his spacing on this Varus so cleanly. And despite the fact that GZ found themselves on sole point eventually, it just didn't matter. It did not matter. Evie having one of the years of his career, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Evie has found another gear, and that Cassante is his V12. He can't miss with that. However, Jimmy can miss with these Fate Seals. Unfortunately, not landing many, and when he did, only onto one, at most two. Orca, likewise here with his Pop Blossoms, Hextex into the wall, has to flash to even catch one person. And unfortunately, that was the story of the match as well. Orca not getting too many good Pop Blossoms. You know, SHG really spaced this team GZ out well, intercepted where they needed to, prevented good Pop Blossoms, prevented good Fate Seals, really won these team fights in a commanding manner.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just such impressive gameplay from SHG, who, I mean, look, they sort of top to bottom, if you understand what I mean. They were the best of the sort of the bottom three teams throughout the entirety of 2025. It really didn't feel like there was much more to them than that. They beat out DFM pretty consistently. They beat out the Chiefs pretty consistently until we got to the playoffs of the season finale, and that's when DFM sort of bucked that trend, got that leg back up over and hit a position where they were able to knock SHG out of playoffs contention. So this is a massive win for SHG coming into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take them out of the bottom rungs and put them fairly square in the middle if they can convert this first game win into another one and win the series here tonight. But it's definitely a strong showing. It's definitely, I dare say, placing them as favorites to take tonight's best of threes. But we've been wrong before. Sometimes some teams can win the first and then they crumble in the second, and who knows? It remains to be seen. But this performance here and now, SHG just look far too strong for this Ground Zero team right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And you want to know something absolutely absurd. Something that could be just crazy. Logan?
I love absurd. I love crazy.
This victory is the first game that SHG has taken off a team that wasn't from the LJL or Oceania since January 17th last year with a beat Garm. They were then unable to take a single game off the VCS or PCS representatives throughout the rest of 2025. So that is not quite historic, but it's a pretty darn big deal.
Maybe it's the start of something. Maybe it's the start of a trend. Maybe this split is LJL's split, and SHG are going to be the ones to step up, shake it all up, and surprise us all. And who knows, maybe they'll be the ones going to first stand in Brazil at the end of Split 1.
I think that might be a bit of a far cry. We've got to get through the rest of this series first. Maybe, honestly, the answer is Orca maybe does need to go back to the Zaheen support. We don't know until we come back from the break where we see how the rest of the series plays out. Game 2 coming up after this.
Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine, typical selfish and greedy.
problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. 'Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. 'Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time.
要小心，你这个位置很常出事哦。这个要怎么杀他？20等贾克斯
进去了，20等贾克斯，第10把一波冒出转起来，还在继续往前冲，一爆，风根本扛不住。现在是属于贾克斯的时间。一切开始接他的护腕，3个人已经在等他。反击风暴转好了吗？转好了，交阵闪现，他没有死。 那紧接着就会是 GD 全面的进攻一剑，猎熊打得很凶，他直接走在对面的脸上，
耶，直接走在人家坦克脸上，他被
走不了了，一剑选择要上去，这一推就把他给推了回来。虽然有英灵之门，但没想 Hito 还是没有撑住。GD 就在问敢不敢打，真的敢往前滑，顺再拿一颗头。
lọt một khúc an toàn rồi, mở ra tranh kéo tốt đấy, trên bên này cũng gom vào, bóng đạn chưa góp được có thể tung ra, Taki lùi về được, Shadow là người đầu tiên lên bảng điểm số, Dogo 1 đấu 1 với Darktai nhưng đằng sau người ta có thêm cả bão đạn nữa, các sân của Red đang tìm góc để có thể bế kia ra qua tường.
Bây giờ gần như là anh ta dính chọn bộ combo từ đối phương. Sóng đã hụt mất rồi. Đang đá vào trụ để hồi nội năng dành cho bàn 1 có bom có chi hoạt lên và họ quay trở lại với nhịp 2 này khi mà trói chân chúng vào người và tốc biến lên đá thẳng đối phương vào tường. Một bộ combo full sát thương đến từ bàn 1. Những kiếm súng hay tách giúp cho anh chàng tay ở hồi máu thêm tí xíu nữa. Và bàn 1 vẫn bị trụ bắn này, ta chưa đi ra khỏi tầm trụ, lại quay trở lại để tấn công trụ và anh ta phải nằm xuống. Vì
rồi
rút trở lại tiếp đánh nhau.
Rút trở lại vào người đối phương. Aria đang gặp điểm rồi, mất tốc hành đến từ Aria chân rất nhanh, mất tốc biến nhưng tốc biến follow theo đến từ Dio và Dio có mạng của Aria.
Cùng với là Di Chiên giao tranh lớn cũng bị nổ ra. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng tìm góc tốc biến tới đi đến đồ kèo từ cái sáu đường mở ra đến từ Bu bắt đầu lao lên làm cho anh bằng người Husa bù lại Baron đã có dành cho team Sigurd họ lui về hay không? Tài đang cố gắng tìm góc nhưng mà Jimmy đang đứng kè tiếp tục là chiêu cuối lao vào. Di Chiên mất rất nhiều máu muốn làm cho anh vào người của Jimmy. Rồi nó mới nằm xuống nước kem rồi Tài thì có nhưng mà không cái mày cùng double kill là dành cho Tài. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng đang tìm đường về. Husa chạy được không? Andy đâu đó đã lấy cả mạng của Jimmy và hình như là Di Chen lấy được cho một cái mảnh của Pool nhưng sau đó Di Chen cũng đã phải đi. Husa ở đây cố gắng để đi về. Husa rất trâu đấy nhưng trâu đánh lâu thì cũng phải nằm và đó là quậy sập nhận cho team Secret Well。
霹雳正面的赶到，呼想拿下了预示者，同时团战瞬时的开启，英之门从天而降杀到控着动弹不得，这边位置快要死去的呼想用大绝离开到一线的机场，拉回了一手，拿下人头要跟队伍做车对方，没有一线看起来不太想退，一个呼拿两个人，他还想杀，跟着居米尔指着滑下来的顺眼来做收割，做目标边咱们想要杀顺山，所以又滑了上去，右边位置比也被抓到被两个人的夹击，可能要直接被放倒，
上面还在打，还在打，
在上方的位置，没成了一线，就算变回了原形，但还是要站到最后。利瑞这边不得已的交闪拉开这波距离，拿下预示者，也拿下团战。
有选择要下路玩不了了，下路玩不了了，而且是绿白的。现在就是远程直接做消耗，
就算扛着小兵也要继续来做跟你换血。欧卡有办法打出自己的复活吗？ 有这边有打出复活，所以 DCG 选择所有人往顺的脸上招呼。
打赢了，
最后一波闪现成功活下来，顺打 double kill。
Các đối khó, đối phương sẽ bắt đầu mở rộng trước. Cam từ từ tiến vào, Taki mở chóng thành công vị trí của công nhân. Vòng xoáy không gian tung ra nhưng không ai lên xe cả. Atomic chưa góp được có thể tung ra bó đạn. Nếu chân đâm xuống là đường dương đối phương. 21 yếu máu đang phải lùi về. Dòng đã có dành cho Sebo nhưng họ về được bao nhiêu người? Nó có không góc để có thể bắn. Và đó là màn gục thứ 3 dành cho bên phía của Gami Sport.
Coming back from what was a historic win for the LJL representatives. Not since January 17th, 2025 have they been able to get a win over a BCS or PCS team. So, is it going to go the same way as that series did, which was ultimately GAM coming back and winning it 2-1? Or can SHG absolutely break the record of being the first non-PCS or VCS team to beat the VCS or PCS team?
And look, it's not going to take us long to find out that answer, Billy, because we are probably going to jump into picks and bans very soon. We see these gamers here in their chairs, ready to roll. They are warming up. They're probably chomping at the bit to get back on the Rift. SHG to drive their first win home and take this in 2. GZ looking to take the second game and bring us to 3 games and hopefully a win for themselves. I don't think we've seen the best of GZ that they have to offer just yet. They could turn this around and win game 2, taking us to the 3rd, but they are going to have a tall order ahead of them with Evie in the top lane, Marble having an absolute perler in the bot side, accompanied by his support.
The camera angle tells me it is champion select time. Malphite and Jax again being targeted away from this ground zero roster. Jace in response being denied away from Van 1. Oriana again just being denied that opportunity to shine in the Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. That Oriana is a staple ban at this stage. I know we've seen a little bit of it, but definitely nowhere near as much as we would probably like, being one of the most powerful control mages in that mid lane. And I don't think either side want to see the other with it here. You know, Jimmy or Arya, they could both probably masterclass and style with that. We do have some other bans. SHG have banned away that Jax from Ezhang after last week. They saw that. They don't want to bar that. Another Gwen ban coming through just to make sure that they don't get snipped into oblivion with whatever Evi wants to play as well.
Yeah, the Rise as well. Final ban in the first phase. And I mean, look, I have to say it. I'm a bit of a RuneScape player. I enjoy it. Destiny and I we put together a group Ironman team last year while doing the LCP, and my character's name is SoftBanker HG, and it looks just like Evie. I'm all in on this SHG win train here. I've been invested for over 12 months now, and I'm here to manifest it. I've been building, I've been brewing, I've been working behind the scenes to get this character ready for something this monumental. It has been building. There's a Aphelios locked in for Marble down in that bot lane.
I absolutely love it. It looks like, you know, SHG has gone meta. They have expanded for global domination. As we also, you mentioned Vestian. Vestian has become a co-streamer for Team Ground Zero. So he would probably be pretty happy to see an Ambessa picked up here for the likes of Ezhang, who piloted that last weekend as well. We've also got another pick coming through here for Ground Zero. I'm curious as to what it's going to be as we see a Ziggs hover for maybe Shun here. A bit of AP damage.
Quite possibly. There is absolutely an angle where that possibly could be. But no, Misfortune, I think, makes a little bit more sense. I think the Ziggs bot lane is a little bit more situational. You kind of need to know what you're playing it into. It's not a champion that you're often going to be blind picking. Misfortune, very, very solid. With that public execution is going to be a great setup tool. I think if SHG are smart, they put Van on something like that Pantheon, which does negate a lot of it with that Aegis Assault. Just get in front of the bullet time, try and negate it. But I mean, it's going to be Thresh. It was always going to be sort of a Thresh of Aphelios lane. I think it just makes a lot of sense. We did see Thresh Lulu, Aphelios Lulu in our last series, but it is such a quintessential pairing.
Yeah, I mean, you called it earlier in the other game where the Aphelios was picked. You'd like, I would like to see the other team pick it away because Aphelios Thresh is such a strong pairing in that bot side lane. But speaking of strong, we have a Pantheon pick on the side of SHG as well. Pantheon almost feels like one of those jack of all trades, can dish out the damage and for a small period of time can soak that damage as well. Has that global ability with the ult to just turn those fights back in favor of SHG. You are never fighting alone with the Pantheon on your side of that rift. As we see
Mundo, so Malphite banned. I mean, Mundo's traditionally played into it, but he's bulky. He can take a lot of the punishment. Pantheon, I think, very rarely will find an opening where he actually has kill threat onto the Pantheon, and it's just going to be very, very hard to choose through for this team. So I think they're lacking a little bit in terms of an answer, at least so far for the draft for SHG. If Husha on this Mundo is given that time to really ramp up and become that monster that a Mundo can be, it just may be a case of biding their time.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you can pressure that Mundo early game, really put them down, you'll win yourself some early to mid game advantage, and hopefully you've won by then, because if you let a Mundo scale, oh, it could be over. You know, as they like to say, Mundo goes where he pleases, push, push, push. But crikey, the Croc has been banned away by GZ against SHG. There will be no Renekton on the Rift tonight into that top lane matchup. So it makes me wonder what SHG responds with the Nautilus ban. They really don't want that hook landing on their Aphelios, because that would end the dream for that Aphelios. Quick, smart.
Yeah, I mean, just guaranteed lockdown as well, and that depth charge makes it a very, very hard game if I'm able to play in the middle of these team fights. I mean, you're going to have a public execution screaming at them already. The last thing you want is a depth charge, just enabling that bullet time even further. Sion taken away from Evie. They don't want a Juggernaut matching up in that top side. That big, beefy frontline bruiser. Not quite the sustainability or the survivability that a Mundo does have, but pretty darn close in the grand scheme of things. Jimmian denied his Azir. Bit hit or miss, has had a couple of good showings on it, has had a couple of rough showings on it, but Blitzcrank, a Shao C special, it might be Orca looking to pick it up. The hook battle in the bot lane. And Aphelios, notoriously immobile. Blitzcrank, great at punishing immobile champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Blitz is one of the best. You know, you pop that W, you run it even faster. Yeah. Locked in. So this will be interesting to see the damage Orca can do. I'm fairly certain Orca does love a Blitzcrank, so this should be a good matchup in the bot lane. It'll be up to that Thresh to either intercept those hooks or buffer them away with that stun to keep his Aphelios on marble safe and tidy for this match. And I mean, Blitz also brings that CC knockup as we see Zahen on the Rift again.
There might be just an element of mind games to that pick. Just rubbing it in the face of Orca after how that game went. But who knows? I think this is likely Evie bringing that out in the top lane. And then Ari being hovered here for Arya in the mid lane. A solid pick. I still don't necessarily know if there is going to be enough damage to get through this Mundo, especially once he hits that level 16, he becomes a bit of an unkillable monster. It is going to be locked in for Arya. So Arya in the mid lane. What is Jimmian's pick here for game number 2 of the series?
I mean, Rise's banned away, Talia has been used.
I'm kind of here for this. He went absolutely ballistic on this champion in their matchup last week. I mean, he did the hard yards to try and get it over the finish line. 10-3-7 into DCG. Absolutely bodied Hong Shuo on that Akali.
Yeah, Jimmian locking in that LeBlanc, that absolute mid lane AP. I'm going to call her an assassin that can 100 to 0 you before you can even realize what has happened. These are some spicy comps here, Billy. I'm really excited to see this matchup. I think the bot lane of SHG has the advantage over the GZ. I think GZ mid lane has the advantage here. It remains to be seen. We're going to jump into the game and they'll prove me wrong or right either way.
I think this is just an incredibly uncomfortable game for SHG, in all honesty. My goodness. You're at Aphelios. You're at a mobile bot laner. You rely on Thresh to get you out of those sticky situations. Your enemy team, not only do they pick Mundo, so they've got this scary, beefy frontliner that's going to be sprinting at you. They've got a blitzcrank. So you step a foot out of line, you are getting abducted, put in a van, duct taped, and, well, he's not even going to come to ransom. You're going to be dead before that happens. And then to round it all out, you give Jimmy a champion that he dominated on, the LeBlanc, the Assassin Mage. This is feeling like a go next angle for Marble. I'm sorry.
Calling it nice and early there. So it seems like Ground Zero is heavily favorited here by you as we jump on a Summoner's Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 between SHG and GZ. We take a quick look at these runes. We have the unsealed spellbook here on the Blitzcrank, as well as a ward, and some early trading goes down.
Almost missed it by that much. Aria just a little bit too far out of range. That would have been a pretty rough hook to be on the receiving end of. I don't necessarily think it would have been a kill, but boy, would it have hurt.
It absolutely would have given Jimmy in that mid lane advantage. If Aria was down to, say, 10-15%, wouldn't even be able to afford one trade. But that's in the past. The hook was missed, and the game is on. As usual, we get some deep wards placed down to try and track where these junglers are at, to try and prevent that early gank coming out of these very active junglers. We do have to keep an eye out for Vaughn, though. Vaughn will be able to get to these fights pretty quickly from level 6 using that Skyfall ult as well.
I mean, even pre-6, you've got the Dark Passage Lantern there from Vista. If they look for a cheeky lane gank, all of a sudden, what looks like it's a nice, comfortable 2v2, there's a Pantheon jumping on your face and very little that you're going to be able to do. Yeah, you got the cleanse there. But if you land the Flay on top of it, Vista, it's going to make this a nightmare situation for Shun. But, I mean, I think I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. On paper, this is feeling a little bit one-sided in favor of GZ. But we've seen anything is possible if the work is put in.
Definitely. And we do see some...
Ooh. Heavy and E-Junk. Just trading up in that top lane.
Just, it gets me every time. I'm not used to... Oh, my gosh.
Everyone's grass trading, that's all it is. It's about getting those stacks on the runes. E-Junk just ticks over level 3 second before Evie does. Unfortunately, Evie is going to be stuck level 2 for the moment until that wave crashes in.
Yeah, that's it. And as I was saying, if we take a quick look at the summoners here, everybody's running pretty standard summoner spells, except for that MF, respecting the CC that SHG is going to bring, and has opted for the cleanse to get out of any of those sticky situations as best as possible, recognizing the quite limited protection options, I do want to say, to get started for Shun there on that MF. As Jimmy has been heavily traded into, he is down a little bit of CS. We'll recover that with this wave. But most
Husha is coming for a visit. I don't know. It's not going to result in a kill. There's just no way, unfortunately, at this stage that Husha is going to be offering that much damage unless Aria just sits there and takes it. He's got the charm as well, but yeah, it's enough to scare him off. Allows Jimmy a bit of a reprieve to go for a recall. That's all it is.
That's it. Get that breathing space. We like to call that the owner special, where Mondo just walks straight through mid, throws a Q, misses everything, and keeps on walking. You know, I think that's what the kids these days call aura farming.
Not a bad hook there onto Orc. He's looking for the rocket grab. Does pull Vista in, but the Dark Passage goes down. Gravita Mount, and they will get some decent damage onto this Blitzcrank. They're happy to just let him walk it off because it gives them the lane prior. Oh, but Dan here as well is looking to try and make a play here. There's a ward in that tri-brush. He's stacked up the passive. So this Comet Sphere is going to be hitting. Could be a cheeky angle for Orca to pull Van over that wall into tower range, and that could be a very dicey spot. But there is going to be a dive here. The ward down, fully aware of what's going on. Dark Passage in. They're delivering it to Shun. Cleanse goes out, but it might be enough. No. So they get the one. It will be at the cost of Vista's life, but they get themselves a double off the back.
Yeah, really well played there. They set that up. They were on vision, and, you know, even GZ knew that it was happening, but there wasn't too much they could do about it because of the timing of the crash of that wave. I think it was really well played there, though, by GZ to turn around and at least get that one back. And they got it right onto who they needed to there with Shun on MF.
Oh, it was a great play. The cleanse out, unfortunately, doesn't quite give the distance, but it's, yeah, Orca identifying that they need to at least find something out of what they've just been on the receiving end of. So gets the knock up, the power fist onto Vista, keeps him under the tower while he's tanking. They get something back at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Vista just rotating the mid here with Aria, so it's a 2-for-2 matchup in the mid as they just They just pass through the mid. You know, mid is that transient lane where everyone comes and goes through, but no one wants to stay, you know? They've got so many other things to do around the map, like the Drake, which is up in 10 seconds, as SHG ekes out a 500 gold lead for them. And that lead is mostly on Van in the jungle, being that proactive Pantheon that we are seeing so much of here in the LCP.
He could be a real problem point into that post-6 era of the game. Grand Skyfall comes in, screaming into a lane, and all of a sudden what looked like a 2v2 or a 1v1 is very, very mismatched in a matter of moments. I mean, elsewhere, nothing crazy happening other than just skirmishing down in the bot lane. Van is here again, but there is a control ward. They will need to clear that vision if they want to go for something, but Orca knows full well that they need to capitalize. They've got Hoosier in the neighborhood as well. They are respecting that gank potential. It's a level 6 Mundo as well. Rocket grab just shy.
Absolutely. If that rocket grab had landed onto Marble with Hoosier around and Shun running in, I think that would have been a tall order to protect Marble. That would have blown some summoners as we go to a little top lane skirmish here, just having a bit of biffo. They're going to walk away from one another and say, thank you very much for those.
Evie sends in the ult, looking for something on Ejung, just asserting a bit of dominance there, if nothing else. Ejung does have that public execution. They could look to maybe get a bit more aggressive in the face of this Saheen, but I think they're just sort of happy to handshake it away. Don't need to throw anything away in terms of the early stages of this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ejung was sitting on the public execution there as well and absolutely could have died.
Aria's in a bit of trouble. Caught by the chain. Van turns it around, though. They're looking onto the Mundo. And he's a tank. He's a juggernaut, but not at this stage of the game. And Hoosier evaporated means there is no threat in contesting this dragon. Van 1 gets his cake and eats it too.
And it was delicious. You just have to know that. They leave Van alone to finish that Drake as they return to their lanes. That's what happens when the team rotates, as we see the start of the fight here.
Oh, what a play. Shield vault into that death sentence. And there is no counterplay there for Hoosier whatsoever.
No, absolutely. The aggressive flash forward stun just kicks off the fight and ends the
Jimmy
fight.
almost has the ult up. It's back off cooldown. So Ari needs to be very careful. Van's here in assistance, and I think that's what's going to be dissuading Jimmy for committing in. But there was a good chance that could have been a dead Aria.
Yeah, as GZ invade SHG's jungle here, and they grab the blue buff for their efforts too. Doing a good job of at least keeping pace, if not even being slightly ahead in jungling. Because if Mundo gets that, Heart Steal, or I think it's Warmogs that they want if they're the jungler, that's a lot of health that you've got to try and fight through, even if there's minimal resistances. So on the way to becoming that monster that we know that they can be, as we see a little bit of trading in the top lane. SHG, again, slowly, methodically, just playing this calculated game, building their gold step by step, eking out those advantages before they press home that advantage a bit later on, if they can keep it up.
Chain lands on Aria, but the bone plating is going to do a good job of denying a decent amount of that damage. Aria pops the electrocute. Just walk it off. I think he's got a decent amount of change in the back pocket. We'll be looking for a recall.
Yeah, I think it was a tight little trade. It looks like Aria has just popped that ward down and looks to be sticking around, actually. No recall coming up. There are some pings coming down in the jungle. GZ not happy that SHG's returned the favor and stolen their blue buff.
Yeah, Van, cheeky little steal back. Dark Passage out there to get him away, but the public execution goes down for Ejung. Evie pops the ult to get back under his tower. Off the back of a recall, Ejung is going to find himself a bit of an opening, but Evie does have his TP available. Aria again coming out slightly worse off in this trade against Jimmy, and the charm does land, but the Orb of Deception is already gone. Evie in a bit of trouble, can't take out the passive. Ejung, though, unfortunately, will still fall to the tower, so a 1-for-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, we cut away to that mid skirmish, so he missed most of what happened with the top there.
Grand Skyfall, Jimmy, and he could be in a bit of trouble if they can find the connection. Stunned over the wall. Charm! It lands from Aria. That's big. Spirit Rush. Jimmy trying to fake them, and that is the power of the Pantheon.
Really good gank there. Like we've said before, you could be in a one-on-one, suddenly you are not anymore. Vaughn just proactively grand stuff hauling in, as you said, getting that ult off. Unfortunately, not able to flash early enough to avoid the stun, and then suffice to say the charm followed through as we get to see Ijung versus Evie here after Ijung ulted into Evie, and Evie ulted as well.
Unfortunately, those dashes, the survivability, maybe a bit of a false sense of security for Ijung, but he's already burnt the flash to follow up that kill. And then this, yeah, I think, Aria, this is the entire plan. Just stick around, try and bait Jimmy and in to overcommitting to something. And then the Grand Skyfall, as soon as that lack of ability, that lack of mobility there for Jimmy, and they capitalize, and what a charm over the wall. That ward, having been placed down, gives them all the information they need to find the follow-up on the play.
Absolutely. I don't think I've ever seen a ward predict that good. As we come back to the game, SHG now eking out that advantage, 1.5k up. The grubs are down as Husha goes to clear the scuttle crabs in the top side. Currently, SHG in the lead with 5 kills to 2. Even turrets on the sides here. And Husha pathing top's going to be spotted out by that ward there. So Evie, not really worried, already under his own turret. But let's take a quick look at the items. And Bessa already having completed 1 full item. And we have a Storm Razor on the side of Marble as the Aria finishes that item there as well. We also
Malignant's
have
done. I mean, it's a big power point for Ari in general. What a death sentence onto Orca. It's just an ego chow, if anything. There was never really going to be much kill threat on the backside of it, but you look at how far zoned off GZ are from their bot lane tower. Once again, Marble, the Maestro in the bot lane, completely controlling this spacing.
Yeah, Orca quickly gets the counter hook.
Oh, bullet time. Vista in a bit of trouble there. Drops the box. He's trying to limp himself away. Does not have any summoners. The Gravitum does come out looking for the root. Jimmy's here. Looking involved. The death sentence lands on the Jimmy, and his Aria is here. Husha just surviving. And they actually get themselves the follow-up. It's just from downtown. That Moonlight Vigil from Marvel that at least salvages something, anything in terms of the kills there. A bit of a gross overcommitment from SHG. Luckily capitalized on by Ground Zero.
Yeah, I definitely think that's safe to say. I mean, SHG lost 2. The only reason they were able to get that one was a downtown snipe from Marble onto Shun. It was really an all-in messy skirmish there. You know, we had Aria just pop in at the last second. And as you were saying, Vista ego-checking Orca with the hook. And Orca said, you know what, I can do you one better. And hooked Vista under the tower, you know.
I mean, it looked really good. It did. It looked like it was exactly what SHG were going to need. And then you see Jimmy coming in from the top side of the screen. Exhaust onto Van. I mean, Van unable to get the shield up to block that bullet time damage was a bit rough. And it looked like maybe Marvel had stopped the forward momentum. But yeah, look, the death sentence from almost beyond the grave there to try and set something up. And Moonlight Vigil. Oh, no, it's a flash Infernum into Gravitum rather than a Moonlight Vigil. So it must have gone down already. But that was, I mean, a huge heads-up play from Marble to make that and successfully get out.
Yeah, look, Marble is on one tonight. Marble in Game 1, absolutely monstrous. Marble in Game 2 right now is significantly ahead in CS and deathless so far. So I would say Marble is definitely proving to be like a win con for SHG. If they can play around him, he'll be able to carry them to victory. As we see a role quest.
Evie, he's dragging Yijang back. He's looking for the fight. He's almost fully stacked up, but that execution is calling. Going to make it a little bit harder to Evie to keep fighting in the good fight. It was dicey. It looked like maybe there was going to be an angle there.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. As you say, the execution is going to do some work here. It's definitely going to prevent that stacking and the recovery, the health gain. As we know, it's got that 40% anti-heal, which is healing and shields. We see SHG with 2 Drakes as a fight over the blue buff.
That is the second blue buff for each team that has been stolen in a row.
Yeah.
So, I mean, respect where respect is due. They are trying to get as much in the brain of their opponents as possible. But, I mean, you take stock of the game, 14 minutes in, 6-4, a slight lead if nothing else. But Ground Zero are still looking for these opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not scared to fight, even if they've only completed 3 of their role quests compared to SHG's 5. Ground Zero are here to win. You know, you don't come to these games to... Oh, there's a good hook.
Great hook there, the Rocket Gang. Bullet time going to be going out as well. Vista is in a world of trouble. That heart steal. Marble looking to turn around. Great Skyfall comes in, but they can't find the angle onto Shun. They're looking to shut down Husha, and they're going to do just that. What a save from Van One.
What a turnaround, to be honest. Van One rocking in like a superstar. Just, you know, I am here, and just turn that fight back around on GZ. GZ got a good engage. They thought they had the up there. They had the numbers advantage. They had Vista down low, but, you know, wrong place, wrong time. Van, however, right place, right time.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, it was a great rocket grab. A blind rocket grab to boot onto Vista. It looks like for sure this is going to be a dead thresh, but the fact that he has that aftershock means that he survives for as long as he does. He breaks the spell immunity from Husha, which allows Van to then turn back, get that shield vault onto him for the stun, and keeps Vista alive. There's a good chance that one more of those briefcases would have been enough to take out Vista.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if Shun's Bulletstorm had been a little bit more facing towards the alcove, Vista wouldn't have had that little safety that he could have hidden in, and it would have been a different fight. But it's already in the history books. We're already moving forward. Van One roaming actively, trying to clear out this vision in the jungles and rivers. Vista helping as well. Probably trying to secure vision control for the Rift Herald, which has been up for a couple of minutes. Not even, 50 seconds. And the next Drake in around a minute and a half.
I mean, the big problem, the evident problem on the Rift is that top lane matchup for right now. A 40 CS lead for Yijang in this matchup. That is not good. Oh, cheeky little steal from Husha there, comes in and gets the Scuttle Crab from right under Van's nose. That's a bit rough, that is, but it's not going to be the be-all and end-all. Yijang, he's going to take this tower down. There might be an angle onto Evie here, so he's going to have to play himself very carefully, but just dives himself out. Yijang is playing that long game.
Yeah, look, as you say, Yijang has 1.3k gold lead just in the... Oh, good flash from Van One, respecting the hook there and the potential. Yijang is the hope and dream, I suspect, in this situation to frontline. Taking that lead into the team fights will be huge. You know, if it wasn't for Yijang's 1.3, SHG would be up 2.7 right now. That CS lead is quite significant. As we see GZ take that Rift Herald uncontested, they will doubtlessly be hoping to crack open SHG's mid-tier 1 turret and get themselves some map advantage here as Shun continues to farm CS and try and keep up with Marble's items, hopefully turning into an advantage soon. All ults are up. All summoners, except one aside, are up. So the next fight could be massive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting spot. At the moment, Marble is looking like he is going to be the big bad boss of this game. But you then remember that public execution is all the difference maker. If Yijang can land it onto Marble, he is effectively removed from the fight. Because I genuinely don't believe that he could survive the onslaught that is going to be this Ambessa. Infernal Drake taken the first of the game for ground zero. They stopped the stacking. But you can see that there is just a very evident fight on the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. They dropped that Rift Herald to get that priority in mid lane, which SHG had to answer, which allowed them to get that Drake. But SHG in kind were then able to secure the top tier 1 for themselves. GZ, not to be outdone though, send Yijang bot side to try and secure that turret, which Evi then has to respect with his own TP. So now Evi has burnt that TP and has less cross-map mobility should a big fight break out elsewhere.
Absolutely. Mundo, Heartsteel done, is working on through, trying to become just as tanky as physically possible to sustain through that output, give Yijang something else on the back pocket to support him when he goes into that frontline position. Infinity Edge now done for Marble, so second item for him. Going to be hitting reasonably hard. He's still only the single item. Yijang working well on towards his second. He's got such a significant lead, and SHG calling the coach comms. They know more than ever now is when they need to get that voice of reason in the back of their head. They can start to look to close this game out.
Look, exactly. These coach comms could prove quite critical, right? We're looking at an objective observer. They are not in the game. They are not, you know, potentially tilted from a bad play. They are looking from the top down, and they could provide some insight that you may not see yourself. As we see a hook go a little bit wide. Evi was able to move out of that, preventing the two-person gank under turret bot side.
Ooh. Yeah, and that is that damage output that Mbessa is so famous for. Evie copped a lot of punishment there. Jimmy was looking for an angle onto Marvel, but the Dark Passage gets him away to safety. Orca, Yijang not done here on Evie. That passive not stacked up, but both of them drop their ults. Hush coming in for a howdy you do. Grand Skyfall. Unfortunately, the numbers are not in Ben's favor. Arya teleporting in. The Evie will fall yet again. An unfortunate turn of events and a lot taken away in terms of summoners and ultimates from SHG and Answer.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably not what SHG wanted to see out of that one. GZ brought the numbers, and whilst SHG were quick to respond, you know, Van ulting in, we got the TP out of Arya, it just was not quick enough. And GZ walk away with that kill and start applying their pressure elsewhere. As we take a quick look at the minimap, GZ have so many wards on this bot side river and bot side jungle that I really don't think SHG can go anywhere without GZ knowing about it. And with the next Drake up in 2 minutes, it's unlikely those wards will be around to provide value for that. We do, however, have some top side. Oh, hook from Orca.
Yeah, on to Arya. Jimmy is there on the backside. It's not an insignificant amount of damage. Dark Passage comes out to help get him away to safety. And that could have been a bit grim. Right now, I mean, you could feel that sort of momentum shifting. The air no longer the same, no more LJL coded. Ground Zero have walked themselves back into a position to actually contest this game.
Yeah, absolutely. They are holding strong. They're holding firm. They will not be bullied off of this game. They really, really want to win this one. And you can tell by how they're playing. They're contesting their objectives. They're standing up in their team fights. They are responding when other fights break out if they're not around as well. And Yijang is looking to put this team on his back and carry them to victory. He has a 60 CS advantage over Evi right now, which is phenomenal. We take a look at that gold difference. You know, GZ have done a great job bringing it back from 2K down to just 400 gold as Yijang goes in.
Yeah, oh, Evie in a world of trouble. The change is off the money, but the hook, he gets the ult out, but the public execution from Yijang downtown. Unfortunately, the passive not there again for Evie, and he becomes the obvious and easy target for the GZ punchdown. Grand Skyfall coming in, looking for an angle onto Shun. Can they take the tower? No, they don't get anything for it. And it's feeling like desperation play starting to build. TP on the backside. It's all coming to a head right now, and it's GZ in the driver's seat. Ben tanks the bullet time. They get themselves away. It could have been so much worse.
Absolutely. I was scared that GZ was about to wipe SHG off the map and take this turret, but SHG, not to be beaten so easily, respond well. And as we see this gank here again on the Evie.
Yeah, just a little bit too far away from the tower. And unfortunately, when it's Yijang, just outside of tower range, is too far away from the tower. And what a layering. Yijang putting on a bit of a masterclass for this Mbessa champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And really good to see that buffering there, though. The hook did land, but the ult out of every buffered it and didn't actually get pulled back toward the team. So that was a really cool little mechanic to see. As Orca goes fishing and unfortunately misses, Van just clearing out some vision as GZ go for this Drake.
Yeah, SHG decide better, but they think they can probably spend their time a little bit better if they go for the tower. My goodness, that is a damage gap and a half. Yijang, nearly 20,000 damage, looking to get himself up to 1,000 DPM. That tier 1 in the mid lane does crack. SHG get it done. It cost them GZ's second dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now it feels like GZ have a second win. They're like, you know what? We have a win con too, and if we play around this win con, we can win. It's like our win con is better than your win con. Because as you've said, that public execution, if Yijang can land it onto Marble, Marble's basically going to be dead to rights unless Thresh is sitting right on top of them. So I'm really excited to see what this next big team fight is going to look like. All role quests are finished. The goal.
Oh my lord, the damage. The Midnight Vigil is coming out, and unfortunately Shun's forced to get away, and there you go, public execution onto Marble. He commits way too deep, draws Van into his own affairs, and it cost them 2. It was potentially going to be the opening that they needed He was doing so much damage. Shun had to flash over the wall to get away. Unfortunately, it just cost Marvel everything.
Absolutely. We were literally just talking about it in that public execution on the Marble, and down they go. It looks like GZ might be trying to start this Baron, maybe see if they can't force SHG into them and finish them off. But I think SHG are just saying, we don't want any of that. We don't want to risk losing the game here. The Baron isn't worth as much gold as it used to be. You can have it. We'll defend. We still have plenty of turrets up, and we're going to take that recall, reset, get some items, and come out onto the Rift to see if they can't get some priority on these waves.
Oh, Evie again. The Saheen champion, leaving a lot to be desired in the 2026, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Evie on Cassante is a different beast, but as we see Marble here, just caught out far too deep.
I mean, they very nearly took him out, unfortunately, if not for Yijung. But to be fair, I didn't even think if Yijung wasn't there, Marble was likely dead anyway. He was well behind enemy lines in a dangerous spot and was punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I am glad to see these replays, though. It is nice to get that sort of full context, as Arya sitting here could get a mean flank onto GZ if they get the right target. They've got the full vision. Mundo's probably not who you want, though.
They know that he's there now, and Orca's going hunting. The rocket grab is just not quite going to connect, but these Baroned up minions pounding away at this mid tier 1. Not every day that you see Baron minions hitting a tier 1 tower, but it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thresh hook to bring it into range to take it down, because that thing outranges those turrets, and all you need to do is babysit it, and it can just putter away.
Tower is inevitably going to be run over there. The rocket grab off the money once again. Orca descending one. It's about sending a message more than anything.
That's it.
My lord, Evie is getting gapped in the top lane.
Absolutely, and that Jimmy and poke is scary as well. That did about 20% damage to Vaughn before he could even react. But yeah, Evie is not having a good one here. The stat line only being 1-3, you would think, okay, that's not too bad. But he's also down a solid 85 plus CS. So the gold diff is massive, which you can see in the items here.
Oh dear, public execution onto Arya. He's in a lot of trouble. Will Spirit Ross just to survive, but it gives GZ again that prio they need to crash these waves in and clear out these remaining outer turrets on the Rift.
Yeah, look, absolutely. GZ are using this Baron buff really, really well. Still with another 45 seconds, they've already eked out nearly 3,000 gold from this Baron play that's happening right now. And as you say, that public execution out of Yijung onto Arya to get that ult out, I think that was a favorable trade. That puts them in a better position for the fight later on. But it was just to get that push advantage, just to get that tower, because I don't think we're going to be setting up for another fight just yet. The next objective on the map will be that Drake in 45 seconds and another 3 minutes 20 until the next Baron is up. So for now, it's reset, get your items, push the waves out, get that priority, and get the vision control you need to be in an advantageous position for the next fight.
Well, it had been a pretty sizable lead there for Marvel as quickly swung to about 200 gold. Both bot laners have their armor pen items. Lord Dominic's Regard picked up by Marvel, an immortal reminder for sure. And they're looking for Jimmy, and they might have found an angle in play. Death Sentence just off. He tried to predict it, but it's going to be the shield vault in. Jimmy, and can he survive? Does just get himself out with the distortion. Narrowly avoided. All they do is pop this spell immunity. You can see Yijung. He's teleporting it onto the backside. This is a very dangerous spot for SHG to find themselves in. Death Sentence number 2 will land onto Husha. They might just have to turn and burn. That public execution is available. Flay. Box goes down. Bullet time on top of all of it. Marble in a world of trouble. He falls in the public execution. Gets Yijung right back into the fight. 2 down. 2 of them. Triple kill, in fact, going Yijung's way. Looking to chase down Arya. Can he find the Quadra? The flash is good. Keeps Arya out of range. Evie will get his consolation. It's a double kill for him as he cleans out the GZ bot lane duo. Has the passive fully stacked up. That's a lot of HP to work with. Can he find anything more? No.
That was a massive, massive fight. Yijung TPing deep to get that flank on SHG. Basically walked into their backline and did 50% damage to 3 of them. Just led the charge, chased that Arya down, getting the flash out as well. Evie, not to be outdone though, does secure himself a double as we go to this replay.
Yeah, I mean, the death sentence was almost so clean, but you look at how much damage Marble takes. He's just stuck, sitting on top of Yijang, who then transitions straight into a second, gets himself a third even, just for good measure. He very nearly found the quadra on top of everything, if not for the fact that Arya still has that flash to get himself out of danger. And SHG's position in this game, tenuous at best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as I was saying, Evie not to be outdone, he got himself a double in the back lines. Obviously, they were able to take him down with that passive, and then that respawn timer out of the passive gave Yijang enough time to get back and help finish him off. So Yijang just asserting his dominance on the Rift here tonight. GZ in a commanding lead with over 6,000 gold advantage at 30 minutes on the dot. 3 Drakes. So,
Grand Skyfall, public execution. How clean was that from Yijang? He draws Van into a horrendous position. Charm does connect, so does the death sentence. Ivy, he's taken so much of this brunt. Van gets the shutdown. They're going to find Husha here as well, potentially. But that bullet time gives a bit of spacing. Shun going for the chase. Marble's going to be able to find the answer back, but this is a level 16 Mundo. Aphelios is not doing a damn thing there. And they will just run down Vista. The mid and jungle combo, the remaining elements of Chiefs representation hold firm in the face of the LJL.
The Chiefs live on. Let's go. I can't believe SHG wanted that fight. They're the ones who pulled that trigger. Van went deep. It looked like Yijang was his target, and obviously Yijang died, but the public execution was perfect.
It was so clean. Spots where the spear lands, just gives himself a bit of distance, draws SHG so deep, and that make it rain slows the forward momentum down, and just look how long it takes. Evie just cannot base tank the entirety of this GZ roster, and Marvel, oh look, he does damage, he really does, and they very nearly took out Husha there, but that level 16 on Mundo makes him unkillable. You then stack a protoplasm belt on top of it all. Yeah, good luck, Chief.
Yeah, look, Mundo was so low and then just popped the ult, and suddenly Mundo was back to full health. As they say, Mundo goes where Mundo pleases, and Mundo wanted to win that fight and absolutely helped put the nail in the coffin of that one. As GZ find themselves 16-12, Yijang is putting in that work. Marble, though, not to be outdone, is absolutely closing that gap for that damage.
I mean, he's not shy when it comes to that output. He's looking for a guardian angel for himself to try and survive through some of this. Van has his as well. I have to say that I'm woefully unimpressed by the Zaheen so far. Even in support for Orca at top lane, it just is not quite doing, I think, what people think it's meant to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I still think there's a learning curve to happen here. Even if we are seeing it in the Tier 1 professional league, I think we still have some missing pieces to find the best build, the best utilization for it, because getting 1v1s, you know, as they say, solo boloed by this Ambessa time and time again. Evie is not having a good game. Evie, unfortunately, on this Zahen cannot face tank or frontline the same way that Ambessa or Mundo can do for the likes of GZ. Now that we are in these late game stages, these Tier 3 ultimates, so to speak, they are online, they are powerful. As GZ start up the Baron, and there's no vision here from SHG. They may not even know this is happening, except aside from map awareness.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary position. Evie is dangerously close to getting Flame Horizon here, as GZ will take themselves another Baron. Oh dear. Yeah, this Zaheen is unfortunately given the farm up. They're looking for an angle, though. They want something. They want anything on this Rift at this stage in the game. They spot Marble. Dark Passage gets him to safety. But GZ are clearly looking to shove this one on down mid.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they? They have the Baron advantage. You want to make
Oh,
the
what a
most
hook.
of
That's
it.
onto Vista with the Grand Skyfall. Vista almost dead before things get underway. Should taking so much punish. Bullet with time does get Marble down to half HP, but this is a tanky Mundo. They need to give him some space to work. Marble needs to chip away here. And Husha looks to turn on his heels and run. Gets chummed up, but they pull Van deep on in public execution into the back line. It's going to be a resurrection coming through. Marvel, unfortunately, has to flash away from Husha, but they're going to get the kill. Big damage out. There is some low health buzz, and the resurrection from Evie. The passive has been stacked up. He's looking for Jimmy, but this is a slippery LeBlanc. He's looking for the hook, but he's fancy feet it away. Ankle's broken for Evie as he falls.
Whew. Big fight, and ultimately 2v2. Sorry, like each team only loses 2 there, so all that fighting, a lot of cooldowns blown. We see Arya's only just coming up now, so unfortunately that wasn't there for the fight, but a lot of summoners blown, a lot of ultimates blown for ultimately what was a 2 for 2, as we do see SHG taking this
Jimmy's here, and unfortunately Mark is not. Orca comes in with the unsealed spellbook summoner smite in hand and takes the soul.
That was such a good steal. I was like, yep, nah, it's done. That's SHG's. And then GZ heard me and they were like, you know what? Nah, this is ours. And they secure themselves that soul as well. And they still have this Baron buff as they continue to siege the bot side of SHG's base.
Oh dear, 3 CS is all Yijang needs. And that is going to be a Flame Horizon situation. 100 CS more than Evie in this game. And there he goes. Flame Horizon achieved. Poor Evie. Absolutely gapped on the Zaheen. Not quite having the effect they'd wanted to. The hook nearly lands. It catches a cannon minion. Evie looking to go in, but he's not got much to work with. This and it's land Jimmy, and he's a low HP. It's going to be a kill picked up. Public execution on the backside, and Marvel, the last ditch hurrah is not going to be enough as SHG fall, and game 2 is set in stone with GZ walking away the winners.
Absolutely. Orca looked absolutely wrapped there at the end. Went to player cams and he just put his smiling face into his hands. He was like, yes, you know, we did it. We took the game from SHG, because that early to mid-ish game, SHG did look ahead, but GZ, they held strong, they held firm, they scaled up, and then they came back strong in that late game and took game 2 for themselves. We will be going to a game 3 where right now it is 1 apiece for SHG and Ground Zero. There were some superstar moments in this game, Billy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just think there was no real end game to SHG's roster. Yeah, Marble was going to turn into a beast, but the frontline threat and the backline threat, as it were just too much to overcome there. Mundo coming at you, an ambassador just going to constantly be looking for that angle to jump in on you, and of course Jimmy, and we saw it manifest itself in the Dragon Pit at the very end there. He spots Marble. Marble is dead. I'm sorry, there's just no 2 ways about it. You're not getting away from a LeBlanc in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. But even taking a quick look at that damage chart before we get into these replays, Marble 38,500 to Yizhang's 40. Marble was doing his darndest to try and bring this game back as well. But Yizhang had Evi's number just all day, every which way. Under turrets, team fights. Yizhang. Well done tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, the Zaheen was somewhat of a non-factor in this game, and Van, to his credit on the Pantheon, did a lot of work to try and keep this game relevant for SHG, and that ward again, forethought to place it there in case there was an angle to look for, and Jimmy gets caught out a couple of times, but other than that, plays a pretty clean game. Just a couple of overcommitments that bounced back and gave GZ that one step in the door that they needed to get themselves back into the house and make this a real chance at a game win.
Yep, exactly. And to use that house analogy, GZ are here, they're building their foundations, and they want their foundations to be strong. They're proving that they belong here in the LCP. They are getting it done. They are fighting the fights. That buffer there, so impressive, but it still didn't save that Yizhang public execution. Perfection. Absolutely.
I mean, even here, Marvel very nearly gets shun. You look at the HP disparity, if not for the fact that Orca sits there and tanks a Moonlight Vigil to the face, and then the rest of GZ collapse in and take him out, there is a real world in which that does result in Marble just soloing out Shun. Unfortunately from there, who's very much downhill, Husha just incredibly hard to kill, Yijang in the right place at the right time consistently, time after time after time, and Marvel was just not really allowed to play the game for the rest of it.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, we've spoken a lot about Yijang, but that's because Yijang did a lot. I don't think there was one. I think Yijang only missed one public execution all game. Even this one was amazing, as you said, to pull Van even deeper, prolong this fight and turn it into the favor of GZ, give them the time to really just turn it around on SHG and ultimately win it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, look, I think there was a glaring weakness in this game, and it was that top lane. The Eevee was essentially just a non-factor for the better part of it, and even when he did find moments, I see somehow ended with 3 kills, and it just didn't feel like that really added all that much.
They were really, really late kills, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, either way, it's a series that is now tied up, Logan. GZ seem to have righted the ship, it feels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they put up a good showing. I mean, SHG obviously dominated in game 1, and GZ turned around and said, hey, we're not going to let you put us in the dirt like that. We're here to compete with the best of them. We are going to show up, and show up they did. They styled on SHG come the late game for game 2. I was really impressed with that. There's so many highlight reel moments that I'm sure we'll be talking about for quite some time, especially for Yijang on that Ambessa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he put a masterclass in. He almost single-handedly blew that game wide open for the team. But right now, we are tied up the series, sitting at a 1-1. We are going the full distance in both series. I mean, it is a crazy turn of events. SHG on the cusp of being reverse swept out by GZ. Can they hold fast? Can they shut it down and get over the line? We'll find out after the break.
Can't wait.
Come find me, come find me.
Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't evolve, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure
Game 3 between SHG and Ground Zero. Not necessarily, I think, what anyone would have expected coming into today, Logan, but we are here, staring down the barrel of not just the first SHG win, the first non-PCS VCS win over a VCS or PCS team since last year around this same time, but potentially the first series win to boot.
Yeah, look, absolutely. My biggest question is, how is SHG going to bounce back from this one? I really do feel like, unfortunately, Evie was the weak link on that Zahen here. Fortunately, Zahen is now out of the game thanks to these fearless picks and bans, so we won't get a repeat of that situation. And Yizheng won't have that Ambessa, so maybe we'll have a more evenly matched top side. But it is so good to see that this game is going the distance, that each team has taken one win, and that, you know, we the viewers, we the audience get to watch this spectacle for at least, well, one more game.
That's exactly it. SHG talking with their coaches, the former PSG Talon coaching staff, now joining the LJL roster, and have looked at whatever has happened behind the scenes between the end of last year and the start of this. They are looking worlds different, and that might just be, believe it or not, the world's difference maker. And the camera angle tells us, Logan, that it is champion select time. Jax once again banned away from Yizheng, not getting it all this series.
Yeah, look, and next time we see GZ, if they're not banning Jax and Ambessa, I don't know, because that was a statement game out of Ijang on that Ambessa. As you said, a masterwork, a clinic. They cannot let him have that in the top lane again. And with Jax banned away, we see the Jungle Jace from GZ banned against SHG. Nobody wants any of that business, so we won't be seeing Jungle Jace on the Rift again tonight.
I imagine we are going to see the Malphite banned away as well, with Mundo having been played. His stock standard counter is gone. Silas potentially an option, but it isn't going to be Gwen. Instead, taken away from Ijang. They need to nerf this guy somehow, and banning him out, a sure way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to put a person's role down than target their champ pool and just ban on top of Fearless, because we are in the third game. We've got the Cassante, the Rumble, the Ambessa, the Zahen no longer available to the top laners, the Jax and Gwen gone as well. So it will be interesting to see what GZ pick away from, what SHG pick away from Ijang and GZ, and what they ban with the rest of their available options here too, as we just wait with bated breath for their third ban against GZ, and it will be Silas.
Okay, so they're laying down that gauntlet saying that if you don't ban him here, we are going to look to pick this Malphite up. Silas, again, another phenomenal counter into that Malphite, just stealing away the unstoppable force. In fact, taking it and using it even better than the Malphite does. Not going to be an option there in response. If it is let through, it has to be. It just has to be a Malphite ban. Unless you pick Poppy as a response, and even then, I still don't think you really want Malphite going through it, so it will be banned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes sense. He's one of the most dangerous champs on the Rift right now. It's so hard to escape just that ultimate, you know, like good luck unless you have the fastest fingers in the West and you've got flash off cooldown. It's pretty much going to get you. It's a really good engage, really lots of damage. So that ban, Malphite, we will not, I don't think we've even seen Malphite on the Rift tonight, as we see what there it is.
Dion, top lane, Vivi, 2 and 3 win rate in the LCP, but is just a monstrous behemoth in the top lane. We'll just slowly build and slowly build. One of those natural counters having been taken away through the Fearless and ban phase in Game 3.
Yeah, that's it. Like you've said, we're going to see, maybe if the game goes that long, a level 20 Scion, and we will see just how unkillable it will be. But we do get an early Yunara pick for Shun, and I frankly think Shun did so well with this Yunara last weekend, just dancing all over the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, that rest of that series was kind of a quiet one for him, but yeah, Yunara is where he just went berserk. They pick up the Wukong for Husha, it would seem. They're hovering it at the very least, and I think it would be a very smart pick given what is left in the jungle pool. It will be locked in. That Cyclone going to be utilized quite effectively to try and disrupt the flow. But the question remains, what do we see down in the bot lane? What do we see in the mid lane? Because a number of those big picks are gone.
Yeah, I mean, from the mid lane, there's no longer the Yone, Talia, Arya, or LeBlanc. Ryze hasn't been banned, so we may see a Ryze mid lane. The Corki is emerging as a sort of counter pick into this Yunara as well, which SHG will collect for their marble. But yeah, I'm wondering what this mid lane matchup is going to be like, because neither team have shown their hand for this one.
You can go something safe in terms of the support. You go along the lines of an Alistar. I mean, two of those natural mage into melee matchups are gone, and the Bard and the Eco. Plus, it's pretty safe blind. But the Orianna did get let through, and natural pairing with the Wukong denied that away from Jimmy.
Actually, unbelievable that I didn't even think of that. Orianna has been banned most games tonight, and yet didn't get banned in the first phase here. Is not Fearless banned, was wide open. So SHG, seeing this opportunity, have snapped up that Orianna for themselves to really put Arya in a strong position on that control mage, as we see GZ locking in Aatrox for themselves.
Yeah, that's likely going to go to the hands of Yu-Jung, and oh boy, the champion that likes to brawl, likes to fight, likes to throw down. very much a capable one. Is that Aatrox? We'll have to see though what the game plan is beyond that.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's just going to feed stacks into Eevee Scion, or whether it's going to be the sort of game difference changer that Ijung was on Ambessa last game. But the next ban coming out of GZ will be interesting. It's a Nocturne. We love banning Nocturne here in the LCP. No,
I mean, the Nocturne
global
Oriana
ults.
was a devastating combo last year. So I don't blame them at all.
Just trying to stop that ball delivery system there. The lights out, the global ult, the pressure that it can put across the map. And as you so rightfully point out, the natural synergy with that Oriana. I mean, right now, Oriana's got maybe the Valkyrie out of Corki, but that's not someone you want to send into the back lines. But we do have an Akali ban coming out of SHG, respecting Jimmy in the mid, I think, with that ban.
Yeah, absolutely. They bring it out a couple of times and had a couple of really, really solid showings on it. But, I mean, no support bands targeted away just yet. I mean, Nautilus stands out. It's still available. Alistar, still available. Iona. There are, for sure, tools still available in kit. It's going to be Vi, another great ball delivery system that would have been available for Van. Has been targeted at a few times so far tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Vi is definitely being a consistent ban here. And yeah, I mean, you look at the ball delivery system options, Malphite's gone, Nocturne's gone, Vi's gone. I wouldn't say that Corki and Scion are the best ball deliverers either, but somehow they got to score these goals. So I'm wondering what their next two picks will be that will help get that ball across the line as SHG ban out Aurora. So GZ cannot use that one into that Oriana. I'll be interested to see what their pick is, which is Rise.
Okay, so Jimmy and bringing out their eyes was let through. I mean, we've seen a couple of other ball delivery systems so far in the last sort of 12 months. Neferi was one that did come together a couple of times. It was a little bit hit and miss. Timing had to be pretty perfect. Otherwise, it did go a bit wanting. Talon was one that Citrus picked up for DFM. But, of course, that is a while ago now. Poppy. I mean, look, it's not the most guaranteed ball delivery system, and this could just as well be support for Vista. This will tell us, of course, whether it's going to be jungle Poppy or support Poppy.
Yeah, definitely. Either way, a Poppy could, as we see a Lee Sin being hovered here. So Poppy looks like it would be a support pick for Vista, as Van now has the jungle counter pick as well and locks in the Lee Sin.
I mean, look, I'm not 100% sold, but it is somewhat of a delivery system. It's a strong jungler at the moment. That's going to be Leona for Orca. Nautilus, Leona, both available. Both would work reasonably well, I think, into this comp. I think you're probably getting slightly less value from the Leona because it can be somewhat disrupted by the Poppy, but that Solar Flare just cannot be ignored in terms of how much it offers to a team comp. They're just going to hover it. They're just going to slow it down. They're just going to get themselves ready. I think both. Okay, no, so it's going to be a Nautilus instead. So yeah, less relying on getting in the thick of things where Poppy can disrupt that depth charge. It's going to be doing just as much work in this grand scheme of things. Both teams, I mean, look, both have solid drafts, absolutely. And as always, this is going to have to come down to execution.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said before, every game is 50-50 going into it. When you come out the other side, it may not look the same. These comps, I kind of like them both. I like the damage potential coming out of SHG. GZ seems a lot more focused on their mid and AD. Obviously not to discount the Aatrox and Wukong damage, but they just have higher potential with that Rise and Yanara there too. We'll obviously be looking for the command shockwaves from Oriana. They should be big playmaking ults, getting a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills as we get ready to jump onto the Rift for Game 3 here tonight. SHG versus GZ in what should be an absolute banger of a match from our LJL and PCS representatives.
A fist bump for the final time for the coaches as they head off stage. It is down to the players to bring their vision to fruition. Look to close out this series one way or the other as we head onto the Rift. I mean, ground zero, a commanding fight back off the back of a Yijang clinic on the Ambessa. Eevee, a silent game too, but you cannot understate his performance in the first.
Absolutely. Nori's performance last week, as we are on the Rift. Here we go. We'll see if they put down any of those deeper wards as we take a quick look at the runes, which all seem to be fairly standard. We've got the phase rushes here, the summoners. We've got the 2 TPs on SHG's side, whereas GZ only have the one, with Jimmy opting for the Ghost Flash combo rather than the TP Flash combo, which seems fairly standard for Rise, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, Realm Warp does mitigate some of that the lack of the teleport, so to speak. But I mean, again, I'm not quite sure this is as clean cut as some would say on paper. There's no real reliable ball delivery system, as if it was, say, a Jarvan, a Vi, Nocturne, Neferi, any number of those champions. Lee Sin does get in there. He can get close, but there are ways to avoid it. Great dredge line coming through, lands on to Vesta for a bit of damage trade. Forces out the barrier from Shun to try and just deny anything that was coming out from Marvel in response.
Yeah, so a cheeky little summoner advantage gained by SHG there, though, off the back of that GZ hook, as you state. So we'll see how that plays out when they actually really do go at it hammer and tong. I think that Biffo trade could, without that barrier, favor SHG. We do look at the map. Sorry?
Absolutely. As I was saying, the barrier could be a bit problematic later on.
Yeah. As we see that ward spotting Van, and we see this ward spotting Husha. So both teams very comfortable, very aware of what these junglers are doing. You know, they have so well practiced, so familiar with this. They go, all right, the jungler is there. They've cleared that camp. They'll be here at X time, and we know to be careful. We know not to get ganked. And yet somehow they still get ganked. So it's always exciting. No matter how good these gamers are, mistakes are made, advantages are pushed and leveraged, and I'm really excited to see which way this goes tonight, as we're just seeing some fairly standard trades happening in lane, fighting over these minions.
Yeah, level 3 time is there, Shun. It's getting a little bit of damage out. So far, Arya winning out that trade game. Naturally, that clockwork windup is going to give them a lot, but it looks like Husha's coming in here for a gank. Marble in a bit of trouble. Will have to get himself out of danger as both heals popped on either side of the rift. Husha going to be spotted out by Van as the Scuttle Crab scuffle begins. Van says, yeah, look, you can have this one for now. I'm going top side.
Yeah, exactly. And notably, with Marble popping that barrier, Shun's barrier is more than 50% of the way back to being back up. So maybe it was very distant foreplanning as Husha is here.
Husha is here. They're looking for that tower dive once again, but Vista is the big problem. Steadfast presence, they're a little off the money, but that charge comes through. Who's tanking? It's Husha, and I think a little bit of a misplay there honestly on Vista's behalf. He could have stopped that jump on forward from Husha, but it's just a little bit off the money, and his bot laner pays for it.
Yeah, but on top side, Van's going to see if he can get one good flash.
Young just completely forced out there. Heavy getting some good trade damage off, and he's going to put himself in a position to proxy a wave before he recalls and teleports out. But you can see Husha is actually beelining towards that position. Yeah, I mean, it must have been very, very close, that steadfast presence from denying. It came up after the fact even. Yeah, it's very rough.
I mean, I'm not a pro player. I feel like the steadfast presence before Husha dived in would have been the play, and then maybe the charge forcing Husha out and away. I'm not sure. But unfortunately, GZ did manage to get the better of SHG in that trade, and Marble goes down. I think GZ have identified that if they can keep Marble down, they stand a pretty good chance of winning this game as we go back to our standard laning, little bits of poke and trade here. I am excited though to see like Marble and Shun. I kind of want to see like a 1v1 between them to see who would come out best.
Yeah, I mean, this is a champion that should have been absolutely crazy on, so I think that would be very entertaining for sure. Yeah, it's somewhat of a misflight, potentially going to be just lingering in the back of the mind there for the SHG bot lane. But 5 minutes in, Dragon number 1 spawns up on the rift. Of course, it is going to be that Hex Tech Dragon. I think Arya might just be the one to hold fast and keep the team in it for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice steadfast presence to buffer for that hook, but still taking a bit of damage there, Vista.
Oh, and Husha, he's looking to return to the bot lane there. Knows full well that there's no sums. There is an option potentially to exploit that. Van, close, but not quite down the street like you'd hope. That water's going to spot out Husha, so now they know that both of them are there. Does land the Sonic Wave. Not going to connect onto the Resonating Strike. Doesn't want to go too deep onto this early Wukong, who is very, very hard to get through at this stage in the game.
Yeah, definitely has
Oh,
that one.
Jimmy and the tempo win.
Yeah, and we were just saying about how Arya could be the win con, and Jimmy and just seem to have gotten a sort of small temporary advantage. We won't, overstate what just happened there. It would be interesting to see the replay if there is one on how that sort of advantage was gained. But I imagine it was just a little bit of trading and hands thrown around, as that ward is getting some good value in that dragon pit there. Seeing Jimmy and Husha coming bot side. Not much Vista and Marvel could do about
Realm
this.
Warp is in. They're trying to dissuade Husha. Great Cyclone Marvel. He's not long for this world as Vista is taking up so much damage. Tower shots going through Orca. The heal is forced out and Husha's going to go down. Somehow SHG survived through all of it and get a kill back.
That is really nice to see, actually, the response from SHG on that gank, because this has been happening for all 3 games. The Realm, we're seeing big turret dives, overwhelming numbers delivered to these turrets, and unfortunately the opposing team not able to be getting the numbers there in time. But this time around, they responded, they answered, and they got the advantage, and GZ was sent home packing with nothing.
World Ender was used by Ejung in that scrap in the lane. Evie looking for something. Ejung does not have the flash here, but you can see Husha coming in to support. That chain lands. Evie's going to be pulled back, does have the ultimate, is going to pop it. Will get himself clear for the time being. Could have been dicey, unfortunately. Support for SHG, not in the vicinity to assist. And you look at the Realm Warp comes in, drags him under the tower. The fact I think that they get Orca so far clear. Picture fighting in the mid lane. They've looked for an angle onto Orca and they've found it. They've just doubled down on their kills, and a great command shockwave from Arya to make sure that Husha does not get away.
Yeah, and as you say, picture in picture, while we were talking about that replay, Van gets another kill up now. So 2-0 advantage there in the jungle. It's, SHG up 2. Oh, good, we get the replay. Oof, missed the
so it was, I don't know what the heck the plan was trying to go a little bit deep there, and SHG in the right place, the right time to then capitalize and punish.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if that dredge line had landed, I still think that would have ended the same. I'm not sure there was overly much follow-up. Jimmy would have had to have come very far forward to get that, maybe even put himself in danger there. So, yeah, good play from SHG to turn that one around back onto Orca. Currently, SHG with a small 500 gold advantage over GZ, and no role quest completed as of yet. The Drake is still on the map, actually. This one is the one that spawned at 5 minutes and has not been taken
Husha's
yet.
here. Arya's in a world of trouble. Cyclone's available. Rune Prison as well. Command Shockwave to get Jimmy and Claire, but the flash in. Arya might just survive here. The command defense to deny the red buff burn. Oh, a dicey affair that SHG just limp out of.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played by Arya to live that. Flashing away, getting Husha's ult and flash as well. Really well timed by Van to show up and then converts that into the grubs, while GZ on the other side is focusing on getting that first Hex Tech Drake and start that dragon stacking win condition, hopefully. We start to get those recalls. They're confident in their ability to take that without contest, much the same as Varn is getting these grubs, and that will give them that little extra pushing power on the turrets when it comes time to start crashing.
Absolutely.
We don't have any role.
I mean, this is a knife edge fight, Logan. This game is feeling like it's brewing to one of those, it goes either one way or the other, and then the game's over.
Yeah, absolutely.
World Ender pop. Unfortunately, Evie's going to have to pop his own ultimate just to get himself out of danger. As that trade was going nicely, Orca coming in here on Arya. No flash, remember, but that minion wave is going to do absolute bits. Denies the dredge line. It will have to be a depth charge, if anything. But it's enough to stop that forward momentum, that hunting for Arya for a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, look, really well spaced there, putting that minion between Arya and Orca on that Nautilus, because if a dredge line lands, that almost would have been certain death. As we take a quick look at some of the items here, both supports have those Kindle gems, so they're looking a little bit healthy. Both ADs halfway to their first item. However, Van has eked out an item advantage over Husha at the moment, but that could be one quick recall and Husha would catch up. So we're just
he's
seeing...
not far off his Triforce there. And Sundered Sky is just a little bit cheaper. So, I mean, it's not much of a massive disparity. The gold difference is about 150. But having that Sundered Sky up just that little bit earlier means that there is potential for a fight to break out that Husha won't quite be ready for.
Yeah, it's just a small advantage, but I think it's definitely one worth noting. These top laners, do we think anything's going to happen?
Oh my lord, Evie. No, I mean, he is taking some significant damage right now. Has to be a little bit careful. Yijung's looking for it, forces the flash away from Evie.
Yeah, I mean, Evie's already got the Cinder there with the AoE damage, also got the anti-heal armor, just to really try and ruin that heal that Aatrox gets. I mean, there's the Triforce complete for Husha now as well, which is a serious item to have. So the next scrap around objectives or even team fight will be good. Evie, suspecting a gank, however, has put a ward down in that brush.
Oh, there is very much a gank coming his way. You can see GZ grouping up, calling Jimmy up that maybe look for a Realm Warp plate. They just clear out vision. No, okay, so they decide better of it for the moment, just not having all the info that they need.
Yep, definitely. And Arya playing respectfully, doesn't have that flash at the moment. I mean, Summoners, it looks fairly even at this time. One flash missing from GZ. We've got 3 flashes down on SHG. So GZ do have a small advantage there. They are down 1 ult, but these ults are typically fairly quick. Shun will probably have that Transcendence back in around 30 to 40 seconds. As they start to eke out little leads across the rift here. Yijung again, CS diffing Evie.
Oh, command Shockwave, Jimmy, and forced to flash away. He's in a bit of trouble, but there you go. They're looking for the angle on in. Vista comes in with a very clutch ult just to keep him in range, and Van picks himself up. Kill number 2, looking to slow that progress as much as possible on the Smurf.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the rarely seen sort of second mode of the ult from Poppy there, where if you click and hold it, then it will knock them far, far away. But if you just tap it, it's just a quick little knock up. Really smart usage of that ult there just to keep them around as we get to see this again on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, the power of the Keeper's Verdict is just so crazy. Yeah, command Shockwave just spotted. Flashes in, steadfast presence to try and deny any shenanigans, keep a verdict to knock him up, and that Sonic Wave resonating strike landing for Van seals the fate. Just keeps that golden favor just a little bit. I mean, it's interesting. Rise, pretty much a power farm when it comes to that mid lane, but right now, Arya has a 1200 gold lead.
Yeah, doing great work to keep that Rise in check, 20 CS lead there. We've also got a small lead in the role quests. They've got the grubs, they've got top jungle, mid and bot side for SHG, whereas GZ is still waiting on their mid and also their support to match. A little bit of a skirmish top side here again.
Evie, I mean, he's trading some damage back, but that Sundered Sky with the Congress stacked up. Unfortunately, as much heal cut as you bring, it's still not going to be enough in the face of an Aatrox.
Oh, just nicks Evie there with that skill. We do see Van rotating top, but will be spotted out by the ward. Yijung is going to respect that. And obviously Van sees that and goes, you know what? Yep, I won't waste my time top side. Yijung knows I'm going to recall and grab a couple little items here. Ooh.
Oh, angle on to Vista. He's taking a decent amount of damage, gets knocked up by the death charge, but Protoplasm Belt is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Charges onto a minion. A lot of damage out of Shun with that Transcendence popped, but it's not enough to find a kill.
That was still an impressive display of damage. That was quite phenomenal this early. I mean, Shun's only got Kraken Slayer.
He's looking for Evie. He wants Evie, but no, unfortunately, with his finished up boots, he's just a little bit too quick.
Look, Evie remembers game 2.
Oh, wow. Oh, Lord, Shun in trouble. Sonic Waves off the money for Van. Oh, that could have been a big kill.
Yeah, as we see the TP coming out of Evie to get back to lane, try and, recover as many minions as possible. Doesn't want to miss out on that experience. But seeing Shun put so much damage down with just that Kraken Slayer into both Vista and Marvel, hopefully that's a, sign of things to come. And Shun just absolutely pumps tonight as SHG's Van looks to secure the dragon for his team. It is the Mountain.
Yeah, Mountain Soul coming through. I mean, you put that on a Scion, this becomes a very, very hard game to win in the later stages. But we'll see. You got to get there first, of course. Splitting the difference. It's only a 700 gold lead. Herald snuck away by Hoosier as well, so he's doing what he can to remain relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither of these junglers are willing to let the other jungler get the better of them. They really want to put up a good show here. So, you know, they're trading these jungle objectives. SHG has 2, GZ has 2. So minimal difference there. However, Arya is extending this CS lead in the mid, has now taken that lead out to 1.4k gold. But Shun, not to be outdone, has a 20 CS lead over Marble in the bot side as well. As we just cut to top, and it's what you would expect, wouldn't you? Like, Evie suspects a gank, puts a ward down, and these two meat sticks are just wailing at each other with no real outcome happening.
Yeah, Tane goes down onto Evie. Oh, the Herald dropped behind the tower, and Evie knows that there is something awry up in this top lane. It's going to crash, and it's going to clear the tower cyclone to slow things down for Evie, who flashes to the other side of Hoosier to make sure that should he need to, he can ult away. But the pressure now turned down to the bot side, tier 1 for SHG. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're necessarily going to have enough to take this tower. I think they will, actually, because it looks like there's no response coming now.
Yeah, absolutely. A good cross-map secure, but GZ are looking hungry. They did crash the Herald, but they definitely won't be able to secure the second tier 2 turret in that top side there. It was a good push. Vista, however, has shown up to Izhang.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to have enough to kill him, though. Sion, probably not the highest to kill threats. He hasn't really got much in the tank just yet. Jimmy and Angle found here for Ari, but the damage turned around. Command Shockwave does land. Arya now on the hunt. Goes Flash! Jimmy and Clockwork Wind-Up's not going to be enough. Neither is the command attack. Realm Warp away. Jimmy doesn't take it. He's in the brush, but Arya not going to be able to spot it. It was used for a bit of vision, if nothing else, with the TP away. Trying to clear that gap for Shun. Unfortunately, you can't cancel it because Jimmy was well in range. But both mid laners narrowly avoiding what could have been a disaster situation.
I loved that Realm Warp. That was so sneaky to try and be like, yeah, I took my Realm Warp, I'm not here anymore. But really, really well played there. They were both very aggressive, both burnt their flashes and ults, but ultimately neither of them do go down there. And Jimmy is starting to close that CS gap in the mid as Hoosier just gets that little jungle there and starts to rotate to bot side. We do not have Drake up for another 2 minutes, and Baron spawns in around 2 minutes as well. So there's no big jungle objectives to fight around. All role quests complete, as you would expect by now. Most of these are usually completed by around, I want to say, the 15-minute mark. However, there has been a small gold swing in favor of Ground Zero. It was a small one in favor of SHG, but it's about 1,000 gold shift now. So it feels like SHG can get these early to maybe mid-game leads, but Ground Zero definitely seem to hit their second wind around the 15-minute mark, and they start to turn these games back in their favor. So it'll be interesting to see what SHG can do to slow down the almost inevitable GZ.
Absolutely. Ball there, placed on Devan, maybe look for an angle. Cloud Drake, and I mean, that's a scary one for sure. That Cloud Soul means there's going to be an immense amount of mobility once those dragons start coming through, and especially in the jungle when it comes to those fights. So clearing distance or closing gap is going to be a bit problematic, especially with just how mobile a lot of these champions are. As it stands, yeah, like you said, a minute till we near the next objective, likely to be the dragon. I don't see a quick cheeky Baron take coming anytime soon. I mean, the Fiend Hunter bolts are there for Shun on this Yunara, but again, I still don't know if it's quite fast enough for a Baron steal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last game we did see a fairly quick one with just the Mundo and MF, I believe it was, but that was a much later Baron, and I don't think this team here is going to be able to replicate that speed of Baron take. We do see a little bit of ward war, no engagement, however. You know, as a support main, I get into that supportal combat a little too often over my wards. I do feel very protective of them. That's why these guys are the pros, because they understand that they can just walk away and place another one a little bit later, as the vision control for this Drake is hotly contested.
Sure, that damage already with just 2 items is really starting to ramp up. Dragon now on the cards, and it's going to be GZ to rip that band-aid off first, get themselves into the pit, drag it out. They are on vision courtesy of the Scuttle, but with Van recalling there's no real great recourse in terms of actually contesting this. They will hand it over. Vista just there trying to play spoiler, make sure they can't get into the mid lane to contest this wave.
Yeah, Jimmy and Realm walks into the mid actually to try and get ahead of this wave.
Oh, they found something. It's just Orca slammed into the wall. They're looking for the angle onto Jimmy, though. Big jump on in. Marble getting some big damage out. Husha cyclones through, but it's only on the Vista and Ebby. Big pickup kill. They're looking for Short. He's jumped away. Decimating smash from Ebby, but is it going to be enough? Yijung in the thick of things. He's jumping around being a menace, but Van is on the hunt. He's got a great big heal from the Sun and Sky and World Ender, and it's a rout. SHG coming up massive. But all they can do is slow that Plusha momentum. SHG on the hunt. They want it done. Great Sonic Wave. Ben finds the kill. And they should crack a tier 2 here in the mid lane.
What a massive push. They win the team fight. They crack the tier.
Oh, Shun. That's far too close there, Chief. And Ebby's going to pick up the kill.
I saw Shun walking back and I'm like, no. And it happened. They got Shun. So SHG, they won the team fight. They got the mid tier 1, and I do believe they got the mid tier 2 there as well, and topside tier 1. So you can say they had their cake and ate it too.
Oh, it was a dredge line that I reckon Orca's probably kicking himself that he took. It was a great unstoppable force in from Ebby. He's taken so much damage from, should I say so much? It wasn't actually all that much in the grand scheme of things. Forces the Transcendence out, forces the Flash away. All the while, the rest of SHG is wailing away on Yijung and Orca. The Shun was just single-handedly taken out of the fight by Ebby. He did, for some reason, some mind control reason, walks back into the tier 2 tower, giving over yet another kill. What a play from Van Zarek to claim that kill. Yeah, he just walks up. I don't know what possesses him here. He sees the TP out, I suppose, gets caught by the shout from Ebby, and then is just run down.
I feel like blood was in the water and he couldn't get enough of it. He saw Marble as a potential target and was like, you know what, I can get a pick here. And it just was not to be. The numbers advantage was too strong and they were able to get Shun there as well, making effectively a complete and total disaster. I mean, we look at the damage here dealt to champions. Sion leading the way, but I would say most of that's probably into Yijung and vice versa. But look at Oriana's damage. Absolutely phenomenal. This is why she keeps getting banned.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very, very strong pick at the moment. Shouldn't working towards that armor pet item. Realm Warp coming through. It's just Jimmy alone. They might have an angle in, but that Keeper's Verdict is there. They need to clear someone, but they don't find anyone. This is a very problematic situation. Yijung onto the back of Arya. Shun jumps over that wall. Command Shockwave lands, but it's too little too late, unfortunately. And the SHG just allow this GZ roster to wrap in on the back of them. Ebby falls. Arya falls. Vista finds himself in the grave as well. But unfortunately, with Ban still alive, there is not enough confidence for them to start up this Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love these fights. We just saw SHG clean house with GZ, and GZ have turned around and said, we want to do the same to you, and very nearly got it all. You know, it was a slower start, and then it started to ramp up towards its grand finale where they took out 3 of SHG to really sort of assert their dominance in that river. And we'll go to that replay and see it all again.
I mean, the Realm Warp's there. Teleport's coming in. Unfortunately, Vista does not find the angle. Oh, no, he does. He gets Jimmy in the end. Oh, that's what happens. Van Dragon Rages Yijung into Arya. And unfortunately, the last thing Oriana wants to see is an Aatrox at close range. And that's exactly what happens.
Absolutely sabotaged. Sometimes those Dragon Rages are absolutely phenomenal, but unfortunately, every so often, one can be a little less than ideal, which is exactly what we just saw. GZ are not out of this game yet, but SHG do still hold a small gold lead, around $800. But if we take a look at the individuals, Yijung, again, still has a big gold lead over his counterpart, Evie, in the top side there. Shun with a small advantage over Marble, but the rest of it is over to SHG in the jungle, mid, and bot side as we start to see those second items being fully completed and the third one's being built as well. A Drake up in 5, which is why we're seeing the vision control being fought for here. And who knows, maybe this fight could break it all open.
Absolutely, and it is that lethality, just that aggressive Aatrox has the Serpent's Fang to cut through some of these shields, but also has the Last Whisper in the pocket, so it's a massive amount of armor pen right now. You can see Orca there. Dredge line does land, but it's on to Evie. Not the ideal target. Decimating Smash, and it's Jimmy onto the backside. Great steadfast presence. They get the dragon. They'll find the kill on Ahusha as well, and Shun wailing away. Van, the kick this time is a little bit better. They're splitting the difference. Van follows it over the wall, but he can't get the kill. And no! This time it's Vista that sells the farm. Throws Yijang straight back onto Marble's head. Oh, what a horrendous turn of events. And that could be the rounding that GZ need, but no, Ori's coming back. Somehow they've turned it around. It's just Shun alone versus 3. Heavy just needs to tank for a little bit longer. Command dissonance. The shout lands. Decimating Smash. It's going to be enough. How has SHG turned this around?
What a fight. It started so good for SHG. Then GZ looked to be turning it around. Then the Poppy Keeper's verdict threw an Aatrox straight back on top of SHG. And we thought, oh my God, what are they doing? But ultimately, SHG come out on top. That dredge line to start on Evie.
My Lord, I thought that was it. I thought GZ had just been spoon-fed the opportunity of a lifetime. I thought Vista had just committed the most egregious crime of any support player. Lands the Aatrox onto his bot laner. That could not have been more pixel perfect. And Marble dies. Marble just straight in the bin, unfortunately. But somehow, Aria, the damage coming through with Evie and Vista frontlining, it's enough for them to hold on.
Yeah, you see the Keeper's verdict is used to protect Aria, but you save Aria and you absolutely damn Marble, but ultimately SHG come out on top with 3 surviving members, so the anti-synergy aside, it worked in their favor. It worked in their favor. They are now starting to clear out that vision around the Baron. They're preparing, maybe ready to pull the trigger if GZ try to sneak it away from them. I don't think they're going to go for it right now. And SHG have found themselves with a 2,000 gold lead at this end. There they go. They pulled the trigger on the Baron. I think they're going to try and force GZ into them.
Yijang is down on that bot side. He is going to be teleporting in, and that shred needs to be respected. You can see why Aria has backed himself off, looking for some vision. And SHG need to be very careful because they are not nearly as beefy as they could have been going into that fight. They have to wait for it to wind itself down. You can see Yijang well deep on the back line, spotted by Aria. So they know that this Aatrox is here. And it's SHG looking to go for a hunt. Orca turns it around with that dredge line, but look at the damage coming out. Van sends it in. They're going to find the Nautilus easy as you'd like. And that is a significant chunk of their engage gone. It is not the jungler, so they can't safely go for this Baron just yet.
Yeah, especially with Yijang walking around in the back lines. But I mean, SHG already got value. They got the support. They got the TP out of Yijang, that Aatrox. Very, very good tool to have on cooldown. If they try and play this out long enough, go back to lane and then start it up again. It doesn't look like they're going to wait, though. They're going to pull the trigger and they're going to bring GZ into them one more time.
Yijang over that wall is playing around the vision. They don't know he's up on that top side. They see Shun. I think it's more a bait than anything. Husha needs to be respected. Evie zoning Jimmy, and you can see Husha there. Shun, that's a lot of damage onto Husha. That needs to be the collapse. The realm warp's there, but it's Husha sent to the wind, and it allows them to finish off that Baron. And SHG might be just doing the historic here in the LCP.
Absolutely. That was really well played by SHG. They were able to keep GZ at arm's length. Evie did so much tanking there to keep them away. They're at the numbers disadvantage. So GZ, they weren't ready to go in into that 4v5 and risk it all. Again, that Baron, the gold value has been significantly lessened, so it's not worth as much.
Maybe just popped World Ender up in the top lane.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's not going to be a massive cooldown, but It was very much seen by SHG. They know that it's not going to be available if they look to force a fight in the next few minutes, which they are going to because they've got Baron buff.
Yeah,
I hope that doesn't cost them.
Yeah, Ijung just got a bit excited. Really wanted to finish off that minion wave. But as you say, they do have the Baron buff right now on SHG. They will be looking to
No, they've looked for it. Evie, he's found Cyclone through. Jimmy trying to get that damage out. The ult is going to be popped and he's going to head towards the enemy base. Unfortunately, all he's going to find is Orca and Shun. They will get the Transcendence out. Evie, unfortunately, will fall. So one of those Baron buffs gone, but the rest of the team are pressuring into the GZ base. Evie gives his life so that they can crack this inhib tower.
Frankly worth one Scion for being like ease of access into the base. We see an inhib turret and an inhibitor go down. SHG are applying massive pressure to this bot side now in what is still a 4v4 because that Ryze is topside trying to get some cross-map pressure applied, but I don't think he's going to win this base race as SHG look for a little bit more before this Baron buff subsides.
There's no teleport for Jimmy, and yes, he's got the empowered recall, so we'll get that back there a little bit faster. But SHG, before he gets back, are going to at least be able to put some significant damage down onto this Nexus tower. In fact, they might look to force it. 16 seconds, looking for the stun in onto Orca. They're going to have the damage. Dip charge on Ari. It's well deep. Orca somehow is still alive, courtesy of that protoplasm belt. And SHG now need to get out. They send Yi Jung flying, and they've taken one inhibitor tower. TP is there for Evie should he need to look to come in clutch. But again, toying with disaster time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. SHG marvelously applying that pressure. So far securing 1,500 gold advantage out of that Baron. They've absolutely cracked open GZ's base. I mean, what can they do to answer this? They also got a Drake on the way out before they recalled. I think SHG, they may not be struggling to close out these games for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge now done for both bot laners. That is a significant amount of damage for Shun if he is given the space to work. And that has been the biggest problem. Evie has been on him every step of the way when it comes to these big team fights. So if they can give Shun that space to work, he's going to be pumping out a lot of damage. Actualizer done for Jimmy and Van now on the hunt for the Ryze. They can take him out. I think that all but seals the game.
Yeah, that Actualizer, a new item this patch. It's an active item as well. It really increases that AP burst damage that a Ryze wants to bring onto the Rift. As we see SHG posturing on top. They see the TP. They're countering with their own TP.
In on the backside. Evie's coming. Van is going to be there. The damage is not going to be significant, but they've isolated out Husha. He's dead. They've kept Ijung in the win. Orca's taking a lot of damage. This is a drastic fight for SHG. Ultimate end. He caps Jimmy and he's found himself on the other side. Decimating smash, and Jimmyan will fall. Shun has been targeted out. In goes Van. Command this and it's there. They need the damage. Ijung holding on, but look at the damage return from Shun. He hit so incredibly hard when transcended. They need to play this carefully, but in a 5v2 for the first time in the LCP, SHG might just get it done here and get a win over one of the major regions in this small corner of the world. Shun, he's zoned out, he's gone. SHG for the first time in the LCP take down a PCS or VCS team.
Absolutely phenomenal performance from SHG there. They turned it on, and the way that they kept that Aatrox out of that team fight toward the end, just perfection. They kept the numbers advantage. They snowballed those kills into destroying that top lane and taking that final Nexus as we get the fist bumps and bows of respect for a game well played and fierce competition out of SHG and GZ tonight. You do love to see it. You love to see GZ representing as best as they possibly can. But SHG, they have to be happy with that performance, especially Evie after that game 2 into Ijung.
Evie, or to use his full government name, Evie Ijung Pain, as he yet again puts the screws to this man in the top lane, repeating what we saw years ago in the PCS finals. And that man, the thumbs up, he is an absolute stalwart of the LJL.
Absolutely. As we get to see how happy these gamers are, these professional League of Legends players with this victory. As you pointed out, it's like their first major victory over a PCS or VCS team, I think you said since January 25. And I think they know it, judging by their faces. They're probably
not just
hoping...
first win, but first series win ever in the LCP. In the last 12 months, the LJL has not been able to get a full best of 3 or best of 5 win over a PCS or VCS team, and SHG has just done it tonight.
Absolutely love to see it. Definitely giving the LJL something to be really, really proud of and get behind this team. When we look at this gold graph, it was like so close, very little back and forth here over the first 20 minutes, but then SHG, something kicked in at that 20-minute mark and they just ran away with it into that 35-minute end. We look at the damage out of Shun on that Yanara, just massive. Aatrox did a decent amount, but Evie on that Scion did even more.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the zoning potential time and time again for SHG, and a large portion of it does come down to Evie, and it would surprise me very little to see him get the MVP for this series for SHG. I mean, a hugely impressive series from him. The Zaheen left a lot to be desired. We won't count that one, but games 1 and 3, my goodness, it felt like all of Japan was on Evie's shoulders.
Couldn't agree more.
Oh, look, okay, I can understand it. This guy did a lot of work too.
Yeah, let's not forget Marble's damage on that Varus, and he was catching up on that Aphelios. Game 3, not as phenomenal, but still pretty solid. My vote, I was with you. I would have been with Evie, but you definitely cannot fault the POM going over to Marble. The consistency, the contribution there was something to be relied on as we start these
that's
highlights.
grim. We start the highlights with him dying to a tower dive at level 3. Yeah, look, it's a little bit throwing him under the bus. It was a very, very targeted attack on him time and time again throughout this series, but he weathered that storm so phenomenally to keep that hope alive for the team. He kept pushing on through, and unfortunately, I think this was sort of where that scale tipped. Orca sends it on through, but he's completely cut off from supporting his team. It then makes for an insanely scattered GZ fight, and it leaves the 2 primary carries, Jimmy and Shun, sort of just swimming with the sharks while the rest of the team watch from the shore.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a mixed engage. They were mostly able to avoid what Orca probably wanted to do. Ijung wasn't even there for the start of the fight, so immediately SHG had that 5v4 advantage. But I reckon they started on the Marble highlight because they wanted to show the story. They wanted to see, look, he was kept down at the start, but he's bounced back. As Shun going back in here.
Well, it's not just he goes back in, it's the shout from Evie that ultimately seals his fate. This, again, GZ had some crazy good moments where they found these great pitches in the later stages of this game where it looked like, yeah, no, they've just done what they need to get themselves back in. The kick from Van. 2 criminal kicks from Van this game that could have just completely locked SHG out of this chance at victory. The first one, kicking Yijung back onto Aria. And then this one here, Yijung in the backline. Vista comes in and says, no, we don't want any of that. Aria's in trouble, I gotta save him. As Marble flashes over the wall, Yijung lands on his head. The timing of that, you could not have written the timing on that. But it doesn't matter because Aria is such a powerhouse at this stage of the game. Look at the damage command Shockwave's doing. This is a stacked up Yunara that cannot get the job done into what is a tanky Scion and this menace of a Poppy.
All I'm hearing is Vista was vindicated by verdict keepering Ijung onto Marble. I did not
kept
know
the real carry alive. I'll give him that. Aria clutched up big in the rest of that team fight, but SHG, they can see victory on the horizon by this point of the game. They know they just need to commit to this fight, get it done, and they do just that. I mean, it's spectacular stuff from the LJL representatives. And for a team like SHG, who have battled throughout the entirety of last year, had a rather rough ending to it, this feels so earned.
Absolutely. You couldn't be more right in saying that. To bounce back from 25 with this start to 26 it's needed. Let's be real. We love to see competitive teams here. And whenever a team you don't expect to win wins, I don't know, in my opinion, it's a great upset. It's a great thing because then more fans get engaged. There's more excitement in the matchups. There's less certainty. We don't know what the next games are going to bring as we take a look at the updated standings at the end of day 2, week 2. MVK on top.
And relove DCG. Forget their new name sponsor. Crack on into the top 3, given that PCS representation. Of course, it was a 1-in-1 day on the whole for the PCS. DCG find that big win over Team Secret Wales. And unfortunately, GZ just get just heartbreakingly taken out by SHG. But that is not all for the weekend, Logan. We've still got more mayhem to come. MBK, hot off the back of taking down Garm, have their sights set on CFO in our first game of tomorrow. And then DFM, can they do the unthinkable? Can they ride the energy that is in the air off the back of SHG's upset win and look to take down a VCS team? Go 2 for 2 on the weekend, breaking those glass ceilings.
Hey, you know what? Sure, why not? DFM beating Garm, it could happen. Maybe not tomorrow, but it could happen. I do love the next 2 games, though. I'm very, very excited, as always, to see Garm out on the Rift. They are hands down one of my favorite VCS teams. It's always good to see DFM. I'm always rooting for their first win. MVK as well. You know, yesterday proving themselves a team to not be discounted. We have a great weekend of League of Legends here in the LCP, and it's my honor to be here to cast it alongside you as well, Willie.
I don't know. Look, I'm just in disbelief. How have we single-handedly gone from game to game, which have progressively gotten better and better, and there's still 2 more games to go? That is us for day 2 of week 2 here in the LCP. When we come back tomorrow, can the Vikings, can MBK keep that momentum rolling and potentially take down CFO? And can DFM ride that hype train that is SHG and get themselves a win to boot? We'll find out tomorrow. We'll see you then.
See you then.
My lord, that was gas.
Yeah. I was like, for a second, are you calling me my lord? My lord! But yeah, that was good. That was really good. I love those back and forth games. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was hectic. My voice needs a break and I'm starving. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, Logan. Keep up the great work. Yeah.
Bye, Joey. Bye.